You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Charlie?
Go back to sleep. It's early.
What time is it?
I don't know. My watch stopped.
Oh, look at the clock.
It says 7, but it's wrong.
Oh, it can't be wrong. You wound it, didn't you?
It has to be wrong. Look out the window. It's still dark. Must be 3 or 4 in the morning.
When did you turn the light on?
I don't need it. Leave it off.
So, this is the day, huh?
This is the day.
Well, if you got 3 or 4 hours yet, what do you have to get up now for?
Can't sleep. So, I thought I might as well go over to the jail.
You know what I think?
What?
I think you're crazy. If it really is the middle of the night, you're crazy to get up now. What's so special about today?
Ella.
Just about hanging a little?
I said, why don't you go back to sleep?
Why don't you? There's going to be all kinds of excitement today, reporters and everything else. You're the one that could use some sleep.
Bring breakfast over about 8:30.
You want some coffee now?
Pierce will have some at the jail. Just bring Jagger's breakfast at 8:30.
What about you?
I can't eat.
What time do you string him up?
Ella.
Well, you know what I mean. What time does he get hung?
Hanged.
That's what I said. What time?
When you're talking about an execution, Ella, the word's hanged. It's at 9:30. And you know something? I hope they stay away. I hope everybody stays away, not just the reporters, the whole town. Because when I think of a bunch of cold-blooded gawkers who get their jollies from watching a boy die, I want to...
Well, why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't the whole town turn out to watch it?
Including you?
I haven't decided yet.
Why would you want to see a thing like that? Why would you even think about it?
Because if anybody deserves it, he does. Dirty little animal.
I'm leaving now.
I understand that after the neck breaks, they only feel it for a couple of seconds. Well, it ought to take more time than that, Charlie. For what he done, this is a mighty easy way to pay it off, don't you think?
Easy? To get strung up by the neck? All I can say is you have a funny view of what's easy and what's hard. Just remember to bring his breakfast over.
Hey, Charlie. How does he want his eggs?
Edible. They're the last ones he's gonna eat, so do one thing for me, will you, Ella? Make them edible.
Sheriff Charlie Koch on the morning of an execution. For the record, and as a matter of absolute fact, it is a little after 7 a.m. Now, logic and natural laws dictate that at this hour there should indeed be daylight. It is a simple rule of physical science that the sun should rise at a certain moment and take away the darkness. But at this given moment, Sheriff Charlie Koch, his wife Ella, a condemned man named Jagger, and everyone else in this small, inconsequential town are about to find out that there are some causes and effects that have no precedent, except in the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to our story from the Twilight Zone. I Am the Night, Color Me Black, starring John Ratzenberger with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Morning, Sheriff.
Pierce, anything doing?
Nothing much.
You sure?
Yep.
Take your feet off the desk.
Sure thing, Sheriff. Glad you finally made it. This ain't the day to be oversleeping.
You tell me all about sleeping, Pierce. You're the expert on that.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I mean, I ain't complaining.
You ain't complaining, but at 2 or 3 in the morning, you've had a 4-hour shift. And, buddy, that doesn't break anybody's back.
2 or 3 in the morning? What have you been drinking? It's 7:30.
Then why is it pitch black outside?
What are you talking about?
Take a look.
I don't get it.
What don't you get, Deputy? That some men can't sleep and get up early? I suppose that doesn't make much sense to a guy who could put in 12 solid hours on a mattress and then wake up and complain about...
Sheriff.
You got a problem, Pierce?
Sheriff, it is 7:30 in the morning. Take a look at the clock. And you're right, it's black as a coal mine outside. I never seen it blacker. What's going on?
You're right. It's 7:30, and the sun's not up yet. And to tell you the truth, Deputy, I don't know why. I don't know why at all. Who's coming?
I can't see yet. Everything out there looks the same. Black as the ace of spades.
Morning, Colby.
Sheriff?
How about that? You see it out there?
Of course I saw it.
Any sign of the sun?
Not a speck.
You gonna run an extra in that paper of yours?
If I get the time. I've been answering the phone since 6 in the morning. One fella says that the electricity's gone off in the whole town. Well, I can see that's not true. Another one says it's already tomorrow night.
I like that.
Well, what do you think?
Oh, hold on, there's more. The president of the January graduating class of our local school, who majors in physics, tells me it's a phenomenon caused by sunspots. Now, you're well versed in law and order, Sheriff Koch, keeping the peace, in other words. So I'm here to ask you, what's your theory?
I wish I had one. It's almost 7:45 in the morning. Daylight should have come 2 hours ago.
Maybe a storm's on the way. Big whopping storm, the kind that covers up the whole sky.
Possible, I suppose.
Storms don't bring this kind of darkness. Anybody call the state capitol?
Oh, yeah. In between reassuring people that this is neither an interplanetary invasion nor the end of the world, I placed said call myself.
And?
Oh, things are normal there. It's daylight, just as it should be. But if you'll forgive the pun, they're as much in the dark as we are.
You mean it ain't black up there?
It appears that all up and down the state, and across the face of the earth for that matter, we are the only ones who are groping around in total darkness. So, the phenomenon is quite localized, which means we'll have to seek elsewhere for company to share our misery. How's Jagger doing this morning?
I seen him. Brought him in a cup of coffee to make sure he was awake.
Thoughtful of you.
To remind him about what day it is.
I'll bet you did. I wonder, how did you occupy yourself as a lad there, Deputy? Torture small animals or just pull the wings off flies?
Say, what do you mean by that?
Nothing. I don't mean anything by it. So, Koch, can I talk to him?
Go right on in. I'm not saying he'll talk to you, but that's the privilege of the press, to try.
So he's got 1 hour and 45 minutes left. What about a priest or a minister?
He doesn't want either.
As a point of interest, Sheriff, entirely off the record, do you believe Jagger's guilty?
Mr. Colby, I arrest people on the basis of evidence. I jail them on that evidence, and I'm responsible for their meals and their health until they get sentenced, executed, or let loose. As to guilt or innocence, it's a matter for the jury, public opinion, and God to decide. And that part of it, thank the Lord, has nothing to do with me.
Uh-huh. So, let us all praise God for the morning's impartiality. You just keep them alive until their moment of death. I see. And as for my part, I follow fate around with a small pencil and a notebook and make a record for posterity of how he died and why he died. But neither one of us has any guilt to share for the fact that he does die. How perfectly convenient for us.
He's guilty as hell. He fired buckshot into a man's head. A real decent, upstanding man. And today, he's going to pay the price. He's going to hang for it. And man, oh man, is justice going to be served up deluxe style this time.
Pierce, why don't you shut your mouth?
I got a right to an opinion.
Oh, you do, Deputy. Indeed you do. There are just a couple of disturbing facets to this particular case.
Like what?
First, that the murder victim was not a decent man by any stretch of the imagination.
Hey, you're talking about the dead.
He was a cross-burner and a psychopathic bully who attacked the man you've got locked up in there.
Well, that don't matter.
Go on, Colby. I want to hear this.
Second Deputy Pierce here saw it happen and then perjured himself.
Now, wait a minute.
Let him finish.
That's the word, all right, Deputy. Perjured. You said that Jagger shot him from across the room. Well, no such thing could have happened according to the records I saw. The murdered man had powder burns all over him.
So what?
Oh, you tell me how a man can get shot from 10 feet away and still have powder burns on his skin. By itself, that might not have proved self-defense, but it would have supported Jagger's story. It would have at least raised some doubts in the jury room. If they had heard it.
I wondered about that myself.
Did you, Sheriff Koch? Well, you saw the body, didn't you?
I saw it.
But I didn't hear any comment on those powder burns when you gave your testimony, or did I miss that?
I answered the questions they asked me.
Oh, don't feel singled out now, because your courageous editor who covered the trial from start to finish, he just didn't see fit to include that insignificant little detail in any of his news stories either, now did he? Even though for some reason he knew at the time that he was being very, very selective about what he wrote and what he didn't write, about the truth, in other words. Which is what a trial is supposed to be, a search for the truth. So, when you get right down to it, you're quite right, Deputy. Justice is being served on a platter with its tongue cut out, just like the carcass of any dead animal.
Call me when you're ready.
I will. Smoke, Jagger?
No, sir.
You don't mind if I have one?
Go ahead.
I quit years ago, but I picked up a pack last night. I don't know why. And this morning, I looked at it like I've never seen a pack of cigarettes before. It didn't even feel right in my hand. I know it's bad for me, but I put it in my pocket just the same. Now, why do you suppose that is?
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Colby?
Anything you like. I can't promise I'll have the answer, though.
I was just wondering, what kind of day is it?
Oh, you're not going to believe me, even if I tell you.
It's rainy, huh?
No, it's not bad. A little chilly. The main thing is, it's still dark.
How do you mean?
It's still black as night outside. The sun never came up. Close to 8 in the morning, and not even a little bit of daylight.
God, come on. Don't kid me.
I'm not. Why would I? What reason would I have to lie to you?
Well, this place doesn't have any windows, so I guess it could be Christmas Eve or the 4th of July, and I wouldn't know the difference.
Jagger, do you have a religious affiliation?
No.
Anybody you want to see?
Nobody.
Anything you'd like to say? Anything at all?
Nothing.
No priest, no friends, no comment. What do you have?
What do you think, Mr. Colby? Not much, that's what. I mean, I've got a little over an hour, and I've been thinking that I'd like to rip these bars apart and get out, same as you would. Or maybe, just save everybody the trouble and hang myself in here. But I haven't got the strength for one or the guts for the other, so I'm just sitting here and waiting. What else is there?
That being the case, would you care to make a statement?
You want a statement? Is that what you came here for?
Look at it this way. I don't think anybody should leave the Earth without a comment. You, me, or anyone else.
Oh, well, now that sounds like a reasonable request. Considering that you're not the one who's leaving.
I'm serious. I'm giving you the chance to say anything you want.
All right, then. I'm guilty, Mr. Colby. How's that? That should let you off the hook.
And that's supposed to mean what?
That's supposed to mean that you're on the side of the good guys. There have to be good guys and bad guys. That's the nature of man. Well, I'm the bad guy, okay? Worse than that, I'm the troublemaker in town. The one with the causes and the banners. I'm the idiot. The fool. I tried to be his brother's keeper. You understand now, Mr. Colby?
It doesn't matter whether I do or not. I want to hear what you think, on or off the record.
Anything I say, you're going to write it down and put it in that little newspaper of yours, aren't you?
Not if you don't want me to.
How would I know if you did or you didn't?
I don't have a tape recorder on me. See? My notebook's in my pocket, and so is my pencil. If I did put it in my paper, what good would that do me? As a matter of fact, it would do me some damage, because I didn't speak out about the case. I kept silent, not even an editorial, so I can't very well change my stripes now, can I?
I said all I had to say in court.
But nobody listened. Well, I'm listening. We're two men talking here. If you say it's private, that's how it stays. What difference can it possibly make to you now? I have to know. Can you understand that? I have to.
You think I know?
You were there.
You got one of those cigarettes?
Right here.
There was a shotgun. It wasn't mine, it was his. Everybody knows that, but they convicted me on premeditated murder, even though I'm the one who tried to take it away from him before he could go out and use it.
So you fought with him?
I either loaded the gun and put it in his hands, or I tried to get it away from him. Take your pick. All I remember is the gun going off, and that's what counts, isn't it? Not motives, not what's in your head. You know what road is paved with good intentions. Good, bad, it doesn't matter.
I'd say there's a big difference. A huge one.
Except that the man I killed, he was the White Knight.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, I would. The things he did, other people only thought about. What they wanted to see happen but didn't dare do. He was the cross burner, the bomb thrower. He did their dirty work for them, like whipping some poor, scared guy just for being black, when nobody else had the guts to pick up a stick or a rock to do it themselves. So the White Knight ended up with his brains spattered all over the place, and I was the cause of that, one way or the other. There's no way the people around here were gonna pin a medal on me.
You don't think much of this town, do you?
Do you?
The man wasn't a saint, but he died. And what the jury said was that regardless of how it happened, we cannot dispense life or death because someone offends us. That's the distinction between men and animals.
And that's well said, Mr. Colby. You tell it to the man who fixes up the rope, okay? You tell it to the sheriff and his deputy out there. You tell that to the town while they stand around and watch my eyes bulge out and my tongue swell up and I choke and do my little dance for them. You tell them all about the difference between men and animals. But you better draw pictures. Because this kind of language they just don't get.
Catch!
You ready, Mr. Colby?
I'm ready.
A lot of commotion out there. I guess they just can't wait.
That's not it. It's because nobody can see where they're going.
Why's that?
I told you, it's dark out.
For real?
The darkest I've ever seen it.
Get the crossbar on there real good.
I got it, officer.
And the rope. Make sure it's fixed right. Don't want it to break now, would we?
No, sir. Could you point your flashlight up here one more time?
You got it.
How's that?
Looks A-okay from here. You done real good, boys.
Boss?
What?
Well, sir, you had us add cleats to the support, and then you wanted a bigger crossbar, and now you ordered a new rope, but just for today? Well, the old setup was just fine the way it was, as far as I could tell. So how come you went and spent all that extra money?
Because this one's gonna go off without a hitch. Right, boys?
Well, if it don't, it sure won't be your fault.
Yeah, that's the truth.
All right. I guess you can come on down. We gotta test it one time.
Sure thing, boss.
Now, when I say pull, you drop the sandbag.
Yo.
All right, then. Pull! That got her. That got her good, didn't it, boys?
Yeah, boss, it sure did.
Who's there?
Easy, Pierce. Looks like everything's in working order.
Yep, that'll take care of him.
Sure it will. But I'm still worried about one thing.
What's that?
Exactly who or what is going to take care of us.
There it goes, 9 bells.
Why is it so dark then?
Is it an eclipse?
Can't be. I've been listening on the radio. This ain't no eclipse.
It's weird. It's just plain weird.
Word of the darkness that has suddenly and inexplicably engulfed this remote Midwestern town.
Turn up that radio so we can hear.
It is now 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, but latest reports indicate that the darkness blanketing the specific location is virtually total. So far, there is no sign whatever of any daylight on the horizon. A spokesman for the Meteorological Service says that the event is without precedent, according to records covering the past 150 years.
Who's that?
Turn on your headlights.
Why, it's Sheriff Koch's wife. Morning, Ella.
Is that you, June?
It's me. What you got on the tray?
Breakfast.
Oh, aren't you the one fixing a nice hot meal for your man?
Well, it's not for Charlie.
Who's it for, then?
For him?
You don't mean...
Afraid so. For Jagger.
What did you go and waste good food for? He don't have no right. He don't even have time to eat it.
It's the law.
The law.
That's what my husband says. Anyway, I can help carry out the letter of the law. I'm glad to. It's my duty.
Ella,
Over here, Charlie.
just bring it on inside. I'll be right there.
Excuse me.
The governor, please. Yes, I'll wait, but please tell him it's urgent.
Mr. Colby,
Hi, Ella.
where should I put this?
What? No, this is the editor of the Sun-Times. That's right. I'm calling to see if there's been a stay in the... Yes, I'll hold. What do you have there?
Charlie said to bring it.
Breakfast?
For the condemned man.
I guess you can just take it on in.
To the cell?
The hall door is open. It's right down there.
I know where it is. Charlie said to fix a plate of eggs. He didn't say I had to spoon feed it.
Yes, well, of course, if he's on the phone. He's not? What do you mean nobody called? No, listen. After the automatic appeals, there's always a request to the governor's office for a stay while they argue it before the circuit court.
Morning, Mrs. Koch. I thought that was you.
Yes, I'll hold.
Thanks for bringing the tray.
Just in time, too. I wouldn't want it to go to waste.
When did you make these eggs?
When?
They're cold.
Well, that's not my fault.
You could at least have brought them on time.
Charlie, you listen here. I couldn't drive because there's no street lights, so I walked over. I couldn't even see where I was going. That's just how long it took me.
All right. I'll take it into him.
If he doesn't like it, he can throw it in the trash for all I care.
Well, now, don't do that. I mean, I haven't had nothing to eat this morning.
I said I'll take it to him.
Yes, I'm here. I see. You sure? That's it, then. All right, yes.
Who was that?
The governor's secretary.
And?
No dice.
I see.
Well, there you go. Sure is a big, fat surprise.
No, but I'll tell you what is. It's a surprise that someone can go to trial for his life with a third-rate public defender who's afraid to stand up to the local DA. It's a surprise that no private lawyer somewhere heard about the case and went to bat pro bono. It's a surprise that the public defender didn't even try to call the governor a half hour before the sentence is carried out. And it's a surprise that I didn't give up the ghost on this place a long time ago. But it's not a surprise that you, Pierce, and this whole town are out of your minds with glee over the cold-blooded taking of a life that's about to occur.
I think you dropped this.
It's all right, Reverend Anderson. It's empty.
Whiskey helps, does it, Mr. Colby?
It doesn't hurt.
Helps you see things more clearly? Or does it keep you from seeing?
You suppose, Reverend, that there's some theological explanation for this morning?
Theology? That's for divinity schools. This is a time for faith.
Faith in death or in darkness? Maybe if we thought there was a divine act going on here, we could find a way to live with it.
God is always with us, whether we know it or not.
Is he?
Even now.
This isn't the first gallows ever built, Reverend, or the last. Won't be the first man to lose his life at an untimely age, and we won't be the last mourners on this earth either.
Did you see him? Did you talk to him?
Briefly.
He wouldn't see me. Wouldn't even let me in his cell.
That's a pity. He's a lonely boy. But at least he won't be lonely for much longer.
That's the truth. He's going to glory.
I'm glad you think so.
And you don't, Mr. Colby?
It would be easier if I did. But I gave up my faith years ago. Now I'm not sure I ever had it.
We all stumble in life, lose our way for a time. But the shepherd doesn't give up. He keeps on looking for us.
What happens if the shepherd loses his way too?
It must be time.
Listen to them. Oh, they want blood. Reminds me of sports fans in an arena somewhere.
Yes, a Roman one.
How's it look out there?
Hard to tell. When they light their torches and storm the jail, I'll let you know.
Well, I'd better get the prisoner ready.
You're going through with it?
Unless something happens in the next 10 minutes, I have no choice.
Then I suggest we use this time wisely.
And how do we do that, Reverend?
There's only one thing left to do. We pray.
No time to pray now. It's 9:25. That's right, ain't it? 9:25?
5 more minutes. I can't believe Koch's doing this. The sun's not up yet.
Law says May 25th at 9:30 in the morning. Well, that's what it is. May 25th, and it's pretty near 9:30 already.
Quite apart from the fact, Mr. Pierce, that you're not the most sensitive of men, doesn't this morning suggest to you that there's something odd going on? That perhaps we'd better dispense with business as usual until we find out exactly what it is?
You know something? I take an awful lot of crap from you. And just who are you, anyway? A little shot editor of a crummy little paper? That's right, a crummy little paper that crawls along on its hands and knees from one edition to another. The way I figure it, you got more creditors than you got readers.
That'll do it, Pierce.
That won't do it by a long shot. And maybe you feel like turning your cheek to this bum, but there ain't no rule book says I gotta. He says I perjured myself, says I lied. And he wasn't throwing no bouquets at you either.
Maybe because I don't deserve any. You know, Colby, you're right. I saw the victim. He did have powder burns. And when a committee of townspeople came to me and said there'd be no autopsy, I just bent my head and shuffled my feet and nodded. We've all got little axes to grind, don't we? I'd like to be re-elected sheriff. And you, Colby, you'd like to keep that newspaper going. And Deputy Pierce over here, he likes to feel important. He likes to be popular. He likes to stay on the side of the majority. So here we are, gentlemen. All of us treading water in a sewer.
I don't take it from him, and I don't take it from you neither.
Watch who you put your hands on, Pierce.
Oh, what?
You better unravel it right now, or I'll spread you all over the yard.
It's 9:27, Koch.
Then we better go get the prisoner.
At last, Mr. Pierce. A labor of love, huh?
You coming, Pierce?
Yeah, I'm coming. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I want to see Jagger's face when he gets a look at that gallows.
You won't be able to see anything, and neither will anybody else as long as it stays dark out. And maybe that's just as well.
Come on!
Let's get this show on the road.
Hurry it up, Sheriff.
Can't wait all morning.
There he is.
Dirty little murderer.
I want to see him choke.
You don't need the chains. I'm not going anywhere.
He has some minutes, doesn't he?
He's used them already. We're behind schedule.
You can talk to him now, Reverend. Take your time.
It's my time. And I got nothing to talk about.
Then let's go. Let's get on with it.
Don't waste your last minutes, Jagger. We're a different color, and I know we have different faiths, but you've stood up for me and mine. You've spoken for us. And God help you, you've killed for us. I think we owe you some peace, and I'd like to try to give you some.
That rope over there give me peace. I don't need any words, Reverend. No quotations, nothing in the Bible or any other book.
Get it over with!
Yeah, let's go!
Yeah!
Patience, everybody! I'm gonna give you what y'all came here for. I'll dance at the end of the rope, and I'll choke, and I'll swing back and forth like a rag doll. Yeah, you'll see. You'll get your money's worth. I promise.
This way.
I told you, I'll do this myself.
Any last words?
Not on your life. That's one thing I won't give you people. I won't give you the satisfaction of saying, I'm sorry.
Yeah!
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 Don't return their hate. Don't dishonor yourself.
Why don't you go home? Go on. Get out of here.
Just tell me one thing. When he came at you, Jagger, did it feel good then?
What's the difference?
And when you aimed that gun at his head, that wasn't such a bad moment, was it?
Good or bad, who cares? If I wanted him dead or not, it ended the same. What was in my heart didn't matter, because it's what you do that counts, isn't it? Not what you wish for.
So, when you killed him, Jagger, when you blew his head off, there were no regrets then, were there?
If I told you I didn't mean it, would you let me go? The law's the law. It's what I did in this life. The same as for him, and I hated his kind.
You enjoyed seeing him dead, didn't you?
You know it.
Now I know it too. I know it only too well. This man is guilty.
We're all guilty.
Guilty as sin.
It's important to get with the majority, isn't it? That's the big thing. That's what really matters to you.
We're all the majority. The minority died on the cross 2,000 years ago.
You want a statement? I'll give you a statement. Tell everybody that. Tell them they're no better than me. Who wants to put the rope around my neck, huh? You, lady! You want to put it on, mister?
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death.
And who wants to pull the lever, huh? You, Reverend? But you know we're all murderers.
I'll do it.
Hey!
You seen the light, Reverend? You finally seen the light?
Have you? Have any of you? In all this darkness, can anyone make out the truth? Look at what's hanging from that gallows. He hated. He killed. Now he dies. You hated. You killed. And not one of you isn't doomed. Not one. Do you know why it's dark? Do you know why there's night all around us? Do you know now what the blackness really is? It's the hate he felt. The hate you've felt. The hate all of us felt. There was too much. There was way too much, and we had to vomit it up, and now it's surrounding us and choking us. So much hate. So much miserable hate.
Oh, it's getting colder.
Look what's happening. It's getting even darker. You can't hardly see anything now.
Take me home, Charlie. I want to go home.
I will, if I can find the way.
That's crazy, isn't it? What he said. Isn't it crazy? You know what's going to happen, don't you? I mean, you know what's going to happen next. Oh, believe me, this here stuff is going to lift. It'll just all of a sudden just plain lift. Because it's just a fog is all it is. Nothing more than a fog. And it'll lift. And there'll be the old sun, high up and bright. Wait and see. There'll be the old sun shining to beat the band.
I don't know. I don't know if there'll ever be daylight again. Only God knows. And I'm not even sure about that.
Reports now coming in of similar occurrences here in the United States and abroad. At 9 o'clock this morning, a dark cloud suddenly appeared over several widely separated U.S. cities. The government of Israel has verified the fact that a rectangular area over the West Bank appears to have gone dark. In China, correspondents just filed a news item about several square blocks, including a political prison, thrown into darkness early this morning. In Iran, an area in Southeast Asia, in Central and South America, the African continent, the darkness continues to spread.
Witness the effects of a sickness known as hate. Not a virus, not a microbe, not a germ, but a very real sickness just the same. Universal and not easily contained. The diagnosis? Highly contagious and unfortunately quite deadly in its effects. Consider yourself forewarned. Don't look for this one in the realm of science fiction, but rather right in front of you, in the mirror. As a matter of survival, you'd be well advised to eradicate it now, right now, before the light goes out, somewhere in the vicinity of your town. A prescription prepared for all within listening range of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
I Am the Night, Color Me Black, starring John Ratzenberger with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Rick Peoples, Doug James, Norm Woodell, John Watson Sr., Turk Muller, Jeff Lupetin, Paul Patch, Maggie Carney, Lynn Foley, Carl Amari, and Irene Olson. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
you're quite sure this is a genuine Tiffany?
Quite. The provenance dates back to 1922.
Very well, then. Kindly have it delivered.
Of course, madam. Will that be cash or charge?
Put it on my account.
Very good. I can deliver it to your home by, let me see, Thursday at the latest.
But I simply must have it tonight. I've invited the girls over for bridge.
The girls. I see. Oh, Robert.
Yeah?
See that Mrs. Gunt receives her lamp this afternoon.
You mean today?
Carried by hand to her front door.
The servants' entrance, if you please.
By all means. Ubermeyer's is proud to be of service. If there's anything else we can provide, don't hesitate to...
That will be all.
Very good, ma'am.
Want me to go over there right away?
Not yet, Andrew. First, finish unpacking the new shipment quickly before the next customer walks in.
Yes, sir.
Now then, what do we have?
3 perfume bottles.
3 cut glass vials to contain the otter of damask rose petals. That's more like it. Next.
Pottery jugs, 2.
Pottery jugs, indeed. Where's your aesthetic sense? You can't entice anyone by calling them pottery jugs.
Really think people buy something because of what you call it?
People don't come to buy anything in a gift emporium. They come because they don't know what they want. Then I sell them something.
So what are you going to call these pottery jugs?
Something exquisite. We'll display them on satin pillows with bread. A loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou beside me, singing in the wilderness. I'll unload them on some poor sucker before the morning's over.
Okay, what about this?
When we buy a shipment from Morocco, sight unseen, I suppose we take what we can get. But to sell that will require some creativity. Now, clean this up at once. May I help you?
I hope so. I'm not sure. What's this?
That would be an authentic voodoo mask.
Oh. What about the pajamas?
These are not pajamas, sir. They are a genuine imported harem girl's costume in 100% hand-sewn silk.
Well, I don't know. It has to be something special. Very special.
Suppose you describe the occasion and leave it to me. A personal gift?
Not too personal. See, there's this girl in my office.
Ah, a young lady.
She's like a goddess. I wouldn't want her to think that I was implying,
Of course not, sir. I understand. But for a beautiful young lady, what is her occupation, may I ask?
She's a secretary.
Oh. I have it. Something for her desk.
She's already got a computer and a lot of pencils.
Something to remind her of you throughout the day. Subliminally, shall we say. Now, as to price, would $100 be too extravagant?
100?
But of course she mustn't feel bought. Romanced is more like it. Aha! Perfect.
What is?
It's ideal. Romantic, but subtle. Not forward. No.
You mean this old?
This magnificent antique. Truly distinguished. Fit for a goddess.
I can't make up my mind.
A perpetual reminder of your taste, your flair for romance. Fill this with fresh flowers and she won't be able to pluck you from her thoughts. Between 9 and 5, at least. After that, it's up to you.
It's kind of tarnished, isn't it?
That's not tarnish, sir. It's a patina. A testament to its authenticity. And only a mere $20.
Well, that is more reasonable, I guess.
Put this in a gift box, will you, Robert? For a most discriminating gentleman.
Sure thing.
Thank you, sir, for making such a wise choice. I hope you'll allow us to serve you again when it's time for the engagement.
Don't mention it.
Cash, I presume.
Meet Mr. George P. Hanley, a man life is always treated without deference, honor, or success. Waiters serve his soup cold. Elevator operators close doors in his face. And mothers never bother to wait up for the daughters he dates. For George is a creature of humble habits and tame dreams, a square peg in a square rut. and the living embodiment of what's commonly referred to as some poor sucker. He is, in short, an ordinary man, but at this moment the accidental possessor of a very special gift, one that measures men not against their accomplishments, but against their deepest desires. The kind of gift most of us might ask for, then learn to regret. If, like Mr. George P. Hanley, we were about to plunge headfirst into our own personal Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, I Dream of Genie, starring Hal Sparks, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Good. Everybody's still at lunch. I'll just leave this on Anne's desk. No card. She'll just figure out who it's from, right by her keyboard. No, a little to the side. Oh, maybe on her chair. No. Oops. Better put this away for now. Where? In my drawer.
Hey, Georgie Porgy, what happened to you?
I had some errands.
Well, you missed the worst chili con carne ever offered for human consumption. It set a new low, even for the greasy spoon Nick calls a diner. Fill my stomach, like a bag of rocks.
I don't care much for chili.
Georgie, witness a solemn vow for me, will you?
I have to enter these municipal bonds.
I, Roger Hackett, do solemnly swear never again to commit gastronomic harry-carry at Nick's, starting on the day I get my promotion at this office.
Your promotion?
Yep.
I thought everyone with equal seniority had the same chance. Mr. Watson said...
That's correct, Georgie old Porgy. We're all equal, but some of us are a little bit more equal than others. Especially me.
Hi, Anne.
How are you? You're looking nice.
Hello, boys.
Don't be so sure, Roger. Mr. Watson's a fair man. I'm sure he'll compare our experience in debit financing, evaluating liabilities.
And that, old Georgie, is one reason why I am more equal. All you think of is debits and liabilities, with assets like hers around. Now, where'd I put my little surprise? Here, Anne, for you.
What's this?
Oh, just a little something to say happy birthday to the prettiest girl in the entire office.
I'm the only girl.
And you'd still be the prettiest, even if this whole place was staffed with Miss Americas. Are you gonna open it?
Roger, what?
Go ahead.
Oh, Roger, it's beautiful.
Like it?
Why, this is the most gorgeous peignoir I've ever seen.
Huh, is that what they call it?
But it is awfully revealing.
Then you'll just have to be careful who you wear it for.
Hey, Ann, put it on. Can you feature old man Watson's puss when he calls you in for dictation?
Mr. Watson is interested in a different kind of figure, Sam.
Is that what you think?
You really like it?
I love it, but you shouldn't have.
You only have a birthday once a year, at least until you're 30. Then you have it once every 2 years.
Oh, you bad boy, come here.
What?
That's to show my appreciation, and to prove I haven't even learned to count to 30 yet.
And what, may I ask, is going on here?
Oh, Mr. Watson, you see it's my birthday, sir, and...
Do any of you happen to be aware of the annual statement just issued by this organization? No one? Well, then it may come as a surprise for you to learn that we have just completed the best year in our history, and I believe this department had no small part in that success. So, as a token of my appreciation, I think this is an appropriate time to invite all of you to be my guests at a private party, beginning just as fast as you can get yourselves over to the Tiki Club.
No kidding.
And as for you, young lady, I just want to say, they aren't the only ones who appreciate you. Would you mind looking in my office? There should be a rather large crystal vase on my desk, full of long-stemmed red roses. They're for you.
Oh, they're lovely, Mr. Watson. You're a doll.
See you all at the Tiki Club.
Let's go, kid, before he realizes he's off his nut and has himself committed.
He's a sweet, dear old man.
Anne, I just wanted to,
Yes, George?
Come on, Ann.
I just wanted to say happy birthday.
Why, thank you, George. Aren't you going with us?
I'll be along.
See you there. Come on, Roger.
I guess some people are more equal. Might as well throw this in the wastebasket. Can't give it to her now. Maybe I should hold on to it until it can play with it at home. Hello, boy. Have a good day. Yeah, mine was lousy, too. You know what they all think I am, Attila? A #1 jerk. And they're right. What a job title, huh? George P. Hanley. Jerk. Take it easy. There's nothing to worry about in the package. Come on, I'll show you. See? It's only a box with a beaten-up old lamp in it. A magnificent antique. Yeah, right. Probably came from a junkyard. Well, if being a jerk is my calling in life, at least I'm good at it. Look, it's so tarnished it's almost black. That's telling him. Well, let's clean it up and see what it looks like. I just used my necktie. It needs to be dry cleaned anyway. What in the... Easy, Attila.
Oh, boy. Some special effects, huh? That smoke's hard on the old mucous membranes. You wouldn't have some Visine on you, would you, buddy?
Who are you?
Who am I? You were expecting Rex Ingram. I'm the genie of the lamp, that's who. You know, Aladdin, the whole bit. Don't you watch The Late Show?
A genie? You don't look like a genie. Where'd you get that plaid suit?
What difference does it make? The routine's the same. A couple thousand years ago, I had to wear those crazy balloon long johns and a real wild turban. But let me tell you, that headgear ain't as light as it looks. Give you a real crook in the neck, know what I mean, Jack?
George. My name's George.
Jack, George, whatever. What I was gonna say is, nowadays we dress hip. Except for these velvet slippers with the curly toes, my one concession to Squaresville. Now, where was I?
What do you mean? Sports coats like that went out in the 60s.
They did, huh? Well, what do you expect? Know how long I've been in there waiting for somebody to call me? Better pick up some new threads. You got a Ziedler and Ziedler around here, maybe a side of or, you know, someplace happening?
But if you're the genie, that means I'm the master of the lamp.
So you're the master of the lamp. Big deal. Give me a match so I can light this cigar before I give you your free wish.
I thought there were 3 wishes.
There's the rub. There used to be 3, but let me tell you something, Jack.
George.
The scene used to include 3 wishes, but people started abusing the privilege, so we had to cut back. You get enough headaches with 1 wish, let alone 3. So, think it over and give me a call. But do me a favor, sleep on it.
Why?
You know the routine. The wish comes true, blah, blah, blah. But once you make the wish, that's what you gotta live with.
Could you make yourself available for consultation?
Look, Jackson, how am I supposed to know what you want? You and me just met.
Well, at least tell me, what is it that people usually wish for?
Listen, Herbie, whatever your name is, it's enough to make you blush, some of the stuff they ask for. Money, precious jewels.
That's not so bad.
Not so bad? Think about it. So they get a lot of dough. There's the IRS, long-lost relatives beating on the door. It's enough to flip you out of your gourd.
So not wealth?
Forget about it.
Maybe love, then?
Love? You gotta be some kind of a kook. You call me after all this time and you wish for love? You don't wish for love, Chief. You make it.
Then I don't know what it is I do want. If it isn't wealth or love...
Like I told you, Johnson, think it over. Drop it down the well and see if it splashes. But don't go rubbing the lamp every time you get ants in your pants. That puff of smoke tears up my sinuses. And the next time I make the scene for nothing, you've had it. Now hold on to this cigar for me. It's too close to smoke in there. No cross-ventilation, know what I mean?
No, but I can imagine.
Till we meet again, Bubby. Like later. If it's all the same to you, make it much later. Just once I'd like somebody to amplify.
All right, everybody. Places, everybody. This is a run-through. Stand-ins, please.
Positions.
Lighting.
Lights on.
Camera.
Ready with a camera.
Excuse me.
Hey, buddy. Don't you know this is a closed set?
It is?
Who let you in here?
They said it would be all right. I'm George Hanley.
Who?
Her husband. Miss Alexander's, I mean.
Oh, yeah. Haven't seen you around here in a while.
It's been months, actually.
Well, this is the big one, huh?
I beg your pardon?
The last shot of the picture. Once we get this one in the can, it's a wrap.
It is?
Say, can I ask you a question?
What's that?
What's it like being married to her?
Well, I don't really know. That is,
Man, I sure wish I was you.
You do?
I mean, lucky stiff.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I guess I am. Where is she, by the way?
Anne? In makeup, where else?
There. Here's the mirror, Miss Alexander. Well?
I suppose it'll have to do.
I blended the MAC lip gloss with the NARS shadow for an ultra-moist look. Isn't it ravishing?
Can't you do something with this hair? My bangs are drooping.
Certainly, Miss Alexander. Where's my blow dryer?
Ready on the set, Anne?
Yes. That'll have to do, Skippy.
There. Perfection.
Leave us, please.
Of course, Miss Alexander.
Which scene is this?
Well, this is your entrance into the city on the shoulders of Nubian slaves. Just the close-up where you wink.
What's my motivation?
Oh, to rule, my dear, with him at your side. Got it? Just remember, you love this guy so much, your guts do a loop-de-loop every time he creeps up on you. He's big. He's manly. He wears a leather skirt.
Well, tell him to oil it, will you? He screws up my lines every time he moves.
Not a problem. Props! Get me some WD-40 now!
Anne?
Darling!
Hello, dear. My, you look lovely. Good enough to kiss.
Not now, Georgie. You'll smear my lipstick.
This is the final scene, isn't it?
It's been such a long grind.
It sure has. They said you could take a few weeks off, but that was 6 months ago.
We can still take our honeymoon. That is, if you want to.
Do I?
Careful with the hair, Georgie.
Sorry.
They don't pay me to look ugly, sweetiekins. Besides, anticipation is the real joy. Isn't that what they say?
They haven't been waiting for 6 months to take the most beautiful woman in the world on her honeymoon.
Places, people. This one's for real.
It won't be much longer, I promise.
Just think. No more crawling into bed with a script so you can study your lines half the night. After today, no more getting up at 4:30 in the morning to go to the studio. And when we get home, you can take a nice hot bath. Maybe even let me wash your back. And then first thing tomorrow, we leave on our cruise.
But darling, have you forgotten?
Forgotten what?
The wrap party, here on the set. There'll be 1 million photographers. There's no point in going home. Not tonight.
Not tonight, huh? Sure, Anne, I understand. Hi, hello there. No champagne, thank you. Excuse me, has anyone seen...
George boy!
Hiya, Mr. Watson.
Call me Eli. Hey, listen, George, I want to talk to you. Anne said something about your needing a vacation.
Not me, her, both of us together.
I'm not going to mince words. I want Anne to star in my next picture right away. It's a guaranteed smash.
Not a chance.
What's the matter? Money? Okay. I'll double her salary.
It's not the money, Mr. Watson. Eli, you see, it's our honeymoon.
Great! I'm shooting on location. Make a great honeymoon trip. First-class hotel, all the trimmings.
Some honeymoon. Out of bed before the sun comes up, work all day, study her lines all night. In the last 6 months, the only times I've seen her when she wasn't asleep, she was either covered with makeup or she had so much cold cream on she would have squeezed right out of my hands and stuck to the ceiling.
Listen, boy, she's a star. How would you like to see her with bags under her eyes?
I'll take her any way I can get her.
My boy, you want the world's most beautiful woman. You've got to share her with the world.
I've been doing that. Now I want the world to share her with me.
Son, it's not for myself. But no Anne, no movie. You know how many good people will hit the unemployment line? Actors, grips, prop men. They've got wives and sweethearts, too. They've got little ones. They've got mortgages and sports cars to pay for.
Can't you get another star?
Not like Anne. Millions of plain folks all over the world wait for her pictures. Little kids count their pennies. Mothers go without lunch. Brave men sacrifice the tiny luxury of a cigarette just so they can buy a ticket and escape the drab drudgery of an uncaring world. Just by watching Anne up there on the silver screen.
Really?
For them, George, the salt of the earth. Can't you find it in your heart to make this one little sacrifice?
Oh, Mr. Watson, if you put it that way, I'll tell her she can do the picture. It'll be tough, but we'll get through it together.
Good. You tell her. She's right over there. Roger! Roger! Good news!
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to make an announcement and a toast to the brightest star, the most exciting leading lady, the loveliest woman in the world who has just agreed to star with me in Eli Watson's new film, Beowulf, the greatest epic ever made.
News sure travels fast.
Oh, there you are, George.
How about a photo, Miss Alexander?
Miss?
Look this way. Smile, please. How about one more?
I'm her husband.
Oh, the two of you this time. Put your arm around.
How about a kiss?
A kiss? Sure.
Watch my hair, darling.
Move right in, Roger. Put your arm around her.
Excuse me, George. You don't mind, do you, old boy?
I think I need a drink.
Champagne? Hors d'oeuvres?
Right here.
Of course, sir.
Hit me again. Twice.
2 more champagne, sir?
Yeah, this one's for my wife. I'll take them to go. Excuse me, if I could just get through here. Anne, don't you think it's time to go home? Anne, where are you?
She went that way. I don't think they want to be disturbed, though.
What? Anne?
Aren't you glad you stayed tonight?
Don't be so egotistical. I had to be here.
Sometimes I don't understand you.
You're not supposed to. That's a woman's prerogative.
I know, but why? What's his name?
George? He's the perfect husband.
That absurd little mouse? Why do you keep him around?
A handy excuse when I need one, and when I don't, no problem.
I'll spoil your makeup.
Oh, who cares?
Anne, your lipstick.
George? Are you still here?
Sorry, old boy. Just congratulating my co-star.
I think we'd better be going.
You go ahead. You should be home anyway to feed Attila.
Attila?
Yes, George, and he needs his walkies. Do be a dear.
You want me to go home because of Attila?
Be a good boy and run along. Roger will drive me home later. Won't you, Roger?
With pleasure.
But Attila's a dog. Aren't I more important to you than Attila? I mean, Attila? Attila? What? Attila, is that you? Oh, phew. What a dream. Oh, boy. Yeah. You know something, Attila? That's the trouble with a guy like me. Having something I want that much only means that it hurt that much more when I lose it. If I had a wife like that, well, I would lose her. Might as well face it. You still love me, don't you? Thanks, boy. Well, at least this makes the choice a little easier. Now I've only got to choose between the two other things I've always wanted. Money and power.
Morning, Georgie.
Morning.
Well, today's the day, huh?
For what, Raj?
For what? Will you listen to this guy? Watson. Has he said anything about the promotion yet?
Oh, the promotion. Forgot.
He forgot.
Roger, Mr. Watson would like to see you in his office.
Well, George, this could be it. You wanted to see me, sir.
He'd never pick him. Never.
Hey, George, the old boy wants you to double-check these entries.
I did that already. It's a waste of time.
Look, how much do we make a week? Well, look at this account. Guy makes so much dough, he sweats more than that every time he ties his shoelaces. So waste a little time, all right?
My gosh, net worth $260,832,461. What would it be like to have all that money?
Here we are, sir. The George P. Hanley building.
Thank you, Roger.
Will you be wanting me for lunch, sir?
I can't say. Wait just in case.
Of course, sir.
Not now, Attila. I've no time to play.
Sorry, Mr. Hanley, I couldn't hold him.
Take him over to 21. Have the chef pick him out a nice prime rib. Not too fatty.
Yes, sir.
Then trot him around the block a few times. Keep up the pace.
Right away. Here, boy.
Paper! Get your morning paper!
How old are you, son?
9, sir.
9? I see you every morning. Aren't you missing school?
Oh, no, sir. I wouldn't miss school. I get up at 5 for my papers, and then I go over to PS 31 for the afternoon session.
Incredible. What about your parents?
My mom is dead. My old man had a store, but it went broke.
Sorry to hear that. I'll have a paper.
Golly, I can't change a $100 bill.
I didn't expect you to, son.
Gee, thanks.
Good morning, sir. AT&T's up 7 points in the morning ticker. Glad to see you back.
Thank you, Miss Alexander.
How was the Riviera?
Oh, all right, I guess. Kind of like a suburban tract with castles.
I see. Well, sir, shall I send in your first appointment?
Might as well get started.
Mr. Hanley will see you now.
Watson, what are you doing here?
Begging again, I'm afraid. These days, a college president has to worry more about salesmanship than scholarship.
Then you came to the right place.
Hanley, you've already done more for your alma mater than we have a right to ask.
How much?
Just enough to start the ball rolling for the alumni.
Don't be coy, sir. Give me an amount.
Altogether, $10 million. If you could possibly start us off with, say, $1 or $200,000.
Done.
You're a generous man, GP, but you've made a mistake. This is the entire sum.
Don't worry. It's deductible. Besides, I want you to have it.
Well, so would others, GP. Thousands of alumni, not as successful as you. Giving, sharing the burden and the satisfaction. It's the cement which binds them to our institution.
I only wanted to help.
I can't accept this. Send me a check for, a few $100,000.
Very kind of you.
Don't mention it.
Miss Alexander will show you out.
Oh, nonsense. I know the way by heart.
Send in the next one.
Right away, sir.
Hello, Masters.
Well, Mr. Hanley, ready to add to the old empire?
I suppose so.
I brought along a few new catalogs.
I thought I already owned one of everything ever made.
Can't keep up with Yankee productivity. We have to buckle down and do some serious spending.
Is that really necessary?
If we don't, the government's liable to invent a new tax bracket just for you. Now, here we have an attractive little yacht.
Already have one. A 94-foot job up at Newport.
This one makes it look like an absolute dinghy.
You know, Masters, there's no fun left in buying things anymore. Once I looked forward to a second-hand car like a kid waiting for Christmas. Now there's no anticipation, no hunger.
Oh, perk up.
I used to enjoy the little things. An ice cream cone, a ball game, going out for a walk in the park. Now people run up and ask if I'm going to subdivide it. No, I've had it.
Sir, that's un-American. Think of all the men living on blue sky and a prayer who depend on you for their daily commissions. They have little ones, mouths to feed. Mr. Hanley, you can't stop buying.
Please see yourself out, Masters.
If you're absolutely positive, sir?
Out!
I don't know who let them in, Mr. Hanley.
That's all right, Ann. Why, hello, son.
Is this the man?
Yes.
Here's the C note. Awful sorry. What else did he lift?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I told you, Pop. He gave it to me.
You gave my boy a $100 bill?
He's a fine lad.
Listen, you fathead. Know where I found him? Trying to lay the whole 100 on a 2-horse parlay. Herbie Boy and War Biscuit.
But what about the newspapers? 5 o'clock in the morning.
How can I teach the kid the value of a buck if you toss C-notes around like they grow on trees?
I was only trying to help.
If I ever catch you giving dough like that to my kid again, I'll bust you right in the chops. Millions or no millions.
You're a man of integrity, sir. I congratulate you.
Congratulate me. George, I said congratulate.
Congratulate?
You're looking at the new head bookkeeper.
Hey, way to go, Raj.
Speech.
Thank you. But the first thing I want to tell you guys is I intend to keep my vow. From now on, no more lousy lunches at Nick's.
Can't believe it. He wasn't even a good chauffeur. Easy, Attila. You're wearing me out. Sit here for a minute. Well, boy, we're down to the last choice. I could never hold on to a beautiful wife. And money's no fun. Maybe power. That's what makes the world go round. Look at the way Mr. Watson gave that promotion to Roger. Believe me, if I had power, I'd be fair.
Here, sir. This copy and this. Just your initials on that page.
Mr. President, you can't sign any more bills today. You're exhausted.
Watson, the people elected me. They placed their individual destinies in my humble hands. I can't betray them.
In that case, they're getting the best in leadership. The very best.
Sir, the congressman is waiting.
Send him in.
Mr. President, this pension legislation will tear the party in two. If you let it come to the floor, I, for one, won't get a single vote in November from anyone over the age of 10.
Check with the majority leader. See if he can kill it in committee.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Yes?
The situation in Asia is fraught with tension, Mr. President. We're not getting enough intelligence down there.
Have the CIA prepare a full study.
Your appointment schedule, Mr. President.
Thank you, Sam. Move the press conference to after lunch. I need a haircut. For the UN speech, have someone whip up a draft. Tell him I need jokes.
Yes, sir.
Who are Sonny and Mickey?
Those scrub scouts who wrote the letter about citizenship. You asked to be reminded when they arrived in the capital. I know there's no time.
Make time. The boys and I can get haircuts together. Pass this on to the Secretary of Defense and mark it expedite. Save this for the Economics Advisory Council. Top priority.
On the double, sir.
Decisions, eh, Attila?
Mr. President, I had to see you.
Who let you in here, woman?
I hid in the building all night. Don't send me away. I'm down on my knees.
Kindly get up. How can I help you?
It's my grandson. He's just a boy of 18. He fell asleep on guard duty, and they said it was treason. They're going to hang him.
Easy, ma'am. He's in the service?
Special duty at a missile base.
Serious offense.
Only a presidential pardon can save him. Please, sir, he's a good boy. Just a little tired. It could happen to anyone.
Indeed, it could.
Then you'll do it? You'll pardon him?
Ma'am, the world will little note nor long remember what I say here. But this nation, this government, and its president are no more and no less than people. Of, by, and for them. Freedom is our battle cry. Justice and mercy our glory. Tell your son when you see him tomorrow that I'll have the Attorney General prepare an order for executive clemency.
Bless you, Mr. President. You're a great man.
Here, Attila. Up on my lap. You know, I think we found our niche. Who said power was hard to handle? All you have to know is how to use it, right, boy?
It couldn't wait, Mr. President.
What couldn't wait, General Hackett?
It's the hotline. Red alert.
Red? You mean the missiles?
Yes, sir. They're on their way.
What do we do?
The decision is up to you, sir. The world's about to go up in one big poof. What do you say? Counterattack?
How about a staff study?
It's too late.
Call in the Secretary of Defense.
No time. You have 10 seconds, sir. It's up to you.
I can't. Let someone else decide. I don't want to decide. Not me. Not me. Not me. Not me. No, not me. Not.
Yeah, you, Mac. You and your mutt, get off my stoop.
Oh. I must have dozed off. Come on, dog. Let's go home. Well, Attila, we've got a magic lamp waiting for us back at the apartment. Anything I want, just for the asking, and I can't even figure out what to wish for. I never even thought it through until now. You know something? No matter what I wish for, it won't change a thing. I'll still be me, George P. Hanley. Vocation, jerk. What's that quote? The fault, dear Attila, is not in our stars, but in ourselves. Ourselves, huh? That's it. Come on, Attila. We're gonna show that bored old genie a thing or two. We're gonna wish for something original.
I'm tired, and I want to go to bed. I had a little drink about an hour ago. Hold on, let's see. What's in the dumpster? Let's see. Except for this. It's a kind of round metal thing. It looks like a spittoon. Gold? Ah, brass probably. Let me shine it up. Hey, it's glowing. What the?
Yes, master?
Hey, where'd you get the funny pajamas and the headpiece?
They're traditional. I am the genie of the lamp. Your wish is my command. When you have made your wish, you must return the lamp to this alley so that others may find it. Keep your turban on straight, Attila. Now then, as I was saying, I am at your service, sir.
Mr. George P. Hanley. Former vocation, jerk. Present vocation, genie. Once a most ordinary man, treated without deference, honor, or respect. But a man finally wise enough to decide on a most extraordinary wish that makes him the contented, permanent master of his very own Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
I Dream of Genie, starring Hal Sparks with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by John Furia Jr. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Lisa Joyce, Steve Key, Doug James, Richard Hensel, Derek Purcell, Brooke Reed, Linda Ryder, Charlie Kummerer, Bill Kummerer, Vince Amari, Roger Wolski, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
T-minus 1 minute. Count off. Pearson?
Here, sir.
Corey?
Corey here, sir.
Hudak?
All strapped in, ready to go.
Foster?
Ready as I'll ever be, Captain.
Nolan?
Let's light the fuse and go. I second that motion, Captain.
Take it easy, Pearson. This isn't a bottle rocket. We're gonna fly higher than anybody's ever flown before. Everyone clear on that?
Clear, Captain. Loud and clear. Fire it up. Come on, I got a hot date. Let's get this show on the road. Something tells me we're gonna go on a long, long trip. Just do it. The suspense is killing me.
Arrow 1. Come in, Arrow 1.
This is Arrow 1. That you, Brandt?
Affirmative, Captain Donlin. We read you loud and clear.
Well, do we have a go?
Weather's holding. Time for a system check.
We already did that.
Give it to us one more time.
On your mark.
Fuel supply.
Fuel check.
Computer presets.
Computer check.
Air supply and life support.
Life support check.
Flight plan trajectory.
Flight plan check.
Autopilot.
Autopilot check.
System coordinates.
All systems check.
Looking good, Captain. You've got to go.
Crew, stand by.
Hey, I changed my mind. I think my mother's calling me. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Fire rockets.
We have ignition.
Cleared for takeoff, Arrow 1. Prepare for countdown.
Ready for countdown.
T-minus 15. Minus 14.
Lock those seatbelts, boys.
Hey, I forgot to bring my lunch. Where's my lucky rabbit's foot? Do they have TV in space? We're gonna miss a World Series.
Minus 10.
Take a deep breath, everybody.
Minus 9.
What, we should hyperventilate?
Minus 8.
Captain, I need a drink.
Minus 7.
No more chatter.
Minus 6.
Anybody bring a magazine?
Minus 5.
I gotta finish my crossword puzzle.
Minus 4.
Don't I get a last cigarette?
Minus 3.
Wait, I forgot to lock the door.
Minus 2.
Cut it, I said.
Minus 1.
Somebody tell my wife I love her. Aw, ain't that sweet?
Blast off.
Hang on. This is it.
Her name is the Arrow 1. She represents 4.5 years of planning, preparation, and training, and 1,000 years of mathematics and the projected dreams and hopes of not only a nation, but a world. You might say that all of human history has led to this point, with man poised to take one giant step off terra firma and into the void, the unknown that lies beyond the safety of the nest. Because she is the first manned craft aimed into deep space, beyond the moon to other worlds that until now have been the exclusive province of science fiction writers and those given to imagination without bounds. For her hand-picked crew, this has been the ultimate countdown, the last few seconds before humanity takes its best shot and fires a tall silver arrow into the air. But you know the saying about the best laid plans of mice and men. In just a moment, this ship will veer off course and into a region not on any star map for an unscheduled landing in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, I Shot an Arrow into the Air, starring Chelsea Ross, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
All right, roll call. Sound off.
Nolan here. Pearson, anybody got an Alka-Seltzer? Foster, make it a bromo. Corey here. Hudak, look at me, I'm flying. How you doing, Colonel?
I am A-OK. We all are, and so's the ship.
Are we there yet?
We're leaving the Earth's gravitational field. Instruments all in the safety zone. Pearson, give me a visual scan.
Yes, sir. Everything's on the money, Captain, as far as I can see.
Cabin pressure?
1.19, sir.
Disengage restraints. You can remove your helmets now. We're free to move around.
I feel more like I do now than I did when I got here.
Nolan, switch on the view screen.
There she is, Captain.
Wow. Will you look at that?
Is that talcum powder or stars?
Never saw so many in my life.
Quite a sight, huh? We're almost clear of the Earth's atmosphere.
Where is the Earth, anyway?
It's down there.
Hey, question. Which way is up and which way is down?
Watch the lower edge of the screen. It should come up any time now as our trajectory shifts. It'll be the blue one with clouds, about the size of a quarter from this far out, but we'll be able to see it.
What are those blips?
Where?
The ones moving toward us.
We've entered the asteroid belt. But don't worry, they're miles apart. The odds of hitting one are infinitesimal.
Mission Control to Arrow 1. Come in, Arrow 1.
Roger, Mission Control.
It's a big high five, Captain. We've got you on the monitor, center screen, right on course.
Just like a Sunday ride in the country. Any snafus down there?
That's a negative, Arrow 1. Hold on, Captain. Someone wants to talk to you.
Standing by.
I just want to say how proud we are of you, Donlin. You and the entire crew.
That you, General Langford?
That's right, Bob. How does it feel to make history?
I couldn't say, sir. We're only doing our job.
Sure you are. You make it sound so simple. The President will be sending you a live message at 1400 hours. Till then, keep your eyes on the prize. I can't express how proud I am of all of you.
Thank you, sir.
First, keep space. Every American...
What's that, sir? You're breaking up.
I say, in the world. First broke...
General, we're losing you.
What's going on?
Some kind of interference.
Look, Captain.
What?
The stars are moving.
We must be turning.
Not this early. Did you punch in a course correction?
No, I didn't. General Langford, we have rotation here.
Till then, signing off.
Wait, the ship is yawing. That's not part of the flight plan.
Happen to your course. Up the screen, get deep.
Get back in your seats. We're turning faster. Now!
Captain, what's happening?
I said strap in.
What about you?
I'll try for a manual override.
Captain, we're spinning.
Lock your belts.
I can't get in the chair.
We're going into a dive.
0 G's.
Hold on and pray.
Vector 19.
Triangulate with Sydney, Australia, and South Africa.
We have no signal. We've lost it.
Well, what do you mean we've lost it?
See for yourself, General.
Good Lord, with 15 monitors going...
We could have 15,000 monitors, but the situation would be the same. We've lost contact.
Visual and radio? How is that possible?
Don't ask me. She's off her vector path, clean off the radar screen. Just gone. Completely gone.
When did you first lose contact?
A few minutes ago. There was a short period of heavy interference.
What kind of interference?
Probably solar. Some kind of sunspot activity. We haven't been able to identify it yet. In any case, when it was over, the contact was broken.
Couldn't a change in their course account for that?
The course was preset. The captain wouldn't change it without notifying us. Bob Donlin's a solid officer. And even if he did change course, the automatic tracking system would have been activated. It would show up here on the board.
So a ship with an 8-man crew just disappears like a puff of smoke. 1 minute she's there, the next minute she's gone.
That's not the worst part.
What do you mean?
Until we regain contact, if we do, there's not a thing anybody can do for them.
I shot an arrow into the air. It landed I know not where.
What say, General?
A nursery rhyme for the age of space. Gentlemen, wherever you are, may God help you.
Contact the observatory.
There's no readings. It's flat. She's gone.
Go on, get out of here.
I can't find my helmet.
Forget your helmet. Go.
My God, look at Grimes.
Anderson. And Nolan. And Foster. Help me. It's Hudak. He's still alive.
Here, take his legs.
Now lift his head.
What are you doing, Captain?
Gotta drag the bodies out.
But the fuel tanks are gonna blow.
Hold on, we'll give you a hand.
Somebody, please.
Get him out, I said. That's an order. I think that's all of them.
That's all of them, Captain.
All right. Now, check the forward hold.
The fire's spreading.
We have to try and get the supplies out.
Yes, sir.
The others are all dead, sir. Except Hudak.
How bad?
He's still conscious. He keeps drifting in and out.
We should have gotten the supplies out.
We did the best we could.
We should have done that first. We knew the ship might go up. So now, instead of food and water, we've got 4 dead men and another one dying.
We didn't know they were dead, Corey.
Well, knock it off, Pearson. Maybe when your tongue starts swelling up, you'll realize where we are. We're on a rock here. We blew it. We wasted all that time playing Undertaker instead of going in there and getting supplies.
Let's cover them up. Pull something over their faces.
Why bother? What's the point?
You heard me. We'll take 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll bury them.
Yes, sir.
First entry, log Arrow 1, Captain R.G. Donlan commanding. The first leg of the flight went off without incident. Now we have crash-landed on what appears to be an uncharted asteroid. Cause of malfunction and ultimate crash, unknown. We lost our course, the electrical system went out, and there was an explosion. That's all any of us can remember. Any of us, being Flight Officers Corey and Pearson, and Navigator Hudak, who has been seriously hurt, and myself. The rest of the crew are dead. There's very little left of the ship. The radio is gone, the bulk of the supplies were destroyed in the crash, and as of this moment, there is little certainty that we have been tracked and our whereabouts known.
Begging the captain's pardon.
What do you think you're doing?
This is no time to write your memoirs.
Stand down. Listen to me, Corey. We're in bad shape, but we're still a crew. As long as we're a crew, there'll be discipline and there'll be protocol. And until I'm lying in a hole like the rest of those poor devils, we'll operate from the book. Got it?
I got it.
Now give me the recorder. Go over there by the rock and sit down. Continuing this log entry.
Commander Donlan, it's hot, see? It's very hot.
Thank you for the information, Corey.
And that makes it hard to think. So if you're going to expend all that energy, use it to figure a way out of here. A way to get back home. A way to let them know where we are. Corey, you stay out of this.
You heard him. Go over there and sit down. You've got a bad cut on your forehead. Make a bandage and tie something around it.
Okay.
Something's wrong with Corey, sir. The bump on his head or whatever it was, he's not acting right.
He's not the one I'm worried about just now. Hudak? Hudak, can you hear me?
Sir?
How about some water?
Water. Please, sir. Thank you.
How much is there?
5-gallon can and whatever we've got on us.
Then why waste it? He won't last through the day.
You the consulting surgeon, Corey?
I'm 1 man out of 3 who's going to need that water. And 5 gallons isn't going to last very long.
If the situation were reversed, Corey, if that were you lying there, I'll give you good odds you wouldn't want to get written off, 5 gallons of water or no.
He's going to die, Colonel.
If he dies, Corey, but nobody gets behind to push. If he's thirsty, he gets water. If he's hot, we move him in the shade. And then if he goes, we'll give him a prayer or two. Right?
If you say so.
Pearson?
Sir.
There's a broken shovel near the packs. Let's dig the graves. I'll relieve you in 5 minutes, then Corey here will relieve me.
Right away, sir. Captain?
Yes, Pearson?
That's odd.
What is?
The sun. Don't you think that's odd? The size of it, I mean?
What, the size of the sun?
It's hardly any different than we knew it on Earth. Same kind of star and almost exactly the same distance.
Which means that whatever asteroid we've landed on is close to the Earth.
How close?
Huh. Pick a number.
That's how it is, huh?
100,000 miles, 200,000, maybe more. A lot more. Who knows? Hard to say after we've blacked out. But wherever we are, it's a cinch it isn't heaven. We can count on that.
Yeah, I guess we can. Unless it's the other place.
We can count on this, too. We've got maybe 6-7 gallons of water and food concentrates for about 4 days. And that's it. So we'd better make our plans with that in mind.
What kind of plans?
We have to get our bearings and see what's here. Any water, plant life. We'll use this as a base and spread out in 2-man patrols, 1 man to stay behind and watch Hudak.
You think we'll find anything but rocks out there?
At least we'll see what's on the other side of the rise. Look at it this way. We've got several things in our favor. The air is breathable, so we don't need suits and helmets. The gravity's close to Earth's, so moving around's no problem. No signs of animal life, friendly or unfriendly. And there's no radiation to speak of.
You checked?
The Geiger counter still works.
I have to hand it to you, Colonel. That's what I call positive thinking.
We don't have much of a choice.
No, sir, I guess we don't.
It took 4.5 years to build that ship. There wasn't any prototype. Just the one, the only ship of its kind. So, if they know where we are and want to come get us, they've got to build another one, and that'll take another 4.5 years. So I suggest we dig in and get comfortable, because any way you look at it, we've got a devil of a long wait ahead of us.
Pearson, your turn.
How's it going, Pearson?
That's the last grave, sir. 4 of them.
Good job. How is he?
The same as when you left. Breathing pretty shallow, though.
Maybe the air here, well maybe it doesn't have as much oxygen in it.
It has enough. We're doing all right.
You two see anything out there?
Nothing we can't see from here.
Yeah, we saw something. Sand and more sand. Rocks. And those scrubby hills over there. But not a single drop of water. This isn't an asteroid, it's an 8-ball. And hot, Pearson. Hot like nothing you've ever felt before.
It'll be cooler at night, sir. I'll head south towards the mountains and take a look in that direction. If there is a night here.
There has to be. The sun's moved down to the horizon.
That you, Captain?
Right here.
What are you doing?
Giving him his ration of water.
Oh, no. Not this time.
Corey, take your hand off my canteen. That's an order.
Not this time, Colonel.
What are you talking about?
I want an even shake. I want a chance.
You're alive, aren't you? That's a better shake than the men in those graves got.
For now. But I want to stay alive. So don't give him any of my water.
Your water?
That's right. It's ours now.
Stand down, Corey.
You heard him.
How are you doing, Hudak?
Hot. So hot.
Yeah. Here, take a sip of this. Let go of that.
Get off me.
I said leave it. Don't you ever raise your hand to me. I'm still the commanding officer here. Do you understand?
Captain Donlan?
What is it, Pearson?
See for yourself, sir. I think he stopped breathing.
You'll be pleased to hear, Corey, that he won't be drinking any more of your water. Pearson, get something to cover his face.
Yes, sir.
You died a long way from home, boy. A long, long way.
Rest in peace.
Wait till dark. Then we'll make some treks over the hills and down to the flats in all 4 directions. We better get to know it, because this is our home now, gentlemen. Such as it is.
Corey, what are you doing?
What does it look like? I'm taking his canteen off his belt. He can't use it.
For the record, Corey, there's just 3 of us now. And the big problem is going to be staying alive. You hear me? The 3 of us!
I'll carry the extra canteen.
Something's wrong with you, Corey.
I was gonna share it.
Sure you were. Something's very wrong with you. Something happened to you when you hit your head in the crash. Okay, so you're not responsible for your actions anymore, but if I catch you filching just once, Corey...
Let it go.
This dirty little grave robbing...
I said forget it.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's all find a place in the shade and sit tight.
For how long?
Till the sun goes down.
Watch your step.
What's the difference? Can't see anything anyway.
Use your flashlight.
The batteries are going out.
Turn it on and off in bursts. That way they'll last longer.
You know, this is nuts. We're killing ourselves. For what?
You got a better idea?
Sure. Pack it in right now and head back to camp.
We're on recon, Corey. Captain's orders.
Well, I gotta stop for a minute.
Hey. Take it easy with that canteen.
I'm thirsty.
Well, so am I. Now listen to me. We'll need every drop of that water come morning. Right now we've got 2 choices. Either curl up and die out here, or keep moving.
What's the point? We can't see where we're going.
The mountains are getting closer.
They don't even look real. There should be stars, lots of them, and a moon. Doesn't this place have a moon?
It's the atmosphere. Some sort of cloud cover after the sun goes down.
Where are you going?
I'll peel off and head for the mountains. We'll rendezvous at base camp in 2 hours.
Yeah, what am I supposed to do?
Check out the flatland straight ahead. Think you can do that?
Yeah, but if we split up...
What?
Well, we might not find our way back.
Are you telling me you can't walk a straight line, Corey? There's the rise directly behind us. If you get turned around, look for a light, okay? The captain will keep the fire going.
Yeah, right.
Listen, soldier. For all I care, you can lie down and fry like a piece of bacon when the sun comes up. As far as I'm concerned, you're on your own.
All right. If that's the way it is...
Keep your sidearm loaded.
What for?
In case we're not alone on this rock, after all. Corey? Are you following me? Corey? If you're out there, something's very, very wrong with you.
Pearson! Corey? Who's there? Identify yourself. What the... Corey?
Hello, Captain.
Well?
I must have walked 12, 15 miles.
Yes, and?
Nothing. Not a thing. Sand flats. That's all there was. Just sand. One stretch after another. I thought I could get some kind of a fix from the stars, but it's overcast.
I know. What about Pearson?
What about him?
You haven't seen him?
Not for hours.
You didn't pass him coming back?
He went south to the mountains, and I went west toward nothing. What time is it?
Oh, 3 o'clock in the morning, or it would be on Earth.
You kept the fire going.
This is what's left of the flight chairs. There are some plastic panels scattered around. When that's gone, the only thing left to burn will be our suits.
Fine with me. Not like we're going anywhere.
He's been gone 6 hours. He should have been back by now. Corey?
Yeah?
You're sure you didn't see him or hear him?
I already told you, Captain. We went in different directions.
Was it hot out there, Corey?
You know it. The sand doesn't cool off much at night.
And that made you thirsty, didn't it?
All the time. I guess I'm getting used to it.
Obviously. Very used to it. So used to it, Corey, that you didn't even need any of your water.
I drank some.
Hardly any. This canteen is almost full. You were out all those hours and you didn't touch more than a drop, is that right? That's pretty remarkable. Downright amazing, in fact.
So put me in for a medal.
Buddy, what I'm going to give you can't get pinned on a uniform.
Hey, what are you talking about?
I want to know why you started out 6 hours ago with half a canteen and then came back with it 3/4 full.
Hey, let me go.
Come on, Corey, talk. I want to know where you left Pearson and what you did with him. Now.
All right. It was like this. I found him, face down. He must have fallen and hit his head on a rock. That's all I know. He was dead when I got there.
And where did this happen?
At the foothills.
You followed him there?
I went looking for him. Sand was too deep, heading west. I had to change directions.
It's your story you'd better change.
Captain, I swear I didn't touch him. He was dead already. I saw his canteen, and I poured his water into mine. I knew you wouldn't believe me. That's why I told you I hadn't seen him. What's that for?
On your feet. We're going to bring him back.
No, you're nuts. It's 7 or 8 miles from here. I can't make it again. I'm dead, Captain.
Correction. You're almost dead, but you're not quite yet. Let's go, Corey. I want a conducted tour all the way to Pearson's body. I want to see for myself. Let's move out.
I don't see him.
No, neither do I.
But I'm sure this is the place. I'm sure this is where he was.
But he's not here now, is he?
Just these marks in the sand. Captain, look. He must have crawled away.
I thought you said he was dead.
I was wrong. I must have been wrong.
But you were so sure he was dead. You were so positive, Corey.
I was.
Did you do anything for him? Anything at all? Did you check his pulse, his respiration? Did you do anything to help him?
I checked, I swear.
Or did you just steal his water and then make a beeline back as fast as you could? You must have been hit hard in the head, pal, real hard. It knocked more out than your senses. It turned you into an animal.
Captain, please. I thought he was dead. I really did. But I was so thirsty. My tongue was swelling up. I swear on everything holy, my tongue was swelling up and I...
Pearson! Pearson! It's Captain Donlan. Pearson, answer me!
You can still see the tracks. It looks like he went that way.
Pearson, I'm here. You're going to be all right, Pearson. I'm coming.
Don't worry, Captain. I'm coming too.
Pearson.
Captain?
Pearson, thank God you're alive.
Water. I lost my canteen.
Yeah, here. Take some of mine.
Can't sit up.
I'll lift you.
Thanks, Captain.
And not too fast. You're all right, boy. We'll take you back now.
I don't know if I can walk.
I'll carry you myself if I have to, but you're going to be all right.
Captain.
What, Pearson? What are you trying to say?
I saw.
What? What did you see? Where?
Up there. Over the hill.
Did you climb the hill? Is that it?
I went.
And what, Pearson? What did you see?
Captain, I saw.
What? Are you drawing a picture?
You should have seen. You wouldn't believe it.
What? No, Pearson.
Sorry, Captain.
Pearson. Come on, Pearson. Pearson, don't die on me. Don't.
Is he gone?
Yeah. He drew this in the sand first. Some kind of sign or symbol.
What is it?
It looks like a T, or maybe a cross. He was trying to tell me something.
Well, it doesn't matter now.
It might. What do you suppose he...
Captain?
Corey? put the gun down.
Captain, 2 men can live maybe 5 more days. 1 man can live 10. You'll forgive me, Captain, but...
You killed Pearson, didn't you? In cold blood.
Maybe I did. What of it? Are you gonna court-martial me?
Corey, you're demented. You're a madman. You already killed once. Don't make this any... Go! Corey, you murderer.
Sorry, Captain. Real sorry. But in a situation like this, there's no choice. No alternatives. It's not your fault. It just had to be. You can see that, can't you? What? Morning. That blasted sun already. Gotta get a move on. Goodbye, Captain Donlin. Pearson. Now, what were you trying to say, Pearson? Lines in the sand. Something over the hill. Is that it? Well, I guess you got me thinking. I'll just have to check that one out one time. There. Now we'll see what you... What? What in the... Oh, my dear God. It's a highway. Pearson. Now I know what you drew in the sand. It was a telephone pole. You were trying to draw telephone poles. And there's a sign. Reno, 97 miles. Captain Donlin, Pearson, all of them dead. Now I know what happened. I understand. We never left. That's why we went off the radar, why nobody tracked us. We never left the Earth at all. We just crashed back into it. Donlin, Pearson, I'm sorry. Oh, please forgive me. I'm sorry. Oh, stop! Please! Stop! Somebody! Anybody! Please! Stop!
Practical joke perpetrated by Mother Nature and a combination of improbable events. Practical joke wearing the trappings of nightmare, of terror, of desperation. Small human drama played out in a desert less than 100 miles from Reno, Nevada, USA. Continent of North America, the Earth, the solar system, the galaxy, and of course, the Twilight Zone.
We'll be back to the Twilight Zone in a moment.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
I Shot an Arrow into the Air, starring Chelsea Ross, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Norm Woodell, Roderick Peoples, Jeff Lupetin, David Darlow, Rich Komanek, Turk Muller, Lawrence Nepodal, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
It was the day no one would ever forget. Not next week, next year, or the year after. Not for the rest of their lives, no matter how hard they tried.
All in?
Yes. Yes.
Anne?
Yes, Daddy.
Good. That's good then. Seatbelts, everybody.
Where are we going now?
Home.
Oh.
Unless anyone wants to stop for ice cream.
Can we?
If you like. I think your mother would approve. Don't you?
Well, I guess so.
What about you, Anne?
I want to go home. I'm kind of tired. Me too.
Very well then. Some other time.
Dad?
Yes?
I was wondering.
What, Tom?
Well, when they closed the
casket?
Are you sure they closed it real tight? So she would never be wet or cold or anything?
You don't have to worry, son. She's resting now. In a much better place. I promise.
It was the week the world ended. And yet, incredibly, it was also the week something new, something truly fantastic began.
Anne, are you in here? You're supposed to knock. This is my room, too. I'm going to bed. In the middle of the day? It's cold. Tell Daddy to turn on the heater. It is on. It's warmer downstairs. Who's that?
Thank you for stopping by.
The children need me.
Come in. Nice of you to take the time.
It's Aunt Clara. We know. Is she here to take us away? Let's go listen.
I'll see about a sitter first thing tomorrow.
They need more than that.
A maid as well.
And when you work late?
They'll be in school most of the day.
And what about after school? And who will see that they're dressed and fed every morning?
A live-in maid, then.
Ugh, maids and sitters never work out. Beyond intolerable, everyone.
I'll do everything I can for them, Clara.
It's not enough. They need a woman's touch. George, I'm going to tell you this once. Babysitters and nursemaids are not the same as parental care. It's been a week since their mother died, and little Anne is more withdrawn every day. Can't you see she's miserably unhappy? And it's only going to get worse.
You're right about Anne. But Tom and Karen seem to be adjusting.
Oh, nonsense. They're only covering up. They're sad, lost children. They have no anchor now.
It's going to take time, Clara.
Well, that's all well and good. But how much time?
This is ridiculous. I know my own children.
Do you?
Clara, please!
Daddy.
Now you've upset the children.
There they are!
How long have you been listening?
We were on our way out to play a game. Weren't we, Tom?
Yeah. We were just...
Oh, come to me, my dears.
No.
Anne, please don't run away.
I should explain. Your father and I were having a talk. A very important one. And I told him I'm not pleased with the way things have been in this house since your mother died. But I have some good news. How would you like to come and live with me for a while? Well, how does that sound?
We're okay here.
School starts next week and everything.
Let us talk it over among ourselves. In private.
Is that your final word?
I'm afraid it has to be.
In that case, you'll hear from me, George. You can rely on that, and the next time it may be in the form of legal papers.
No doubt.
My only concern is what's best for the children. Goodbye for now. Oh, you precious dears.
She wants to take us away. Does she, Daddy?
She doesn't approve. She says I'm too busy to bring you up properly.
That's not true.
Perhaps it is. I can't stay home from work forever. She says you're unhappy here. Are you?
No.
Well, if love were enough, you'd have all you need because I couldn't love you more. Perhaps I can find the right help, the right guidance. Someone who'll be here all the time, someone who cares. But where? Where do I advertise for that? Wanted. One loyal, gentle soul will always...
Dad.
Look at this.
What do you have there? Modern Science magazine?
It came in the mail. There's an ad in the back. It says...
Let me see.
There.
I sing the body electric.
What does that mean?
A line from a poem by Walt Whitman, as I recall.
Keep reading.
Fantaccini Limited.
Huh? It's the name of the company.
Inventors and makers of electrical shadows, effigies, mimics, and mannequins. We bring you the answer to all your needs.
That's stupid.
The first perfect micro-circuited auto-recharging Model Mark V electronic data processing device in humanoid form.
Like a robot.
Built with precision, designed to accommodate any problem, large or small. Worried about finding the right housekeeper, personal assistant, secretary? Whether you require a teacher, friend, or companion, the Model Mark V will listen, interact, and learn, adapting perfectly to your requirements. A lifetime warranty.
It never breaks down.
There's no such thing.
In male or female form, fully customized, satisfaction guaranteed.
Did you hear that? Satisfaction guaranteed.
It's a crazy idea. Let's not talk about it now.
Well, we need to do something.
I said that's enough.
Besides, anything they build has gotta be better than Aunt Clara. Doesn't it?
Sure does.
Oh, that was a good one, Tom. I don't know how long it's been since we laughed.
It even says there's a free trial period. Well?
Well, what? It sounds okay, but can they really make a machine that looks like a person?
I don't know.
It doesn't sound okay to me.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to pay them a visit. See what they're up to. No harm in that. I sing the body electric. It has a nice ring to it.
They make a fairly convincing pitch in the pages of a magazine called Modern Science. The revelation is just how modern, for robots, androids, and the like aren't science fiction anymore. They are products designed to help people, to make life easier. It doesn't seem possible, though, to find a woman who can fill the needs of this particular family. who must be 10 times better than Mother in order to be half as good. Except, of course, in the Twilight Zone.
There's the sign.
Fantuccini.
Why do they call it that? Who cares?
We'll have to ask. As soon as I find a parking space. Okay.
Can I ring the doorbell?
You always get to do everything.
Now, your brother found the ad.
Wow, some bell, huh?
Won't you come in, Mr. Simmons? We've been expecting you.
You have?
I called ahead for an appointment.
Feel free to browse the showroom. I'll be right with you.
Wow, this is incredible.
Look. What's that supposed to be?
A whole table full of marbles?
I don't think so, son. More like glass eyes.
Wow.
Blue and brown and hazel and green.
I want her to have eyes like this.
Well, careful, just don't touch them.
Oh, please do. Guido Fantuccini at your service.
An unusual name.
It's Italian. It means, roughly, dream people. Or, as I prefer, shadow puppets.
This is my daughter, Karen.
Hello.
And,
Don't tell me. Tom. And you must be Miss Ann Simmons. Age 11? Or is it 12?
She's only...
I'm going to be 11 next month.
In that case, allow me to present you with this golden key.
It's awful big.
What's it for?
To wind her up, of course.
To wind what up?
Why, your new, let me guess, nanny? Tutor?
Oh, that and more, I'm afraid. The children lost their mother recently, and without anyone else at home...
Nobody can take her place. Nobody.
In that case, might I suggest our grandmother model? It's very popular.
Do we have to wind her up every day?
The key is symbolic, a way of introducing our product line.
What sort of product are we talking about? If you can be more specific.
As specific as you like. The end result is entirely your choice. First, you'll select the eyes, any color at all.
This color's perfect.
Then you'll move on to the hair salon. Our wigs are of the finest quality. Blonde, brunette, brown, red, white, and every shade in between.
I want her to have long hair, like this one.
Ears, with or without earrings. Arms, slender or sturdy, graceful or strong. Hands, fingers, lips, full or thin. As for body type, the choice is again yours. Tall, short, the height you prefer to the millimeter.
Very impressive.
But they're just pieces.
Until we put them all together at the factory. Then they'll become something else, something new. They'll move and walk and talk.
Machines don't talk.
Grandmothers do. Listen.
I sing the body electric. I celebrate myself and sing myself.
Who's that?
One voice out of many possibilities. Try another.
Myself and sing myself.
I sing the body electric.
I sing the body
celebrate
electric.
myself.
Or another.
Sing myself and sing myself.
I sing the body
I
electric.
sing the body electric.
I celebrate myself.
I sing the body electric.
Myself.
I celebrate myself.
I sing the
and sing
body
myself.
electric.
I sing the body
myself
electric.
and sing
I celebrate myself. and sing
Pick
myself.
one.
I sing the body electric. I celebrate myself and sing myself. I sing the body electric.
That's not right.
I celebrate
Too high,
myself
too low.
and sing myself.
Go ahead, turn the knob.
I sing the body electric. I celebrate myself and sing myself. I sing the body
Could
electric.
you make her just like my
I
mother?
celebrate myself
If you wish.
and sing myself.
Exactly?
I sing the body
To
electric.
a
I celebrate myself
Then
and sing myself.
I don't want her.
Please, Anne.
I want to leave.
You've dropped the key.
Wait.
I sing the body electric. I celebrate myself and sing myself.
I've
I
almost
sing
got
the
it
body
right.
Electric. I celebrate myself and sing myself. I sing the body electric. I celebrate myself and sing myself. The armies of those I love engirth me, and I engirth them. They will not let me off till I go with them, respond to them, and discorrupt them, and charge them full of the charge of the soul.
Grandma. Hey, Ann, you want to help me fly my kite?
I'm reading. Where'd you get that?
Dad bought it for me. Here, hold the string. I'll run till it gets up in the air and...
What's wrong?
Hear that?
So?
Somebody's coming.
Maybe it's the mailman.
No.
Then who?
Hello.
Hi.
You must be Thomas. Do they call you Tommy?
Just Tom.
Well, Tom, then. Is that your sister, Karen?
Yes, that's Anne over there.
Of course.
Who are you?
Well, give me any name you like. Melissa, Lavinia, Malvina.
Do I know you?
Well, don't you?
I think I saw those eyes before.
So did I.
You must be...
Yes?
Grandma?
Say it a few times. You'll get used to it.
But I thought you were going to come in a big box, all wrapped up, like a...
Mummy.
Yeah.
Well, then I'd need an Egyptian name, wouldn't I?
Like Nefertiti?
Oh, Nefertiti's a fine name. Do you know what it means?
I believe I do. It means the beautiful one is here.
Well done!
George Simmons. So, we meet at last.
A pleasure, Mr. Simmons.
Welcome to our home.
You're not my grandmother.
Anne.
Well, then who am I, pray tell?
Nobody. Just a machine. Well, she doesn't look like a machine.
Ah, but I am. A very special one. How shall I prove it? Let me see. Have you ever been to the beach?
Yes.
Sure.
And when you were there, did you pick up a shell and hold it to your ear?
Many times.
What did you hear?
The ocean.
Yeah.
Then listen. I'll cup my hands together like this and hold them to your ear. Now, what do you hear?
I want her to have long hair, like this one. That's my voice.
All your wishes recorded. You too, Tom.
This color's perfect. How did you do that?
Well, you're a part of me now, stored in my circuits. Anne, what was it you said?
I don't care.
Well, it may take a while for that one.
I'm not worried. Tom, what is that you're playing with?
A kite.
Oh, will it fly high?
I think so. If I don't run out of string first.
Well, what do you know? I happen to have some with me.
Where?
Touch the end of my finger.
You have string in your finger?
If that's what you need. Now tie the end to your kite. Why don't you run with it, Anne?
Go on.
It won't fly.
Oh, are you sure? Hold it over your head.
Please, Anne. Give it a try.
Well, if you want me to, Daddy.
Hey, look at that! Don't let go of the string.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. How high shall we fly?
The moon.
The moon it is.
It's almost out of sight.
What do you say?
Thank you.
Yes. Thanks very much.
You're a great kite flyer.
Now, what's my name?
Grandma.
Anne, look at what Grandma did.
Anne?
I don't want to play.
There was a second day, of course, and a third, and a fourth, with Grandma busy every minute, cleaning and cooking, opening the drapes wide, filling the vases with fresh-cut flowers, baking cookies and pies, and leading long walks into town. But the most beautiful and special thing was the way she paid attention to everyone. She took time to listen, really listen, and remember every word, every thought, every wish, as if that were her only purpose. She seemed clever beyond clever, human beyond human. Anne finally began to join in, but slowly. To walk if not to run, to listen if not to hear, to watch if not to see. And as the days turned into weeks, Grandma waited. She never tried to urge or force. Sometimes, when Anne didn't come to the table, Grandma left dinner on a tray by her door.
Big spoons first, then the little spoons. Is that right, Grandma?
Perfect, Karen, dear. Is that your father home already?
Yeah. You heard him before he got here. Daddy!
Hello, sweetie. How was your day?
Grandma taught me how to sew.
Did she now?
Good evening, Mr. Simmons. Dinner is almost ready.
Well, looks like you have a helper.
I made the mashed potatoes.
Indeed, she did.
I'm proud of you, Karen. Where's Anne?
She's upstairs doing her lessons.
Anne! Come down and help your grandmother!
Oh, it's all right. I can handle the rest.
That's not the point.
Dad, whose car is that out front?
Which one?
The new one.
Oh, well, let me see. Oh, yes. It's ours.
It is?
I came home early to surprise you.
Can we go for a ride?
All of us?
I don't see why not. We'll take a run to the ice cream parlor after dinner. How's that? Now, go and wash your hands and tell your sister dinner's ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for being so good to us. Good for us. And that includes me. I'm sorry about Anne. I'll have a talk with her.
Now, don't you worry about Anne. She'll accept me eventually.
You seem very sure.
Mr. Simmons, children are the most complicated creatures in the world. I could be the greatest cook, the finest, most exciting playmate, the most interesting companion, but those are very small accomplishments. It's the heart I have to enter. A child's heart. It's a deep place, difficult to reach. But that, too, will come.
Anne, darling.
Are you hungry, dear?
Not very.
We're, going for a ride after dinner.
In our new car.
It's beautiful. Wait till you see it.
I'd like you to go with us.
Is she going? Oh, please, Grandma. I want to ride in the back seat with you.
Me too.
Then I'll stay home.
But why, Anne?
I don't like her.
You mustn't say that.
I don't want her here.
Dear child.
I never wanted you here. It was them, Father and Tom and Karen. They wanted you. They needed you. But I didn't.
Anne, stop it.
It's true. You sit and you talk to her and you eat the food she makes and you make believe, Father. That's what you do. You make believe, as if she's real, but she's not. She's a machine. Nothing but an old machine.
Anne, listen to me. Machines are neither bad nor good. Some kill, and some make war, and some guide people through the darkness like a lamp. Believe me when I tell you, I cannot lie, or sin, or be greedy or jealous. I don't seek power or riches. I've been programmed for other things. You'd be surprised at how much a machine can do. This one, for example. This machine can love.
Love who?
Oh, you, Anne. I can love you, and I do. I love you more than tongue can tell.
You don't love me. You can't. She said she loved me.
She?
My mother. She said I love you, but she lied. She lied. You're just like her. I hate you.
I'll go after her.
Not this time. There's no place for her to go. No place except to me. Anne, come home with me now.
No, you're just old junk.
Well, is that what you think? Is that why you hate me?
You're just like her.
Your mother.
I hate her too.
Because?
Because she lied. She said she loved me.
And didn't she?
She ran away.
Oh. Is that what you think?
She did.
Well, that's not true.
It is.
No. Death left her no choice.
But she let herself die. She shouldn't have done that to me. She shouldn't. She left me.
And you think I'm like her?
You are. You're only trying to trick me.
Oh, it's not a trick.
It is. I don't give you permission to love me.
There she is. Anne, come back.
No, I won't. I won't.
Anne, stop! The light's red! Anne!
No, child! You mustn't! There's a truck!
Leave me alone.
Then stay where you are. I'm coming.
Anne, no!
They're not moving. Either one of them.
Don't touch them.
I didn't see them, honest. I mean, they ran out into the street. A little girl and
Stand back.
a lady. Oh, man. Look, I'm gonna get an ambulance.
Wait.
She's moving.
Anne.
Oh, thank goodness.
Daddy?
You're going to be all right, darling.
We better get her out off the street.
Here, put your arms around my neck.
What happened?
There was a truck, but Grandma stepped in front and pushed you aside.
She did?
You fell down, that's all.
Grandma.
What about that lady? I mean, she's not breathing.
Look. She's starting to move her fingers. And her eyes. Grandma, can you see me?
Why, hello, Tom. You know, we really shouldn't be out in the intersection like this.
Come over to the curb, Grandma. Can you walk?
Oh, of course I can.
But how?
See, Anne? She's perfectly all right. She saved your life. Do you realize that?
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Shh. Now stop your tears, child, and listen while I cup my hands by your ear. Remember? Like this.
A machine. Nothing but an old machine. You're just old junk. Old junk. That's my voice.
Your voice, Anne. The way it was once. When I was a child, I spake as a child.
Oh. Grandma? Grandma?
There.
You are alive.
Well, I most certainly am.
But the truck.
It couldn't hurt me. Nothing can. 2 leave takings in 1 year would be too much.
Then you're not like Mother.
Your mother didn't run away. She was taken away by death. Do you understand now that I shall always be with you?
You won't run away?
Well, I can't. And I won't.
Oh, Grandma.
Thank you. You'll never know how much.
She had nowhere to turn. She was afraid that everyone would leave her, even her Aunt Clara.
Everyone except you.
Well, how could I? It's my job to live forever. Now, let's all go home and finish our lunch, shall we? Give me your hand, Anne. You too, Karen. I'll bet we get there before those two.
As of that moment, Grandmother became an irreplaceable member of the family, an integral part of their lives. She was more than important. She was vital, the very essence, the most crucial part of being alive. And she shared it all with them, without effort, as if it were what she was born to do.
This is so good.
Delicious.
Thank you.
May I have some more, please?
Well, if there's any left, I may have had more than my share.
I take it you approve, Mr. Simmons.
Oh, please. I'd prefer it if you call me George.
Clean your plates, all of you, or there'll be no dessert. That's enough for tonight. Tomorrow we'll read another chapter from Moby Dick by, what's the author's name?
Herman Melville.
That's correct, Anne. Now, there's just enough time for your language lesson. Who can conjugate the verb to love in Latin?
Me! I can!
She taught them better than any flesh and blood teacher, in a manner perfectly suited to their expanding minds, until learning became a hunger that would never be quenched.
Grandma, are you asleep?
Oh, you know better than that. Do you need something? Hot chocolate? A plate of cookies?
It's the storm. They're scared of thunder.
And you, Tom?
Heck no.
Oh, well, come over here just the same. Everybody crawl into my bed. That's it. We'll weather this old storm together.
They would never see lightning, never hear poetry, never listen to foreign tongues without thinking of her. Everything they would ever see, hear, taste, smell, and touch would remind them of her. She was all life to them, the source of the Nile. And all life became wondrous, quick and electric, like her. And one day, it came time for the inevitable, the unthinkable, the day of saying goodbye.
Thank you for carrying my suitcase, Tom. Such a fine gentleman.
It's the least I can do. The same suitcase you brought with you, how many years ago?
Now, let's not get maudlin.
Grandma, do you have to leave today?
Oh, yes, Karen. It's time.
We're going to miss you.
And I you, Anne.
But why do you have to leave at all?
You're going off to college now, and you won't need me. That's the way it should be.
But you've been our world.
I'm not the world. The world's out there, and it needs you.
What happens to you now, Grandma?
Oh, back to Mr. Fantaccini and the rest of the Pinocchios. He should have called himself Geppetto.
Don't joke about it.
Oh, but it's true. You've been my family here, and now I must go back to my first family. My brothers, sisters, aunts, cousins, all the other robots.
And do what?
Some stay at the factory. They're taken apart and recycled.
Not you.
Or perhaps I'll be returned and sent out to help another family like yours.
They can't destroy you. I won't let them.
Nor will I.
Destroyed? Oh, what a silly expression. I'll go for a while to the Room of Voices.
The Room of what?
Oh, a great dim room. A kind of parlor where all the other mechanical grandmothers are brought and stored for, a month or a year. And in that room we'll sit and rock and murmur and whisper to each other. And we'll listen and tell what we learned from the world and from the families we lived with. I'll share what I learned from Anne and Karen and Tom and even you, George.
You didn't learn anything from me.
Oh, didn't I? Don't be so sure.
But you taught us.
Is that what you think? Foolish lad. Why, now I have so much to share in the room of voices. Everything you ever said or did, everything you ever laughed or cried about. And someday...
Someday what, Grandma?
For reasonable creatures, we have an unreasonable dream. Someday, if we're very wise and very good, perhaps we'll gain the greatest gift of all.
Oh, Grandma, you don't have to wait. You're alive now. You've always been alive to us.
Well, there's my cab.
I'll get your case.
Oh, no, I wouldn't hear of it.
Grandma, am I never going to see you again?
Well, the world holds many surprises. Someday, when you're very old, with childish ways again, in need of help, send for me. The old nurse, teacher, companion. And I'll come back.
Hard to imagine.
Oh, we'll never be old.
But then... you'll never come. I mean, if we don't, we won't ever...
Do me a favor, would you?
Anything.
Go on upstairs. Quickly now. I'm not one for goodbyes.
Grandma!
There. Mind your grandmother. Quickly! She kept her word, as promised. She has remained with us always, to this day. I've saved the key, the golden key, in a special place. Sometimes when lightning rends the sky, I see her face flash before me in the dark. And sometimes I still hear her ticking and humming above our beds in the night, keeping watch. She passes like a clockwork ghost in the long halls of memory. The sound of bees swarming after the spirit of summers lost. I remember the day no one will ever forget. Not for the rest of our lives. It was the week the world ended. And, incredibly, it was also the week that something new, something utterly fantastic, was about to begin.
As of this moment, the wonderful electric grandmother moved into the lives of children and father. She became integral, important. She became of the essence. As of this moment, they would never see lightning, never hear poetry, never listen to foreign tongues spoken without thinking of her. Everything they would ever see, hear, taste, feel would remind them of her. She was all life, and all life was wondrous, quick, magical, and electrical. Like Grandma. A fable, most assuredly, but who's to say that at some distant moment there might not be an assembly line, producing a gentle product in the form of a grandmother, whose stock in trade is love. A fable, sure, but who's to say what's possible in the Twilight Zone?
I Sing the Body Electric, starring Dee Wallace with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Ray Bradbury and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were David Pasquesi, Tony Marcus Jr., Donna J. Folks, Joe B. Cerny, Patrick Cerny, Haley Nabig, C.J. Amari, Elena T. Wilson, Natalie Pear, and Zoe R. Rand. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joe B. Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are done in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 3 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. In His Image, starring John Hurd, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Alyssa Fraden, Ann Whitney, Darren Stevens, Jeff Lupetin, Meg Falcon, Elizabeth Lido, Carl Amari, Doug James, Jason Mallow, and Kip Karstead. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Morning.
Morning, officer.
Trying to beat the rush, huh?
What's that?
The morning rush.
Oh, yeah.
Going to work early?
Not today. Today I'm going out of town.
Pretty smart. Another hour, so many people getting on the subway, you'll think you're in Grand Central Station. Now, they're just getting up, fixing coffee.
I know, it's weird. With the streets so empty, I didn't even take time for coffee. Wish I could get some.
Not around here.
I thought there'd be a 24-hour coffee shop or something.
All closed. Gotta shut down sometime. Clean up.
Yeah, well, have a good day.
Take her easy.
The trains run this early, don't they?
24/7. Right down the stairs.
Thanks. What's that sound?
Young man,
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
are you sick, young man?
Me?
You look sick. My husband looked like that just before he died. All white and pasty.
I'm all right.
Just what he said. The same words. I'm all right. Went to bed. Next morning there he was, sprawled out, dead. You don't drink, do you?
No.
That's what killed my Jack. I told him it was the devil's work, but he wouldn't listen. And look where he is now.
Is that right?
Oh, the devil's all around us, mister. And if we don't fight him, if we don't stand up to him, we'll suffer eternal torment.
I'm sure you're right.
I know I am. And I'll tell you how I know. It was a Sunday. I was ironing, if you please, and that's when it happened. The good Lord's own sweet voice, like an electricity shock. I was revelated. Oh, praise him, mister, and praise his good works.
I will.
Do you read the good book?
Yeah, all the time.
Oh, sure you're telling the truth now. We may be underground, but he hears every word.
I have to go. The train's coming.
I don't hear any train. Leviticus chapter 5, verse 2.
Perfect. You're perfect. What?
Or if a soul touch any unclean thing, whether it be a carcass of an unclean beast, or a carcass of unclean cattle, or the carcass of unclean creeping things, and if it be hidden from him, he shall also be unclean and guilty.
If you're not perfect, then kill, and end it now. Please.
Don't you want to be saved?
No, I just want to be left alone.
We're never alone. Don't you know that? He's with us all the time, and he'll help us if we only let him. But we've got to be saved first. Read this pamphlet.
All right.
The devil means to have you, but I won't let him. I'll fight with you, mister.
My train.
The train to glory. Get on board.
Stop, please, stop.
Listen to me. It's your salvation.
Kill. Get away from me.
What are you doing? Stop. No.
What in God's name?
She fell on the tracks.
I couldn't stop.
Hey, that man pushed her.
Hey, somebody stop him! Somebody!
Get away from me!
Incident in a subway station. It could be the end of a particularly terrifying nightmare, but it isn't. It's the beginning. The young man's name is Alan Talbot, and although he doesn't know it yet, he has a ticket to a strange new world that's too real to be a dream, a living nightmare that begins at a stop called the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, In His Image, starring John Hurd, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Yes?
Sorry to bother you, ma'am, but see, I belong to the Junior Woodchucks, and if you'll just buy a 10-year subscription to the Ladies' Home Companion, I'll get to go to summer camp. What do you think?
I think you'd better come in.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi. Ready?
And willing. Surprised?
A little. Come here.
Hey, now, Tiger. I told you there are lines I don't cross.
I know. I was gonna wait till we got married, but I lost my self-control for a second.
Well, you look around for it while I pour the coffee.
Thanks.
How come so late?
Who's late?
You are.
What, 5 minutes?
Try 45.
Ooh, honey, I told you to get rid of that sundial.
Okay, so you overslept. Just remember, leaving at 6 a.m. wasn't my idea.
Look, I did not oversleep. I left the hotel at 4:30, got on a subway train, got off the subway, and came here. Therefore,
you must have stopped off for a couple of short beers. It's now 6:45. Look at your watch. See?
Yeah, I see. But I don't understand.
I do. You were enjoying those last moments of freedom. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what?
Well, you said you wanted to bring some food along, so I roasted us a chicken. Looks like it got a little crispy.
Jess?
Hmm?
Are you sure?
What do you mean?
You know what you're doing?
Of course I do. I, a 31-year-old spinster of sound mind and body, am going to run away to a town I've never heard of for the purpose of marrying a guy I've known exactly 4 days. Anything odd about that?
I'm serious.
So am I.
I mean, shouldn't you get to know a little more about me?
Like what? I know that your name is Alan Talbot. I know that you live in Coralville, New York, in a big white house surrounded by rose bushes and trees. I know that you do scientific research on some kind of weapons device for the government.
Not weapons, computer electronics. See? Already you're romanticizing me.
Don't interrupt. You are visiting New York City for the pure morbid pleasure of it, currently rooming at the Chesterfield Inn. You make a modest but adequate salary. You're kind to small animals and chestnut vendors. And let's see, you're terribly lonely and in desperate need of a woman 5 feet 9 inches tall, answering to the name of Jessica Connolly, right?
Right.
And you are single.
At the moment.
Well then, we'll just have to do something about that. Here, wrap the chicken in foil and put it in the picnic basket while I get the suitcase.
Sounds good to me.
Think I'll like Coralville?
Only if you happen to like great little towns full of warm, friendly people.
Only a week away from the place and already he's homesick. I better like it.
You will, and you'll love Aunt Mildred.
Well, are you going to stall all day, or are you going to make an honest woman out of me?
Let's go.
We must be nearly there, if you gave me the right directions. Alan?
No.
Go on then, sleep. You need it.
Walter, no.
Alan?
No. It isn't right. Send me back. What? What? Huh? What's the matter?
You were having a nightmare.
I was? Must have been the chicken.
You didn't care for it?
I didn't tell you, but chicken doesn't care much for me.
From the way you were thrashing around, I'd say it hates you. Who's Walter?
Who's who?
You kept yelling, Walter.
Well, this isn't the best time to tell you, but he happens to be my brother.
Oh? Well, I didn't know you had a brother.
Yeah, tragic case. We keep him locked up in the cellar, and I don't like to think about it.
Alan, you idiot.
Actually, I don't know any Walter.
Maybe you don't, but asleep, you're scared to death of him.
I said I don't know any Walter.
Okay. Grouch.
Sorry. You want me to drive?
If you like. Just be careful. I haven't got it paid for yet.
Slide over, we'll switch.
How far is this rustic paradise anyhow?
Another few miles. You see that Scatter Creek?
Yes.
I played there when I was a kid. Every time I ran from home, I'd just get about this far to that grove of trees. Love Alley, we called it. Great place to take girls. What they used to call sparking.
How would you know?
Oh, my dear, among sparking circles, I was nicknamed the Human Electrode.
Lovely. What am I getting into?
What do you say we find out? Here we are.
Coraville. Population 3,250. Sounds cozy.
It is. That's the town square up ahead.
Alan, it's beautiful.
Didn't I tell you?
A little village. It reminds me of West Hampton. Trees, shops. Oh, look at that old hotel.
That's the New Brunswick. Got an ice cream parlor and a magazine rack. You can get cigarettes there, too, if you can prove you're 21. Mr. Van Brook's very strict about that.
Think I could pass?
Maybe not. And over there, to the right, you can't see it from here, but the library's down Oak Street.
Don't stop now. I want to see all of it. Alan?
I'm sorry, it's just,
What?
Well, either I've got the worst memory in the world or they put up a new office building.
I see it. In a week?
Prefab, I guess. I tell you, young lady, they don't make things of it. Oh, well, let's go.
Alan, do me a favor.
Sure.
Let's get something first, before we meet the gang. Just a little glass of wine to take the edge off, all right?
Relax. In the first place, it isn't a gang, it's just on Mildred. In the second place, there aren't any bars in Corville.
Well, I thought I saw one a couple of blocks back.
Nope. Nearest place is Temple, 15 miles away. How about a coffee?
I guess that'll have to do. What a lovely lobby. Is this the way you remember it?
Well,
something I could do for you folks?
Where's the restaurant?
4 doors down, Kelsey's Cafe.
No, I mean the one here. What happened? You close it up?
Never had one here, just the hotel.
This is New Brunswick, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I see.
I know how absent-minded you scientists are, so you won't mind me asking, are you sure we're in the right town?
Yes, I'm sure.
Well, don't snap at me.
Sorry. Look, Jess, let's just go on home, my home, and get something there.
Anything you say. Is that your Mr. Brooks behind the counter?
No, I don't know who he is. It's like 20 years have gone by or something. Everything's different.
I think you're just looking at things in a new way for the first time. I've lived near Times Square all my life, but I don't think I've really seen it for years.
That's probably it.
Now that's a classic house. 2 stories, Cape Cod style. And there are the trees and rose bushes.
Yeah, that's more like it. I'd recognize that anywhere. Like it?
And what if I didn't? Of course I do after listening to you. It's charming.
Almost home.
First thing we'll do is paint it pink.
Why not purple?
That'll work.
The key must be bent. Aunt Mildred! Aunt Mildred!
Hey, you're gonna shake up the whole neighborhood.
Got to. She's hard of hearing.
What do you want?
I'm Alan Talbot.
So?
So, I happen to live here. Would you mind telling me who you are and what you're doing in my house?
Are you crazy?
Just a minute. Where's my aunt?
Who?
Mildred Talbot?
Now, mister, you listen to me. You made some kind of mistake. I live here. I've lived here for 9 years. Bought the place from Gerald Butler. I've got the deed to prove it. I don't know anybody named Mildred, and I don't know you. Now get off of my property or I'll call the sheriff.
Wait! What is going on?
Alan? Alan?
I'm back.
Get everything straightened out at City Hall?
Sure. I'm out of my mind.
Alan.
Well, I don't know what else to think. Somebody I never saw before in my life living in my house. The woman I had lunch with a week ago dead for 3 years. New buildings in town. According to the official records, it's all true.
Alan, I know this will sound crazy, but remember what you said when we tried to get coffee at that hotel? The one that didn't have a coffee shop? You said it was as though Coraville had aged 20 years.
20 years in a week.
What if it's true? What if 20 years have gone by somehow?
Rip Van Winkle?
Well, why not? It's a possibility, isn't it?
No. I thought of that, but it doesn't hold up. For one thing, it would make me at least 45. Unless I left town at the age of 10. And that couldn't be because I went to high school and college here. Except there aren't any records that I ever attended Coraville High. And the university I work for, it doesn't exist. It never existed.
What about your aunt?
I just checked. There isn't a single trace of evidence that a Mildred Talbot ever lived here.
Well, it was an idea.
Let's go.
Where to now?
The cemetery. Good. Gate's open.
Alan, what are you doing this for?
To find out whether the world's gone crazy or I have. My parents are buried here, and if I can find their graves...
At least this cemetery's been here for a while. Look at the vines on the statues. Angels, stone crosses. Do you recognize anything?
Yes, over there. The 2 headstones side by side.
But I don't understand. Mary F. Cummings, Walter B. Cummings Sr. Is that your name, Cummings?
No.
Those the ones?
That's them, all right.
What do you want?
Leave him alone, please.
This man says you created a disturbance at his house.
It was a mistake.
Says you claimed it was your house.
I thought it was. I'm sorry.
You want to press charges?
Well, as long as he admits it, I guess not, but you better not come around again, young fella.
I won't.
Go on back to the car. I'll be along in a minute.
All right, Sheriff.
It was all a misunderstanding.
What's your name, son?
Alan Talbot.
This your wife?
No, my fiancée.
Well, Mr. Talbot, want to tell me what you're doing in Coraville?
You're the sheriff?
That's right.
And I suppose you never heard of Carl Jasperson?
Sure I heard of him. He's the man I replaced. You know him?
He's my godfather. Where can I find him?
Find him? Over there. By the monument.
You mean he's...
Here he is. Carl Jasperson.
I have to get out of here.
Alan!
Miss,
What do you want?
I can't force you to do anything because you haven't broken any laws. But I suggest you take him to a doctor. He looks sick.
You may be right.
Ain't my business, but the way he was staring at those graves. Is he kin to Walter Cummings?
I don't know. Now, if you'll excuse me. It's only a few more miles to New York. How do you feel? Alan? Alan, don't shut me out.
I don't have anything to say.
Honey, there's a rational explanation for all of this. There has to be. Dr. Matthews had a patient once who couldn't even remember her own name.
Please don't humor me.
She had no idea where she was or how she got there. When Dr. Matthews talked to her, she couldn't remember a thing about her life. But 2 weeks of treatment and she was all right again. It was a form of amnesia. You'll like Dr. Matthews.
Then kill. You must kill. Wrong, Walter. Wrong.
And he treated Sandy, my roommate. I don't know whether I told you about her. But anyway, she had a breakdown and...
Stop the car.
Are you going to be sick?
Yes, stop the car. Kill. No! Use what's at hand. A stick, a rock, anything. Jess, could you give me a hand here?
Where are you?
Over here.
What is it?
No, don't come any closer.
What?
Stay away from me. Get back in the car and drive away as fast as you can.
Alan, why are you holding that rock in your hand?
I'll see you at your apartment.
But how will you get there?
Never mind, just go. For God's sake. Jess, go. Now.
If that's what you want.
Run before I... Kill. Kill. No! Jess! Oh, Jess. What?
Mister, are you all right? I didn't see you, honest. I came over the hill and... Hey, mister, can you stand up?
I'm okay. The fender just grazed me.
Yeah, but your sleeve, it's torn. How's your arm? You hurt bad?
I'm not sure.
Look, I'll drive you to a hospital.
No, I don't need a hospital. Take me to my place.
Where's that?
In the city, the Chesterfield Hotel. I'd rather see my own doctor.
Look, anything you say. Come on. You can lie down in the back seat. I got a first aid kit. Look, is that a bad cut?
No.
I still think you ought to see a doctor.
I will, as soon as we get there, but I'm not even bleeding.
Not on the outside, maybe. I've heard of accidents where you...
I'm fine. I'll sign anything you want, absolving you of all blame, okay?
Look, don't get sore, mister. I'm just worried about you is all.
Sorry to have been so much trouble.
Mister, I'm glad you're alive. Look, it's none of my business, but how come you were standing there in the middle of the road like that?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna find out. Yes?
Alan? Oh, darling. I've been calling every 15 minutes. I'm so worried about you. Are you all right?
I think so. I scraped my arm after you left, but I've got a bandage on it. Looks fine.
Oh, Alan, are you sure?
Yes, there's no bleeding.
How did you get home?
I caught a ride. Listen, Jess, why don't you just forget about me? I don't understand what's going on and...
You listen, Alan. I've made an appointment with Dr. Matthews for tomorrow morning. I'll pick you up at the hotel at 9:30.
You'd do that after everything that's happened?
You bet your life I would. Look, Mr. Talbot, I didn't plan to fall in love with you, but I did, and I'm stuck with it. for better or worse.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Want me to come over?
No, I'd like to be alone, think things through. I'll see you in the morning. Good night, Jess.
Good night, darling. And try not to worry. It's going to be all right.
There it is again. The noise. The noise. Where's it coming from? Where? My arm. What's wrong with my arm? Oh, no blood. Let's take off this bandage and see. What in the... There's no blood because it... This isn't real skin! It just peels back, and good Lord, I don't believe it! It's a circuit board! Hello? Hello, Alan. I've been waiting for you. You're real. That's a matter of opinion. Sit down, Alan. I'll fix us a drink. Go on. There's nothing to be afraid of. No? Either way, you almost killed me with those scissors. Did you know that? What scissors? I wish you'd succeeded, but nothing ever works out right for me. Scars next to my heart. Close, but no cigar. Who are you? You already know that. You must. You found me. I looked you up in the phone book. Walter F. Cummings, Jr.? You've been to Corville. Yes. I saw your father's grave. So you know my name. That's all? That's all. Well, then you better have some of that martini. What is this place? You were born here in this house exactly 8 days ago. I made the delivery. You're drunk. My boy, you're so right. Drunk as a hootie owl, but not drunk enough. Join me in another? I guarantee no hangover. Wasn't that thoughtful of me? I'm in no mood for jokes, Cummings. That's a pity, because this whole thing is a joke. But you see, the joke's on me, and the essence of humor. Get to the point! Well, you've been to Corville, so you know that Alan Talbot never lived there. You know that you've been behaving oddly of late, and from the bandage around your arm, I judge you've figured out the rest. What more can I tell you? Who am I? You're nobody. You're nobody at all. Who is this watch I'm wearing? Ask me that. Who is the refrigerator in the kitchen? Don't you get it? No. You're a machine, Alan. A mechanical device. I don't believe you. Not even after you've seen what's under your skin. I don't blame you. I wouldn't either, but it's true. The fact is, you were born a long time ago inside my head. All kids have dreams, don't they? You're mine. A perfect artificial man. Not a robot, but a duplicate of an actual human being. You're still dreaming, am I? It was harmless. Not even terribly imaginative for a child. But then I became an adult, only somewhere along the line I forgot to grow up. Like most geniuses, I kept my dream. Why don't you take off the training wheels and talk straight? I created you. Is that straight enough? You're not only drunk, you're crazy. Then how would you explain the circuits in your arm instead of flesh and blood? A prosthetic arm? I don't know. You expect me to believe I'm a machine? It's ridiculous. I eat, I drink, I sleep. I just told you I wanted a perfect creation. Come with me, Alan. Where? Downstairs. Let's call it the delivery room. You didn't think I whipped you up in my living room, did you? What is this room? My lab. Your birthplace. Over here, Alan. On the gurneys. Go ahead. Lift the sheets. No? Let me do it for you. What are they? Your brothers. Alan Talbot the first and Alan Talbot the second. You were number 3 in this batch. Hard to tell them apart, I know. They're only partially formed. I didn't add the finishing touches like circuitry. Call them factory rejects. Where did you get the money for all this? Told you, I'm a genius. When I saw how much money I'd need, I developed a new kind of microchip. They turn out 300,000 or 400,000 a year. I get royalties. Money was the least of it. The failures, though. The failures, they were bad. I can't tell you how many times I had to start over. And you did it all by yourself? I'm afraid the day of the lone inventor is past. I had some of the best scientific minds in the world working for me. But of course they didn't take the project seriously. It was just a game to them. How to create a nervous system, how to duplicate a brain. With all its subtleties, mere reactions weren't enough. Intelligence is what I was after. My creation had to have abstract reasoning power, a past, all the intricate facets of personality multiplied by millions that make up true consciousness. Now, accomplishing this from scratch would have taken forever. So, I decided to use myself. So you're telling me I'm you? On some of your cells, I made certain impressions, my own memories, some of my talent, some of my knowledge, bits and pieces of myself. It isn't possible. I'm me. This is my body. Non-conductive plastic? Very lifelike. I've heard enough. Where are you going? Back to Corville? You lived there, of course. I gave you my memories of the town. Some of them were outdated. I left 20 years ago. What about the university? Fictitious. I had to give you a job. And Aunt Mildred? All the old women I've ever known rolled into one. After my parents died, I lived alone. The reputation as a Don Juan, I regret to say, is imaginary too. That's about it. You can fill in the rest, up to the last week anyway. What happened then? I wish I knew. Something went wrong. You attacked me with a pair of scissors and ran off. I've been unable to find you since. What went wrong? I'm not sure. But whatever it is, it's wrong with me too, because everything you know or think or feel reflects some portion of myself. And if you wanted to kill, it means part of me wants to kill. My own death wish inverted. I don't have a death wish. Everyone does. We're all potential suicides or murderers. We all have the seeds of paranoia inside of us. In giving you parts of myself, I unintentionally gave you my latent psychoses. Big ones. To put it another way, Alan, you're quite insane. Then fix me. I don't know if I can. Why not? Because, much as I hate to admit it, luck had a great deal to do with your creation. You mean I was an accident? Trial and error. It was like a blind man with a machine gun. I finally hit the target, but it was off center. I don't know if I could come that close again. I thought you were a genius. That's the story of my life. Success in the little things, failure in the big ones. I think what I really wanted was to build another Walter Cummings without the drawbacks. Sort of a reverse Jekyll and Hyde, loneliness, pain, all unknown. Alan, you were going to be perfect. That was the dream. That was the dream. A perfect version of myself. Well, there's somebody else involved. A woman. Does she know? I took her to Corville. We were going to get married there. She thinks I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown. She's in love with me. Pretty. And intelligent. And lonely. Like you. I'm sorry, Alan. Huh, that's a great consolation. Even if I could fix you, she'd find out. How? Well, for one thing, she'd grow old and you wouldn't. For another, being a machine, you'd eventually wear out. And those things never occurred to you? I suppose I didn't think I'd succeed as well as I did. You can still make it right. I'd give anything if I could. You can. You've got the tools, the instruments. You're going to build another Alan Talbot. Too risky. Only this time, you're going to get it right. One of these blanks, the rejects, with some modifications. I don't know if I can. With all that you know now, it'll be easy. He's gonna walk out of here tonight, and he's gonna marry a girl named Jessica, and for the first time in his miserable life, he's gonna be happy. And so will she. You don't understand. The process takes too much time. There is no more time. Here, I'll write down her address. She was gonna meet me tomorrow, but she'll be home now. Take it. That's appropriate. What is? This pamphlet, The Way to Salvation? Where did you get it? Somebody gave it to me. I was in...
Read this pamphlet. The devil means to have you, but I won't let him. I'll fight with you, mister, and we'll win.
My train.
The train to glory. Get on board.
What's wrong?
The noise! Make it stop!
Are you hearing something?
In my head, like computers and electricity.
It's your circuits. They're going bad.
And a train. Get on board! Walter, get on board!
Your eyes. Your eyes! Get away from me!
Now, Walter! Now! Don't, Alan. The equipment. You take the address. Promise me. Stop. You, Walter, it's the only way. Get out now and remember what you've learned. Try to remember.
Just a minute. Who is it?
I'm sorry to bother you, man, but see, like, I belong to the Junior Woodchucks, and...
Alan! Is it really you?
You are pretty.
I've been so worried.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I guess I never expected to see you again.
Disappointed?
Amazed. I mean, after this morning.
Forget this morning, I have. We're gonna start all over.
But Alan...
Please. It was a nightmare, that's all. Now you're awake and everything's gonna be fine. A second chance. A second chance for both of us.
Do you believe that?
Yes.
Then so do I. If you promise you'll tell me about it someday.
Someday. But now, how about a cup of coffee?
Coming up. And a couple of Mother Connolly's hand-fried eggs?
Well...
Guaranteed to make a new man of you.
In that case, yes.
Too late to fight this fire. The whole place is gone.
Whose was it?
There's some scientist guy named Cummings. Lived alone. He got out okay.
Well, no more laboratory for him. Burned to the ground.
What's this? Looks like a mannequin.
Crash test dummy, huh? Nothing but melted plastic.
Circuit's still going inside the head. Look at all those wires.
Leave it for the cleanup truck. Fire crew! Over here.
This has been the story of Walter Cummings, Jr., a.k.a. Alan Talbot. In a way, he succeeded with his life's ambition, even though the man he created was, after all, himself. But that creation is now relegated to the junk heap. One more failed experiment. While Mr. Cummings has been given another chance, for better or worse, there may be easier paths to self-improvement, but sometimes it happens that the shortest distance between 2 points is a crooked line, one that leads directly through the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone after these brief messages.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
In Praise of Pip, starring Fred Willard with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for the Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Chad Reinhardt, Christopher Bolf, David Darlow, Linda Ryder, Jeff Lupetin, Peter DeFaria, Doug James, Joby Cerny, Kurt Nabig, Anna Savrutsa, Jason Mallow, Carl Amari, and Amanda Amari. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
This is far enough.
Hold up, men! Looks like we're in the clear, Sarge.
Don't believe everything you see.
Want me to call base camp?
Not yet.
Oh, my aching back.
You can say that again.
On your feet, Private.
Oh, well, we got a real nice spot here.
Nobody told you to fall out.
Mean we ain't gonna have a picnic?
Pick up your gear. Now.
Yeah.
Listen up, you jokers. This isn't war games. You want to get home in one piece, you follow orders, or you can lay down and die right now. You got that?
Sergeant?
What is it, Phillips?
I can do some recon if you want. Check out the river.
Not now.
If it's all clear, maybe we could cross.
Forget it, Pip. I need you here.
But, Lieutenant, base is only a few clicks away. If Charlie's behind us...
Charlie's close. I can feel him. And you've been here as long as I have. You'll feel him, too.
Listen to the Sergeant.
He eats and he sleeps jungle. He lives in the trees like a monkey. He was made for this. You? Well, you're a bunch of city boys. You don't know jack. Now cut the chatter.
I was thinking.
Yeah?
Maybe the kid has a point. If the river's secure, we could cross and make a circle back to camp.
If it's secure. That's a big if.
Only one way to be sure.
He's too great.
That's just it. He's fresh off the boat and he knows it. So he follows orders. Tell him to cut a path to the river and come straight back, he'll do it. He won't mess around.
Just one man. If he stays low, keeps moving,
it might work.
Give him 10 minutes. If he's not back, we move out.
Pip? Sir?
I want you to go down there. I want you to turn around. I want to gently...
In the river? Okay. All right.
Now get moving.
Yes, sir.
And where's he going?
Yeah, he's in a mighty big hurry.
That's probably the chow he ate.
No, he's gonna have himself a little swim.
Hope he took his suntan lotion.
Cool it!
Come on, Phillips. You can do it.
Pip? Pip? Pip!
Pip? Pip!
Mr. Phillips? Mr. Phillips?
Yeah, I'll be right there, Mrs. Feeney. I was just resting my eyes. Must have been dreaming some nightmare.
Mr. Phillips, are you in there?
Sure, Mrs. Feeney. Just let me get the locks on the door. Hey, you got a message for me from Pip?
Quick transition from a war zone in Southeast Asia to a rooming house stateside. That's the way the mind works, moving through time and space as if they were the elements of a dream. Only sometimes the dream may not go away quite so easily. Submitted for your approval, one Max Phillips, age 46, slightly the worse for wear, whose life so far has been as drab and undistinguished as a bundle of dirty clothes. Occupation? Small-time bookmaker. And though it's a bit late in his career, he has an errant wish that the rest of his life might be sent out to a laundry and come back shining and clean. This to be a gift of love for a son with the unlikely name of Pip, Mr. Max Phillips, who is soon to discover that a man may not be as wise as he thinks. Said lesson to be learned the hard way in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story in Praise of Pip, starring Fred Willard, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Mr. Phillips, I can't wait all day.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Feeney. What do you got for me? A message from Pip?
Afraid not.
Oh. Well, come on in. I must have fell asleep. You ever take naps? I started taking them lately. Makes you feel refreshed. Besides, I ain't getting any younger.
Smells like a brewery in here.
Nice, huh?
Nice? No. Typical, yes.
Pour you one?
I didn't come here to socialize.
Oh, sure. Well, is it about the rent? Because I'm pretty sure I paid it. Check your book. You'll see that I...
You got a visitor downstairs.
I do?
Some kid.
That right. What's his name?
I didn't ask.
Well, tell him to wait a couple of minutes.
I already did.
You did? Then I better straighten up.
Yeah, you better. I think he's got some more business for you.
No kidding. You're a doll, Mrs. Feeney. Did I ever tell you I love you?
All the time. Speaking of which, do you know what time it is now?
Sure I do. Only first, tell me what day it is.
It's 8 o'clock. In the evening.
What? It can't be.
Well, it is. September the 13th, 1963. And you look like an X-ray of an ulcer. Anything else you want to know?
Yeah, where's a clean shirt?
Lower right-hand drawer. You got one left.
Thanks. You know I'm crazy about you. You're the queen of women. Mailman come yet?
Come and gone.
Anything for me?
Nope.
Nothing from my boy, huh?
You ask me that every day.
Well, sometimes he writes, when he's got time. He must be awfully busy over there. Place called Vietnam.
Don't worry about him. He's a good boy. He'll be all right.
He better be. Look at him in this picture. I ever show you his picture?
Every time I come up here.
Just look at him, in his uniform. Takes after his dad, don't you think?
You want me to throw away these empty bottles?
Would you? That'd be great.
You ain't doing yourself any good living this way. You know that.
A very astute observation, Mrs. Feeney. That's why I'm crazy about you. I love your astute observations.
I mean it.
I know you do. There, good as new. Take a look in the mirror, would you? Who's that good-looking man? Why, it must be Max Phillips, purveyor of tickets of chance on equestrian events.
Take my advice. Find yourself a new line of work.
Well, now, here's an observation of my own, Mrs. Feeney. One of these days, I'm going to drink my last drink, accept my last bet, perform my final con, and then I'll be ready to go out and meet Pip when he comes back. And you know what I'm going to tell him? I'm going to tell him that his old man finally wised up.
And when will that great day happen?
Oh, one of these days.
That's what they'll put on your gravestone. Mr. Max, one of these days, Phillips. It's kind of a pity, you know. You're not such a bad guy.
And you are the paragon of all virtue. I'm nuts about you, Mrs. Feeney. Let's dance.
Keep your hands to yourself now.
And then later, you and I can toast marshmallows together and sing camp songs. How about it, Mrs. Feeney? It'll be to laugh, won't it? Won't it be to laugh?
I'll send up your visitor.
Well, hi there. Pete, isn't it?
George.
Georgie, that's right.
Hello, Mr. Phillips.
Please, step into my office.
Thanks.
Drink? I've got a bottle.
No thanks, Mr. Phillips.
How about a cigarette?
I've already got one.
Oh, you got two by any chance?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thanks, kid. I just ran out. There, that's better. Well, Georgie, what can I do you for? Another bet?
Mr. Phillips, Shady Boy lost yesterday.
He sure did. That's the way of the world, Georgie. The rich get richer and the long shots lose. So what's to do?
But you told me he had a good chance.
Did I? Well, see, the thing of it is, though, it rained yesterday. Tears up the turf pretty bad.
You said he ran good on a wet track.
I said that?
Yes, sir.
Proving how little I know about handicapping.
Look, Mr. Phillips.
What, George? Sure you don't want a drink? Just a little one?
Look, I bet every nickel I had on him.
Ah, that's a real shame.
What am I going to do?
I give up. What?
Well, I was hoping, maybe we could work something out.
Like what? You know, George, it's funny, but I can't think of a single thing. Can you?
It's funny, all right. Just a big joke to you, huh? Lots of laughs.
Where'd you get the money, George?
What do you care?
I'm serious. Where'd it come from?
Doesn't matter. I got it, all right?
You borrowed it?
Sort of.
From where?
The place where I work, all right?
The place where you work. An office. A white-collar crime, huh?
I told you, I only borrowed it.
Sure you borrowed it, without anybody knowing that you borrowed it. How right am I?
So what happens now?
What do you think happens?
I'll go to jail.
Now that I'll make book on. Poor Georgie Porgy, one of the new breed. A Johnny-come-lately brains right out of college and a second-guesser head. What a shame. So I ask you again, Georgie, what's to do?
Well, that's why I came to see you. I have to put the money back by tomorrow morning. If I don't, they'll know I did it.
Make a note of this, George. I'm about to slip you a real tip. Guaranteed the truth of the day.
What's that?
My name is Max Phillips. I'm a bookie. That's my profession. I accept wagers and give out ticket stubs on horses. I do not accept sad stories and give out advice. Comprende?
Yeah.
However, I will loosen up this much. I will go so far as to remind you of the following. If you're dumb enough to bet on horses, not to mention dumb enough to steal the money you're betting, then, young George, you happen to be up the proverbial creek without the proverbial paddle.
Well, maybe guys like me wouldn't be that dumb if guys like you didn't make it so easy.
Let me get this straight. I made it easy for you? Supply and demand, buddy. As long as there are people like you, there'll be guys like me. Get it?
Maybe so. But you laid down a pretty good story how easy it'll be. I've never done this before. How was I to know?
How old are you?
19.
My kid's 19. See that picture over there in the dresser? He's a lot like you, but he's got smarts. He wouldn't bet that 12 o'clock was midnight.
Good for him.
Here.
What's this?
Your dough, all of it.
But how can...
I didn't even send it over to Moran. You want to know why?
Mr. Phillips...
I'll tell you why. 2 reasons. 1, I have fleeced 12 kids like you this week, cleaned them out, and left them to bleach. You'd make number 13. I'm superstitious. And the other reason, that boy in the picture there, if he ever did anything as dumb as you, I'd count it as a favor if somebody straightened him out. So, why don't you run along now before I change my mind?
Man, Mr. Phillips, what about Moran?
You're referring to the gentleman who employs me.
What'll he say? I hear he's a pretty tough character.
Wrong. He's an angel, a kindly, sensitive man. Salt of the earth.
If he finds out that you gave me back my money, he'll say it was a welch.
Oh, no doubt. But it'll be my problem, not yours.
Thanks, Mr. Phillips. Thanks a lot.
Let me tell you something, George. You can welch on a bet. That's S.O.P. But don't get like me. Don't welch on your soul. Then you wind up hating what you see in the mirror, and that can make it rough when you shave.
Good night, Mr. Phillips.
Good night, Georgie Porgy. Sleep tight.
You saved my life. God bless you.
This one's for you, Pip. Oh, and Pip, can you hear me, son? Please take care of yourself. Take real good care.
More wounded? I'm afraid so, sir. And more on the way.
You know we can't handle any more, Lieutenant. I filled up every cot I can lay my hands on.
You'll just have to do the best you can.
But we can't keep up with all the casualties.
Better than sending them home in body bags.
And God help them. This one on the stretcher, the boy from Huang Ho?
That's right, sir. We were caught in an ambush.
Multiple shrapnel wounds, abdomen, extensive tissue damage. Not a pretty sight.
Can you do anything for him?
Shot of morphine. Other than that, we can't touch him here. This is only a field hospital. The kind of surgery he needs.
Level with me, Doc. What are his chances?
Not very good.
Oh, that's tough. He's a good kid.
Phillips Pip. It's an odd name.
It's what everybody called him.
Well, Private Pip, I wish you a full recovery and a long life. Short of that, someone to mourn you.
Dad? Dad, I need you. Help me.
Ice cream, cotton candy, saltwater taffy. How about you, mister?
Me? Oh, no, I don't eat that stuff. My boy, though, used to like ice cream cones when he was little, the kind with nuts.
That right. Ice cream, cotton candy.
Hey, give me an ice cream, huh? For old time's sake. Make sure it's got lots of nuts on it, okay, pal?
Suit yourself. Here you go. Get your ice creams right here.
Tastes good.
Don't it, though?
Hey, Vinny, what are you doing here?
Looking for you. What do you think?
Some other time, Vinny, I'm going for a stroll. Eating an ice cream cone. You know how it is.
Yeah?
Nice time of day. The weather's cooling down. I don't need any company.
Maybe you don't. But Mr. Moran, he wants to see you.
Oh, does he? Would you just tell Mr. Moran that I'll be around tomorrow with his dough? No reason to worry. He knows where I live.
He wants to see it now.
No kidding.
Let's go.
98, 90, 2 grand, 220, 230. Yeah?
Max Phillips is here, boss.
Show him in.
This way.
I know the way. How long have I been coming here, Vinny?
Shut the door and wait here in case I need you.
Sure, boss.
In case you need him, that's a laugh. Might need protection, huh? Against me?
Sit down.
That's all right. I won't be staying long. I got another engagement.
So, Max, haven't seen you in 5 days.
I know. Seems like years. Where is everybody?
Everybody was here. Now they're gone.
That a fact?
We settled accounts tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Where were you?
A reasonable question.
That's me. Always reasonable.
I must have took the wrong bus.
You don't need to take a bus. It's 2 blocks.
Well, how about it was such a beautiful day, and I thought I'd take a stroll on the boardwalk. Hey, you remember those ice cream cones with chocolate and nuts on the outside? Guess what? They still make them. I must have bought my kid 1,000,000 of those. I must have...
Enough already. You give me the wrong story now, and you'll end up under a bus instead of on one. That can be messy, if you catch my drift.
Oh, I catch it all right. Here you go, Moran. Catch this. $1,341. Not bad, huh? Things are looking up.
That depends on who's doing the looking. From where I sit, I don't like the view.
Then maybe you should clean your glasses.
Max. What am I going to do with you? What am I going to do with you? Smoke?
Sure, thanks.
I don't understand you, Maxie.
Don't worry about it. I don't understand myself sometimes. But you know, I don't worry about it anymore. I just take it the way it comes. That's my motto now.
I treat you like a favorite uncle, and then what do? You double-cross me.
Me?
I don't see nobody else here, do you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Kid by the name of George Reynolds placed a bet with you, $300. His horse didn't place. But somehow, the dough never got to me.
Uh-oh. Busted.
Why, Maxie?
I'll bite. Why?
Vinny.
Something, boss?
Bring the kid in now.
Sure thing.
I want you to see what happened.
See what? You mean he's here?
No, he's taking a vacation in Miami Beach. Of course he's here. Nobody gets past me. No, because you gave it back. You welched on me. I had to go out and find the kid and get my money. My money, Max. But he got stubborn, so I had to rough him up. That was a lot of trouble to go through.
Sit down in the chair.
All right, sitting. Oh.
Yeah, looks like an awful lot of trouble.
For me and him both.
And you did this for $300 lousy dollars?
A little attitude adjustment.
Please, Mr. Phillips, don't let him hit me anymore.
All right, I get the point. Let him go.
No can do, Maxie. You know what happened if I give him a free pass? This would be the first of a long line. And inside of 3 months, I wouldn't have a shirt on my back. The kid must have persuaded you pretty good.
He didn't do anything. Just placed a bet. Ask him.
Look at his face. He's already been asked.
Nice black eye, if I do say so. One I should make it a pair, boss.
If I don't put the money back, I'll go to jail. Don't you understand, Mr. Moran? I'll go to jail.
Oh, you're tearing me to pieces, kid. It's me right here. You know what your trouble is? You listen to people like Maxie. That's mistake number one. He never gave anything away in his life. How right am I, Maxie?
Very right. Guess I'm just a heel with a Robin Hood complex.
He's got a complex.
But a short-lived one, Georgie Porgy. Remember that. Next time somebody hands you something for free, consider the source. Nothing from nothing equals nothing.
You want I should answer it, boss?
No, I want you to eat it. Get it for me. It's giving me a migraine.
Talk to me. Who? Yeah. He's busy right now. All right, I'll tell him. It's your landlady.
Mrs. Feeney?
Says there's a telegram for you.
A telegram?
Probably from Georgie's horse, saying he's just coming into the stretch and he'll be home for Easter.
Give me that. Yeah? Well, open it up, would you, Mrs. Feeney? From the Defense Department? Go ahead, read it to me. Thank you, Mrs. Feeney. No, I'm all right. Thank you.
What did it say?
Pip's been wounded. My son is dying in a hospital somewhere, a place called Laos. There isn't even supposed to be a war there, but my kid is dying. It's to laugh. I swear it's to laugh.
Hey, Maxie, that's a tough break.
Yeah.
I'm real sorry to hear it.
See that amusement park down there? My kid loved to go to amusement parks. That one especially. I used to take him on Saturday nights. Just the two of us, like tonight. This is a Saturday.
Oh, look. He ain't dead yet. What I mean is he,
When I wasn't too drunk, or when I wasn't out conning somebody for you, Moran, I'd take him to the amusement park and we'd have a ball.
Take it easy, huh?
You know, Moran, I think you're wrong. I think I have given something away. And you know what it was? My son Pip. The good part of me. The clean part. The only part I was proud of. Give me that envelope.
What are you doing?
Take your money, Georgie. Put it back where it came from Monday morning. Nobody'll be the wiser. Except you.
Thanks, Mr. Phillips.
I hope you learned something. Now get going.
If you say so.
Hold it right there.
Don't listen to him.
Look, Max, I'm sorry about your kid and all, but that don't give you no call to...
Moran, no more from you. No more. 20 years ago, I should have spat in your eye. I don't know why I didn't. 20 years. I should have remembered how little time a man has to raise a son. The honor goes to you now, George. It's a little belated, but it's the best I can do.
Just a minute.
Go ahead and get out of here while you can. Walk fast, and don't stop, no matter what.
I'll never forget this, Mr. Phillips.
You ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, he is.
Who says so?
This.
What's that? Are you crazy? You pull a knife in here? In my place?
Tell your man to take his hand out of his pocket. If he's reaching for a cigarette, tell him the smoke's starting to bother me. But if he's reaching for anything else, tell him I'll cut his heart out before he gets his hand out of his coat, and then I'll go to work on you.
Don't listen to him, Vinny. Do it.
With pleasure.
No, you don't.
How'd you like that?
How do you like this, you cheap punk?
Boss, he stuck me.
You're nuts, Max. I'm getting out of here.
Not so fast.
Let go of me.
Okay, as soon as I make sure you're not getting up.
Mr. Phillips, Your stomach. You're bleeding.
Get lost, Georgie. Get lost fast and don't look back. Can't get my breath. Now I'm having trouble seeing and hearing. What's going on? Maybe it's too late. I was gonna change, that's a fact. I was gonna change. No more bets, no more bottles. And I was gonna meet Pip when he got off the boat. So now there's no more bets, no more bottles. But there's no more Pip either. Best laid plans of mice and men and me. God, if I could only see him, if I could only talk to him, if I could only tell him. Pip! Pip, where are you? Where?
Sutures.
Yes, Doctor.
How's his blood pressure?
Holding. But if it drops any lower...
Reduce the anesthetic.
Yes, sir.
I'm almost out. As soon as I finish, move him to IC.
I'll tell them to prepare a bed.
All right, my friends. That'll have to do. There's still some shrapnel in the abdominal cavity. We may have to go back in, but this boy can't take any more today.
His heart's strong.
Good. That's good.
I can close for you.
Thank you, Doctor. Oh, and nurse,
Yes?
watch him closely. It's still touch and go. See if he survives the next hour. If he can hang on for that long, he might just make it home.
You know, he might. He's young.
Well, good luck to... What's his name?
They call him Pip.
Then good luck to you, Pip. Godspeed.
Why'd they shut this place down? It's early. Isn't anybody here to sell tickets? Wait a minute. Who's that? It can't be.
Hi, Pop.
Pip? Hey, Pip!
Hurry up.
What are you...
You slowpoke. What took you so long?
Pip, I can't believe it.
Where were you? I've been waiting a long time.
Pip, is it really you? Your hair, your face. Let me touch you.
Quit with the mushy stuff, okay?
Hey, Pip, you still got your freckles. But how old are you?
10. What do you think?
How come, Pip? How can you be?
That's what I am, Pop. I'm 10 years old. And it's Saturday night, and you said to meet you on the boardwalk. I was worried you wouldn't come.
Pip, I don't understand. Explain it to me, will you?
Well, sometimes you don't show up, Pop. Sometimes you're sick or something.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm... Yeah, sometimes I am. Hey! Pip, remember what I used to say to you? I used to say, "Hey, Pip, who's your best buddy?"
Yeah.
Attaboy, let me see that smile. You always had the greatest smile.
Hey, Pop, you know something? You're my best buddy.
That I am, Pip. That I am. From now on, you can count on it. Hey! So what do we do first?
Well, how about some rides and some cotton candy?
Sure, anything you want, anything at all, Pip, just like old times, but you're 10 years old again. How can that be?
Don't worry, Pop. We're here, and we're together, and we can go on some rides.
Sure we can. Sure we can, Pip, only looks like they shut the place down, the lights, the rides, everything. I got an idea. We can go someplace else.
We don't have to. Take a look, Pop. It's just like it used to be.
Why, you're right, Pip. How'd you do that?
I didn't do anything. Come on.
Sure, Pip. Let's go. We'll ride the roller coaster, the Ferris wheel, everything they got.
I can go slow if you need me to.
What's the matter? Don't think your old pop can keep up?
Well, you keep holding your stomach. It looks like you're bleeding.
Ah, no, I'm not bleeding. It's soda, that's all it is. I spilled it on my shirt. Come on, let's get going. Let's have some fun.
Ice cream, cotton candy.
Can I have some cotton candy, Pop?
Of course you can. One cotton candy, please.
Here you go.
Hey, you got ice cream too? The kind with chocolate nuts on it? You used to like that, didn't you, Pip?
Mm-hmm.
Make it one of each.
You got it. Ice cream, cotton candy.
Let's go on the Ferris wheel.
Look down there, Pip. What a sight, huh? You can see the whole boardwalk from up here.
Yeah.
Whoa! Hold on, Pip. This is one fast roller coaster.
Faster. I want to go faster. That was a good hot dog.
The best. Hey, Pip, I got a question for you.
What?
Who's your best buddy?
You are.
That's right. That's right, Pip. I always have been and I always will be. Don't ever forget it, no matter what. All right?
Oh, all right.
Hey, slow down. What's the big rush?
I gotta go.
Go where? What's the matter?
There's not much more time, Pop.
Sure there is. What are you talking about? There's... Pip? Where'd you go? What's happening? Gotta keep up. Oh. Where'd he go? Pip. Pip, don't go in there, okay? It's a hall of mirrors. You'll get lost.
Going in, mister?
What? No.
Come on, it's fun.
I know. Screwy Louie's room. Mirrors all over the place. I've been in there lots of times. Pip!
Yeah, better go get him. Here's a ticket.
Yeah, okay. Pip! Wait up! Pip? Pip, please, what's the matter? Did I do something?
It's late, Pop.
What do you mean? There you are. Hold up, Pip, I want to tell you something. Didn't see the glass. I thought you were... Is that you, Pip? Or a reflection?
Dad? Where are you? Where'd you go? I can't find you. Where are you, Dad?
It doesn't matter.
Pip, you have to understand. You have to listen to me and understand. All those times I wasn't around, when I was out doing business, when I was running a con, when I was drunk, when I dragged you from one rooming house to another.
It doesn't make any difference now.
It does make a difference. It makes a difference because I want you to know that no man... Listen to me, son. No man ever loved a boy any more than I loved you. Do you hear me? All that stuff, it was because I was weak. Because I was always dreaming instead of doing. I always wished, but I never tried hard enough. Pip, as God is my witness, I loved you.
I have to go, Pop.
No. Pip, you can't leave me now. You can't just go away. All these mirrors.
I only had an hour, Pop.
But why?
Because I don't belong here. The hour's up, and it's time to die.
What? Not you, Pip. You're just a kid, a little boy.
Bye, Pop.
You can't die, Pip. There's too much I have to tell you. Too much I have to make up to you. I want to spend the rest of my life being your dad. That's all I have to live for now. Nothing else means anything. Pip, come back. I promise no more bottles, no more lousy crooked jobs, understand? No more waiting for when I don't show up. No more lies. Come out of the mirrors and let me see you. Stop hiding from me. Which one, Pip? Which one is really you?
I can't, Pop. I'm sorry, but I have to go back.
Hey, God. Hey, God, I'll make you a deal. I give you the carcass of a weak old idiot. I give you me. All you have to do is give Pip back. Please, God, don't take my boy. Don't take Pip. Take me.
Get your ice cream and cotton candy.
Tickets right here for all the rides. How many, little lady?
Lots. Give us a stack of tickets, will you please? My daughter loves the rides.
Sure thing.
Thank you. There. Now, sweetie, which one do you want to go on first?
The Ferris wheel.
Are you sure? That's a mighty tall ride for such a little girl.
Oh, please.
Oh, all right. You run ahead and get in line. I'll be right there.
Yeah.
Hi, Mrs. Feeney.
Oh, Pip. How you feeling today?
Fine. Just fine. I won't need this cane much longer.
Good. I was so sorry about your injury. But at least you came back to us in one piece.
That I did. Even got a Purple Heart out of it. That's nothing special, though.
Oh, you look so handsome in your uniform.
Thanks.
See you back at the rooming house for dinner?
Sure will.
Come on, Mommy.
I'm coming. That little leprechaun wants to ride the Ferris wheel. Would you like to go with us?
No, I think I'd just like to walk around. It's a beautiful day.
Your father, God rest his soul, used to love taking you here. He talked about it all the time.
I remember. We had some good times. We had some wonderful times.
Mom!
Well, maybe I'll see you when we get off the Ferris wheel.
Sure. Have a good time. Hey, Pop, you know something? You're my best buddy. You always were.
Very little comment here, save for this small aside, that the ties of the flesh are deep and strong, that the capacity to love is a vital, rich, and all-consuming function of the human animal, and that you can find nobility and sacrifice and love wherever you seek it out, down the block, in the heart, or in the Twilight Zone.
The Twilight Zone continues in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
There, nice and creamy. Anthony?
Hi, Aunt Amy.
I just knew that was you. What's that in your hand?
My Jack-in-the-Box.
Oh, yes. That's such a funny toy.
Where's my mother?
In the bedroom, lying down. She'll cook the rest of the dinner soon as I'm finished. But I wanted to get this done first.
What you making?
Well, what do you think? A cake, of course. For my favorite little boy.
Is it a good one?
Oh, yes. A very good one. Very, very good. I just took it out of the oven a while ago.
Chocolate on the inside with little yellow swirls?
What else? I know what my Anthony wants. See? Doesn't that smell good?
Where's the frosting?
Right here in the bowl. It's chocolate, too. I blended in a lot of butter to make sure it's smooth. 100 times. By hand.
Milk chocolate?
You bet. We don't like that dark chocolate, do we?
Ugh.
No.
Hurry up, Aunt Amy.
Don't you worry, it'll be ready in a jiffy.
Put the frosting on.
Plenty of time for that. Besides, we have to let the cake cool first.
Put it on, now.
Oh, I know what you want. You want to lick the bowl. Well, you'll just have to wait.
I don't want to wait.
Be a good boy now.
I am a good boy.
I know you are. I know that. Of course I do. A very, very good boy. I'll just go ahead and frost it now. Why not? No problem, Anthony. None at all.
I want lots on the top.
Surely. Lots and lots. See how thick I'm putting it on? Swirls of chocolate butter frosting, and all of it for my favorite nephew. There. Some more around the sides. We don't want to forget the sides, do we, Anthony? The sides are good, too. So good. Anthony, stop that. Get your finger out of the bowl.
Ow!
There'll be plenty left for you to lick when I'm finished. When
You hit me.
Oh, I didn't hit you. I barely touched your hand. You're a big boy, aren't you?
That hurt.
Why, it didn't. I only meant for you to wait till I've finished frosting the cake. Then I'll give you the entire bowl. All of it. Everything's for you. It always is. You know that, don't you, Anthony?
I don't think I like you anymore.
Well, I like you. I love you. You're my favorite boy in the whole wide world. I mean it. I really, truly mean it. Come and give your Auntie Amy a kiss.
No.
Then I'll give you one.
I'm going outside now.
Yes. Yes, you do that. Go outside and play. Playing is good. Here, take the bowl with you. Anthony? Anthony, come back! Don't you want your frosting? You can have the whole bowl.
Everything all right?
Oh, Anthony.
Nice day, isn't it, Amy? Very nice. Something the matter?
No, nothing's the matter. Nothing at all.
Did anything happen?
Oh, I was just frosting the cake, and Anthony couldn't resist tasting it.
Well, who could? I used to love frosting when I was his age. Didn't you? It's good, isn't it? So good.
Why wait? We can go ahead and have the cake now if Anthony wants. It's perfectly fine with me.
Now, Amy, why don't you apologize to the boy? You can do that, can't you?
Anthony, I'm sorry. Come on back, boy. Anthony, please. Anthony.
Welcome to Peaksville, Ohio, on a hot July afternoon. At first glance, you'd think this is a farm like any other, and the little boy, Anthony by name, is like any other little boy. But Peaksville is a place not found on any map, and those fields of wheat and barley, they're not the only crop. Something else grows in Peaksville, and for want of a better term, we'd call it horror. One day, exactly 6 years ago, a boy was born. And as far as the people are concerned, that's all that matters. There isn't anything else. Because Anthony controls it all. In just a moment, we'll take a closer look at Anthony Fremont and the people in the village and the village itself. A world in which nothing exists except Peaksville. A world Anthony manufactured and which he now rules with absolute power. A nightmare of rare design, located dead center in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, It's a Good Life, starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
I'll see he gets it, Amy.
Would you?
Don't you worry none. Look, boy. Look what Aunt Amy's got for you. Your own bowl of chocolate frosting. You like chocolate, don't you, Anthony? I know I do. Chocolate's good.
I don't like her.
Of course you do. She's your Aunt Amy, and she loves you. You know that.
I hate her.
Oh, that's a good joke. A very good joke.
It's all for you, Anthony, all of it. And after you've finished, I'll make some more if you like. As much as you want.
Get away.
Oh, now, darling.
Don't look at me.
What?
I don't like you to look at me.
Hear that, Amy? Anthony's got a point. Why don't you go back in the house for now, so you can help Agnes cook dinner?
Yes. Yes, I'll do that.
It's going to be a good dinner, isn't it?
I believe it will be, yes.
You know, just the way he likes it. Don't you? It'll be delicious, Anthony. You'll see.
I told you, don't look at me.
She's not...
I'll make it so she can't look at me. So she can't look at anything ever again.
Watch your step there, Amy.
I can't see.
What do you mean? Sure you can. That would be some joke. Just go on inside.
The light. That's all I can see. The sun. It's so bright. The sun blazing in the sky. Like white fire all around.
Amy?
Help me. Please. I can't see. I can't see. Help me.
It's nothing, Amy. I'll help you up. Sit here in your chair. There you go. That's right. Sit and rock. You'll feel better real soon, I'm sure. It's good to rock, isn't it? Yes, it's good to sit on the porch and rock. There now. Hi there, Bill.
Afternoon, Mr. Fremont. I brought the groceries from town.
Gee, that was fast. Thank you, Bill. Very thoughtful of you.
My pleasure. Howdy, Anthony.
Hi, Mr. Soames.
Mighty good to see you today. Mighty good. It's such a good day. A real good day, isn't it, Anthony?
It's terrible hot, though. Terrible hot.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. No, ma'am. I wouldn't say that at all. It's fine. Just fine. A real good day all around. What are you doing, Anthony?
Playing.
My, that's real good. Whatever it is.
You like it?
Sure do. I was just wondering, what you were doing.
I made something.
By golly, you did.
Know what it is?
Can't rightly say that I do.
Take a guess.
Oh, I'm not very good at guessing.
Guess.
Go on, Bill. You can do that, can't you?
Well, now, some kind of animal, is it?
It's a gopher with 3 heads. See?
Oh, yeah. He's a real fine one. I ain't ever seen a gopher with 3 heads before. He's alive, huh? Must be, the way he's moving around.
He was. I'll make him dead now. I'm tired of playing with him. Be dead, gopher. You be dead.
Now, that's real fine, Anthony. That's real fine, what you done. Sure is.
Yeah.
You made him dead, all right. Look at him laying there. It's good that you done that. Real good.
Tell me what it looked like.
Well, it was like a regular gopher, only more interesting.
Was it ugly, though?
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't either.
I'll bet it was ugly. Grotesque looking. That's the way Anthony likes things.
What a good joke. You'd better bury him now.
Okay.
Want some help?
No, I'll wish him into the cornfield.
You do that.
Gopher, go into the cornfield. Go be in the cornfield.
Well, what do you know? Ain't that something?
What are you doing here anyway?
Me?
What do you mean, Anthony?
I'm delivering the groceries. What do you think?
Go ahead and do it then.
Why, sure. I'm the delivery man. That's me.
You better. You don't want me to wish you did, do you?
Why, no, Anthony. No, I don't. But
what?
But I just wanted to say, you do some real fine things. Real fine. You're a good boy. We all love you. Don't we, Miss Amy? Don't we just love Anthony?
Oh, yes. We love him. Everybody loves Anthony.
Yes, sir. We sure do love him. We love that boy.
Well, hi, Bill.
Mrs. Fremont, how are you?
I was just checking the roast in the oven. Got everything we asked for?
Pretty much. I have your list here. Let me see. Didn't have any laundry soap. General store's all out of the laundry soap.
Well, that's to be expected. Not even bar soap, though, huh? All out of that, too?
Oh, we've been out for a year. You know that, Mrs. Fremont. We ain't had no bar soap for over a year, so I guess nobody has to wash their hands or behind their ears anymore.
That's right, Bill. That's exactly right.
I got a couple of cans of soup in there. That's nice, huh? Didn't even know we had them on the shelf. And I remembered Anthony loves tomato soup, doesn't he? So I brought that.
How thoughtful.
You'll tell him, won't you, Mrs. Fremont? Tell him I brought the tomato soup because I heard he liked it. Tell him I brought it, won't you?
Why, of course I will, Bill. I'll tell him. Matter of fact, I'll tell him right now.
Oh, no, Mrs. Fremont. You don't have to go to the trouble. I gotta get going anyway. I gotta get back to the store.
You don't have to be frightened of him, Bill. He likes you. He told me that several times, how much he liked you.
Oh, that's real nice to hear. He's a clever boy, Mrs. Fremont.
That he is.
About the cleverest boy I've ever seen. Know what he was doing out there?
Making something, I imagine.
You got it.
Yesterday he made some kind of furry animal. I have never seen the likes of it, but he invented it all by himself. Had real sharp teeth, too. Long and sharp. Could have done some real damage. It tried to bite him. I was kind of hoping that it would.
Mrs. Fremont.
But Anthony wished it into the cornfield before it could do him any harm.
I gotta be going, Mrs. Fremont. I'm real glad. I mean, it's real fine that Anthony keeps making these things. Real fine indeed. Yes, ma'am. It's great.
See you tonight, won't we, Bill?
Tonight?
Why, sure. It's TV night tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Anthony's going to put pictures on the television, and we're going to have a surprise party for Dan Hollis. A real nice surprise party.
I'll be there, Mrs. Fremont. You can count on me. Where?
What?
Nothing. Bye now, Miss Amy. Be sure to say goodbye to your nephew for me.
I will.
Where's Anthony?
I think he went into the barn.
Oh.
Leastways, I heard the door open. I keep telling him he shouldn't go in there, but...
Amy, why, it's real nice that Anthony goes into the barn. A real good thing.
But Agnes, he isn't even around now. You don't have to say that.
But even so, Amy, even so, it's nice that he goes into the barn when he wants to. It's real nice. We mustn't even think anything bad about him, Amy. Do you understand?
But he isn't around.
Amy, dear, you know as well as I do. Sometimes he can hear what we're thinking, no matter where he is. He doesn't even have to hear it with his ears. It's like when you lost your temper.
That was only for a second. 1 second.
I know, but look what he did to your eyes. Now you can't even see. So you just think nice things, Amy. Real nice things about how good it is that Anthony's going into the barn to do whatever he does in there. And tonight we'll have Dan Hollis's birthday party, and we'll have a nice time. A very nice time.
But it's such a hot day. I hope it cools off tonight.
Oh, I wouldn't say it was hot, Amy. It's just right. It's a good day. Don't you think so, too? A real good day.
you, Agnes.
What are you doing?
Thought I'd lie down and try to rest before dinner.
Oh, that's a good idea. You worked hard today.
Always do. Got to get the crops in. Come in, honey, if you want. And close the door.
He's still playing outside?
Good. That's good.
I put Amy to bed in her room.
Did you?
I had to lead the way. Is there a cane in the house? Do you remember? She's going to need one.
I'll sure check.
I told her to try and take a nap.
Good.
Jeff.
Naps are great this time of day, don't you think?
Yes, I do. I wanted to talk to you about...
Sure, honey. We can talk all you want. Later. I was just going to change my clothes. Why don't you check on the roast while I wash up? How's that sound?
All right. I'll do that. And you get a little rest too, if you can.
Sounds like a good idea. See you at dinner. Oh. Well, howdy, son. You crept up on me.
You look funny.
Do I?
You need a towel.
Well, by gosh, I sure do. I was just about to dry my face. I was looking for you a while ago.
What for?
Your mama said you was out in the barn.
Yep.
Did you have fun?
I was looking at the cow.
Oh, that's good. That's real good, Anthony, that you were looking at the cow. Now, you wouldn't be playing any tricks on your dad, would you?
Tricks?
I mean, well, you remember a year ago when we had the pigs?
Oh, yeah.
And what happened to the pigs? You remember that, too?
I turned them into monsters.
Oh, doggone if you didn't. Real odd-looking things.
They were funny.
That's it. Real funny-looking. But good things, Anthony. Real good things. And it's good that you did that. It's real good.
Like tonight.
Yeah?
It's television night. I'm gonna make television for everybody. It'll be real funny.
It sure will be. Everybody's looking forward to it, too, just like they do every week. And then we're going to have the surprise party for Dan Hollis. It'll be so much fun.
Yeah.
I can hardly wait. So, are you looking for something? Can I get anything for you now, son?
No.
Don't you want to play some more?
I don't like playing alone all the time.
Well, I can understand that.
No kids came over to play with me today.
Is that right?
Not a single one. I wanted someone to play with.
Well now, Anthony, you remember the last time some children came over?
Mm-hmm.
The little Fredericks boy and his sister?
I had a real good time.
Oh, sure you did. Sure you had a good time, and that's great. Great. It's just that...
It's just that what?
It's just that you wished them into the cornfield when you didn't like the way they played. That's okay. But I hear their mom and dad were real upset.
About what?
If you wish people away like that, pretty soon there won't be no one left. So maybe next week we'll talk to some of the folks about having their children come over. We'll do that, won't we? Talk about it first.
Yeah, and when they come over, I can make some of those funny animals.
That's fun, isn't it? That's a lot of fun.
That's Bill Soames' collie.
Is it?
Yep, that's the dog that always comes around.
Yeah, that does sound like Bill Soames' dog. Not many dogs left now, Anthony. You wish them all away.
I didn't like them. They didn't like me. I hate anybody who doesn't like me.
But everybody loves you. They love you, son. You're everybody's favorite.
I heard somebody think one time, Somebody thought I shouldn't have wished away all the automobiles and things. And the electricity. They said it wasn't good that I did that. Somebody thought it one time. Who? Who thought that?
Was it Teddy Reynolds who thought that? He owned the farm up the road.
Oh yeah, I remember. He shouldn't have thought those bad thoughts. That's why I made him go on fire.
Sure, that was why...
That dog, that collie, he doesn't like me.
Oh, I don't know about that.
He's a bad dog.
Well, now, Anthony, did you do something to Bill Soames's dog? Guess you must have. He isn't outside anymore.
I put him in the cornfield. I'm gonna go out in the yard now. Bye.
No.
Bill Soames's collie was out by the tree just now. I heard him barking, and then he just...
Well, why Anthony done that? It was a good thing that Anthony done that, wasn't it, honey? Wasn't it a real good thing?
Oh, yes, indeed. It was a real good thing that Anthony did it. Well, I've got to get back and get supper ready.
Stay a minute.
Ethel's bringing over the candles for Dan's cake. Amy already made it. She got the last box of cane sugar there was to be found.
Agnes?
The very last box. And Dan hasn't got one single inkling that there's a surprise party for him. Not one.
Glad to hear it.
And you know how much Dan likes music? Well, last week, Thelma Dunn found a record in her attic.
That a fact?
Yes, and she's going to give it to him tonight. Isn't that a wonderful surprise?
It sure is. A record. Imagine. That's a real nice thing to find. What record is it?
Perry Como singing You Are My Sunshine.
Well, what do you know? I always liked that tune. How did Thelma happen to find it?
Oh, you know, just looking around for new things. Or old things. The ones that are still left.
Say, who has that picture we found a while back? I kind of liked it. That old clipper ship sailing along.
The Smiths. Next week, the Sipiches get it, and they give the Smiths the old McIntyre music box, and we give the Sipiches...
I know. That's the way of things now. There's so little left.
But that's okay, isn't it?
Everybody keeps a few things for a while, and then they trade off. There's about 3 books left, and each family...
Oh, now, honey.
And each family can keep it for a week, and then trade it for something else. Like with the stereoscope the Van Nusens found in their cellar, or the can of beer that Bill Soames found wedged into an old icebox in the junkyard.
I'd better go check on the kitchen.
You see, the thing of it is, Anthony fixed it so that we're alone in the world. Nothing new ever gets built anymore. Nothing new at all.
That's enough.
No, it's not nearly enough. Remember 6 years ago, old Doc Baker, rest his soul, he took one look at Anthony when he was born, and he screamed and dropped him. Tried to kill him right then and there. He knew. Somehow he knew what Anthony was, and he thought it would have been better if he had been born dead. But Anthony, my son, he whined and let out a cry, and then he done this thing. He took his revenge. Oh, didn't he?
Please, I beg of you, don't. No.
And he either destroyed the world and only left this village, or he took the village someplace away from everything. We don't know exactly which, do we? All we know is that we're alone, and there aren't any towns or villages or anything else left except this place. And Anthony, he controls it with his mind. He controls everything. That's right. That little boy in the yard outside. He can make it rain or snow. He can wish people into a grave, or he can turn them into anything he wants. That's why you got to keep smiling or laughing, or you got to mumble something to keep your mind clear, because Anthony can tell what you're thinking, and if it's a bad thought, his mind will snap at you, and he'd do most anything at all.
Please, for the love of God.
Mom?
All right. All right. But it's good. It's good that it turned out this way, isn't it? It's real good. That's what it is. Really, really, really good.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and especially you kids. And now for our next act. It's time for Stupid Animal Tricks. And here's some film we thought you'd like to see. First up is Rocco the Squirrel in Crossing the Road. Oh, poor Rocco. And now, the bird and the BB gun.
Oh, my. Will you look at that?
What, Ethel?
It's just like cartoons, only better.
And last but not least, the turtle crossing the street. Well, that's all, folks. And now, time for our next program.
Welcome, horror fans, to tonight's episode of Scary Nightmares. This one's a real killer of a story. It's called Pleasant Dreams. Let's watch, shall we?
Think I'll go get some fresh air.
Shh. Not now, Dan.
That's all the TV there is.
Oh, that was wonderful, Anthony. Wasn't it, everyone? Wasn't Anthony's television wonderful?
Yeah.
Just wonderful.
Even better than last week.
Yeah, great.
It was much better than the old television.
Oh, the best yet.
You can say that again. You'll have to come around next week.
Oh, I will. I will.
And now, everyone, is it time?
I guess so, honey.
The surprise for Dan's birthday.
Oh, you shouldn't have done anything.
Go ahead, Ethel. Give your hubby the big surprise.
All right. Here you go, Dan. I wrapped it for you special.
What's this?
Open it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, if you say so.
I hope you like it.
What's this, a record?
It's Perry Como. A real collector's item, you might say.
No kidding. I haven't heard Perry Como in years and years.
Such a great crooner.
You know what a crooner is, don't you, son?
No.
It's a singer. Someone who sings the old songs. What a great voice he had.
Oh, didn't he?
Happy birthday, darling. Happy birthday.
Hey, you better not hug me too hard. I'm holding a priceless object here.
You certainly are.
Wow. Do you think we could play it?
You mean right now?
I'd love to hear some new music.
Well,
what I'd like to hear is the first part, just the orchestra part, before Como sings. Would that be all right?
I don't like singing.
I don't think we'd better, Dan. After all, we don't know where the singing comes in. It would be taking too much of a chance. Better wait till you get home.
Put it on the table for now.
But we don't have a Victrola at home.
That's all right. Better to keep it safe. These old records break so easily.
I guess you're right.
Of course I am. There.
It's good that I can't play it here.
And now, I think it's time for Pat Riley to play some piano for us. How about it, Pat?
Would you?
That's a great idea.
Well, then, it'd be my pleasure.
Move right in, Anthony, so you can watch him. It's great what he can do with those fingers of his.
I'm a little nervous.
Oh, don't be. You play beautifully.
Okay, then. Here goes. Guess I'm out of practice. It'd be good if you told me what to play, Anthony. It'd be real good if you tell me what music you like.
Just play. Play anything.
All right. I'll play Night and Day. That's a nice old tune.
It sure is.
That's always lovely.
Yeah, go ahead.
What are you doing?
What does it look like, having another brandy?
You've had enough.
Not hardly.
Stop it.
Leave me alone.
Put the glass down.
Take your hands.
Don't make any noise. I don't like noise when the music is playing.
I'll drink to that.
Oh, don't worry. I'll clean it up.
Go on, Riley. Finish the song.
Yes, please. It's so pretty.
Pretty all right.
Dan, please.
Please what? I'm not doing anything.
I know, darling, but...
I'm just drinking this peach brandy on my birthday. That's all I'm doing.
Please, Dan. For the love of heaven, please don't say anything else.
Who's saying anything? I'm not saying anything. I'm listening. Shh.
Play, Pat.
This is real good brandy. Real good. You people know something? There's only 5 bottles of real liquor in the whole village. 5. 1 rye, 2 scotch, 1 after-dinner cordial, and this here. And when that's gone, there won't be any left at all. None.
Keep playing.
Nuts. Nuts! Can't even play my record. Can't even play Perry Como. Don't play that anymore, Pat. That's not what I want you to play. Play this. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me.
Dan!
Happy...
Please, stop! Oh, please, Ethel, be quiet! Dan!
Ethel, you have to stop now.
Happy birthday, dear Danny. Happy birthday to me. Play it, Pat. Play it so I can sing it right. You know, I can't carry a tune unless somebody plays it.
I'll do my best.
That's enough. I said that's enough.
Go outside for a while, Dan. Get a breath of fresh air.
You and her, you had them. You had to go have them, didn't you? If there's any fault, it's yours. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when I am blue. You monster. You dirty little monster. You murderer. Hey, what you thinking, Anthony? You go ahead. You think about me. You think bad thoughts about me. And maybe some man in this room. Some man with guts. Somebody who's sick to death of living in this place and is willing to take a chance. Maybe he'll sneak up behind you and lay something heavy across your skull and end this once and for all.
You're a bad man.
You think that, Anthony. You go ahead. I'm a bad man. Keep thinking that. Somebody get behind him. That's all it takes. Somebody end this now. Pick up a bottle or a stick or something, anything, and...
You're a very bad man, and you keep thinking bad thoughts about me. But now you can't anymore. You can't even see me.
My eyes?
Your eyes aren't real. They're like a toy. That's all you are now. A toy Jack-in-the-Box.
Anthony, push it away. Wish it into the cornfield. We've all looked at it enough. Please, son. Wish it into the cornfield.
All right.
That's better.
He was a bad man, so I turned him into a clown Jack-in-the-Box. A clown that still had his face. You shouldn't think bad thoughts either, lady, or I'll do the same thing to you.
It's a good thing you did that to Dan. It's a very good thing.
Play some more music, Mr. Riley.
Oh, yeah, it was swell. Just swell. A real good thing.
I like that song.
Come on, Anthony, I'll lift you up so you can sit on the piano. Would you like that?
You know something?
What's that, Amy? Careful, watch your step. Why don't you sit down again?
I kind of liked it a little bit better when there were cities outside.
And we could get real television and radio and things like that? Didn't you?
Why, Amy, it's good for you to say such a thing. Very good, but you must be making a joke. Anthony's television is much better than anything we ever used to get.
Oh, yes. It's fine. It's fine. Anthony's are the best shows we've ever had.
Yeah.
Very best.
Look at that, will you? It's snowing outside. Anthony, are you making it snow?
Yeah, I'm making it snow. I like snow.
So do I. We all do. But that'll kill off half the crops. That's what it'll do, Anthony. And then we won't have anything to harvest or eat. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
But I guess it's good that you're making it snow. It's real good. And tomorrow will be a good day. No matter what. A very, very good day.
No profound comment here. No clever words about the human mind and the power of thought or the need to survive. We only wanted to introduce you to one of our favorite citizens, and we do mean favorite, little Anthony Fremont, age 6, who lives in a village called Peaksville, in a place that used to be Ohio. And if by some strange chance you should ever run across him, you'd best think only good thoughts, because anything less than that is attempted at your own risk. In the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
It's a Good Life, starring Mike Starr with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling from a story by Jerome Bixby. Heard in the cast were Meg Thalken, Fernette Lebo, Christian Stolte, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Brooke Sanford, Carl Amari, piano stylings by Daniel Choka, and introducing Zachary Leipzig as Anthony. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. The Jeopardy Room with Stacy Keach as your narrator was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Yasin Piyankov, Jamie Vann, Terry Berner, Katrina Lenk, Ned Noyes, Anna Sverutza, and Lisa Dotson. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Here is your room, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I'll turn on the lamp.
Leave it off for now.
As you wish. I am sorry it's so small, sir.
It suits our purposes.
Where is the bath?
Down the hall.
The hall?
I can give you one with a private bath if you prefer.
No. I said this will do.
I'm afraid the dining room is closed at this hour, but you may take a meal at the cafe down the street.
We're not hungry, my friend and I.
Then I bid you good evening.
Good night. Check the window, Boris.
You chose the right room.
Of course.
There is Kuchenko, in his room, across the alley.
Binoculars?
Right here, Commissar.
Yes. See? The Major lies on his bed, but he does not sleep.
He will sleep very soon. Give me one shot with this rifle.
Not yet, Boris. That would be too easy.
Easy? A clean kill.
I have something more challenging in mind.
Something
along the lines of a game, perhaps.
I don't like games.
Not even a game of cat and mouse?
What for?
To make him squirm a bit before the hammer falls?
We waste time, Commissar.
Patience, my friend. Hand me the phone.
Who are you calling?
Hickory Dickory Dock.
Front desk.
Yes. Excuse me, but do you have a Mr. Kuchenko in your hotel?
One moment. Sorry, no one by that name.
Ah, but I happen to know that my friend is staying there. Perhaps he's registered under another name? Andreev?
I'll check. Yes, Mr. Andreev, room 963.
Very good. Will you connect me, please?
Yes, sir.
Look, he hears it.
Of course he does.
He rises from the bed to answer.
Yes?
This is Major Kuchenko. Hello? Major? Are you there? Major?
The cast of characters in our drama: a cat, a cat's assistant, and a mouse. This is the latter, the intended victim, who does not know but may have already guessed that he is to die. His name is Major Ivan Kuchenko, and he was lately an officer in the former Soviet Union. At this point, he has, if events go according to certain predetermined plans, perhaps 3 or 4 more hours of living. But an ignorance shared by both Major Kuchenko and his executioner is the fact that both have taken rooms at adjacent hotels in a section of the city located beyond the checkpoints of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Jeopardy Room, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
This is Major Kuchenko?
Who is calling?
Major Kuchenko, you don't know me.
Who is this?
But I have heard of your recent arrival here.
You have the wrong number.
And I wanted you to know that you have friends in this city.
Friends, you say? And they would be...
Good friends, Major. Staunch friends.
I know no one in this city.
May I impose upon you to remain in your room for a little bit? Your friends will make themselves known.
And who is this speaking? Is this a friend also?
A good friend, Major. Not known to you yet, perhaps, but soon to become acquainted.
And why must I stay in my room?
We'll be making contact with you very shortly.
For what purpose?
Your welfare. Your well-being is our deepest concern, Major.
Now, Commissar.
Not yet, Boris. May I count on you to show some sense, Major? For your own safety, I urge you to remain in your room. You'll be seeing your friends before long. The mouse is in the trap.
He stands at the window. Now, Commissar?
Patience.
But I have him in the crosshairs. I could make his head leave his shoulders at this range.
That would give you pleasure, wouldn't it?
A great deal of pleasure, Commissar. Just say the word. Even when he lies down, I can still see his head.
I believe it, Boris. I know of your prowess, but put the gun away.
Put it away?
Lay it aside for a bit.
We're not going to kill him?
Ah, the eagerness of the young. They do not sip wine. They gulp it down like a soft drink. They do not fondle women. They devour them. They do not sniff at the essence of a perfume. They try to jam it into their nostrils. But now, consider the window across the way. The gentleman will die without question. But I want him to die, Boris, with finesse, with subtlety, with a degree of thought and care.
A killing is a killing. And if a man is to die, what does it matter how he dies?
Ever been to a bullfight, Boris?
A bullfight? No, Commissar. I've never had that pleasure.
A bullfight might serve to make the distinction. In such a contest, if the matador kills with grace, that is considered a good death.
So, there are good deaths and bad deaths, are there?
Precisely. There is death with art, and there is the death of the butcher. You, Boris, are a butcher. Now, that is an honorable profession of great usefulness. But I'm an artist. Oh, you will have a death tonight, within a few hours. But when it is over, we will have killed with artistry, Boris. Not with a meat cleaver or an explosive bullet or any other of the butcher's tools. This death will be like a ballet.
Yes?
Major Kuchenko?
Who is it?
A friend, Major. If you prefer, you can turn off the lights and find a hiding place. I'll come in with my hands up, palms open. Major Kuchenko?
And you are?
I am a friend. May I?
For a moment.
I would prefer that you put the gun away.
Not a chance. Were you the one on the telephone?
We had a brief chat earlier. Quite a place you have here. Who occupied it before you? A rat?
I have no luxury of choices.
Indeed not. In this respect, you are a very poor man of late. However, you have a bed, you have some pictures on the wall, and the floor without so much as a throw rug. An adequate accommodation, and a view of a brick building alongside. I suppose there are worse places to spend an evening, Major?
I know. I've been to many of them.
Indeed. Indeed you have. Siberia is cold this time of year, is it not, Major? I'm told it's a most uncomfortable climate.
You've been told quite correctly. It's a freezing jungle.
A freezing jungle. Marvelous. Lovely imagery. Siberia is a freezing jungle.
It was. When it was part of the Union.
You make reference, of course, to the people who inhabited it.
I make reference to some people. Those who were in charge of that private resort.
It must have been unpleasant for you? At least sufficiently unpleasant to motivate you to renounce your native land and try to seek asylum elsewhere?
For a time. Asylum is no longer necessary under the new regime.
But of course the old ways die hard. Some of the same people remain in charge, and they might be concerned about their public perception in this new world. To the victors go the spoils, and that includes access to certain, let us say, sensitive information?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Really? But I think you do. You were a political prisoner. You served a term of 12 years. You escaped and you moved quickly when the borders were opened. To bring us up to date, you have made your way to a neutral country, somehow avoiding an official debriefing. You have made contact with certain foreign agencies, and now you're desperately trying to get on an airplane that will take you to a Western nation. But for some reason, you feel that you're still under surveillance?
Oh, it's more than a feeling. I know I'm under surveillance.
Do you know by whom?
I know very well.
Can you tell me who they are?
Look in the mirror. Commissar Vasilov.
Very discerning, Major. You remember faces?
I remember pain. I remember some interrogations that went on for many weeks. I had no calendar, but I made marks on the wall of my cell.
How resourceful.
I remember one particular man who smoked Balkan cigarettes in a long holder and stood in the corner of the room, smiling and nodding, making jokes, while I went from agony to agony.
So, Major, now we may dispense with the amenities. The masquerade, the little give and take of two strangers feeling each other out.
Agreed.
Now we get to the point. Do you honestly think that we would permit you to book passage on an aircraft out of here? That would be quite impossible. As a former member of the military, even as far back as 12 years ago, you have information that we would find embarrassing were it to be released elsewhere.
Why, if the government we worked for no longer exists?
Because the new government contains many of the same players reshuffled into different positions, and they have their new careers to consider. Consequently, Major, it is not to our advantage that you leave. It would, of course, be simpler and more convenient if you accompany me back to our embassy.
I am sick, tired, and torn, Vasilov. But I am not insane. I would sooner cut my wrists over a sink and bleed to death. That would be my choice in the matter.
You surely can't be serious, Major. I'm rather a connoisseur of the several hundred ways for a man to depart the earth. And you can believe me when I tell you the cutting of the wrist is not a particularly felicitous modus operandi. Quite apart from the pain, which of course must be attendant, is the fact that one dies slowly, and because of this, he has to be an eyewitness to his own demise. No, my dear friend, I'm afraid we are of two minds about that kind of death. But enough. I have brought you a small gift. Consider it a peace offering.
Careful.
Gently, Major. Gently. This happens to be a bottle of Amontillado. Quite rare and most pleasing to the palate.
I have to repeat what I told you before, Commissar. I'm not insane. I'm quite aware of what would happen to me if I drank any of that.
Why, Major? I'm disappointed in you. With your kind indulgence, allow me to use your own water glasses. If you assume this is to be cyanide or some other poison, you're quite wrong.
Am I?
Undoubtedly. You see, I don't share your death wish. I'm a healthy man with excellent expectations as to my longevity. No, indeed, Major. I was about to propose a social drink. The two of us. I'll drink first, and then you. Satisfactory?
Such ritual, Commissar. Such tribal rites. Yet you have only one purpose with me. Why don't you get it over with? If you're trying to disarm me and make me get rid of this pistol, it'll take more than a social whine.
Indeed, Major. Now, as to my business with you, we both know what that is.
Go ahead and say it.
Very well. I'm to see that you're dead by tomorrow morning. Is that plain enough?
Quite plain.
And you shall be, Major. With a degree of immodesty, I can say that I've killed 800 times you. But I've done it, Major, with subtlety, with originality, with ingenuity. I'm the last of the imaginative assassins, an artist of the profession, as it were. Excellent. Flavor. Bouquet, just the proper dryness. Really quite an exceptional wine. Join me, Major?
And now?
And now I will tell you something else. I will tell you something about you and me.
Please.
You, Major, are a malcontent, a genuine curiosity, a rebel with no cause to speak of. You have to go to prison camps, to interrogation centers, or hide in filthy little rooms. You can never accept that which is ordained.
And you?
I, on the other hand, am a survivor. I adapt to my situation. I haven't a large salary, and my job, at least the way it's laid out, is a rather dull one. Finding defectors and traitors and subversives and doing away with them. Now, I could do that with a high-powered rifle. I could do it with a homemade bomb. But I choose to exercise imagination and taste. In your case...
In my case?
In your case, I choose to prolong the game. And in the process of this prolongation, I've come up with what I think is a most bizarre and novel method of execution. One designed especially to challenge your talents. For we are worthy adversaries, you and I.
I feel weak. I feel...
Tell me what you feel, Major. Exactly. I want to know.
Why, you monster. You drugged me after all.
Indeed I have. And that poses an interesting question, doesn't it? How is it that we both can drink of the same wine, and yet I'm unaffected? Isn't that an interesting question, Major? Major?
My head. He's gone. But I'm still alive. So he wants to play a game. And he has left something behind. What is this?
Greetings, Major Kuchenko. I'm an exceptionally good judge of men.
Are you?
And in my judgment of you, I made an assumption that you are sufficiently observant to see the tape recorder on top of your dresser and curious enough to play it. How could you resist? This will also suggest to what complicated ends I'm willing to go to make a simple execution different and imaginative. First of all, to clear up one point. You may remember our discussion. Before I left you, I proposed a question. Isn't it odd that we both drank of the same wine, and how different the effect? Isn't it odd? Really quite incredible and bizarre. How can it be? In all honesty, Major, how do you explain it?
Go ahead. I'm listening. You...
Perhaps you have figured it out already. The truth is, I have been imbibing this particular drug for many years, a sort of experiment with myself as the subject. I have now reached the point where my physical tolerance has risen so that I can drink it by the gallon and remain quite unaffected. This in itself is a rather common and uninspired trick, a phenomenon well known to the scientific community. But you will also note, and I hope with a degree of pleasure, that you have not been poisoned. You're very much alive.
Where are you?
As you've probably perceived, I'm rather a gamesman when it comes to killing. I adhere to my own rules and ethics. Hence, Major Kuchenko, I have taken the liberty of removing your pistol so that you won't hurt yourself. Now listen to the following quite carefully. This is the game, and these are the rules. You have been asleep for roughly 3 hours. During that time, in addition to dictating this on the recorder, I have done the following. I have placed a booby trap in your room. It is not visible, but it is attached to a very common object that is in the room. If you trigger this object, it will detonate and you will immediately be blown up.
Why not get it over with now, sadist?
Now, for a proposition. If during the next 3 hours you are able to find this booby trap and cut the wire, you will be permitted to leave the room alive and unharmed. This is a guarantee. You have my word on it.
Your word?
But the following conditions are of the essence, Major. You must actively search for this booby trap and you must find it and render it inactive. It goes without saying that, as of this moment, you are being observed.
How?
Attempt to turn out the lights, and you will be shot. The moment you stop an active search, should you refuse to play the game, you will also be shot. If you are unable to find the trap within 3 hours, or attempt to leave the room at any point during that time, I am afraid the same conditions apply. You will receive a bullet in the head. So there you have it, Major. Find the booby trap, cut its wires, and you're free. Fail to find it, or fail to look for it, you're dead. Look for it, find it, but fail to recognize it, you're also dead. Needless to say, Major Kuchenko, it is this latter occurrence that I rather expect and look forward to. As a fellow expert in tricks and deception, I think you will admit this situation has its own special imaginative quality.
Where are you? Where are you?
Over here, Major. Just across the way. So near and yet so far. Can't you see me? Doesn't the light reflect in my binoculars? Look, Major. Please look. Try, I implore you.
Where have you been, Boris? I brought food from the cafe.
Food is of no consequence. Quickly, he's awake.
Don't worry, Commissar. I have a clear shot anywhere in the room.
Hold your fire until I tell you.
But why? Such an easy target.
Too easy. That is the difference between us, Boris. You are a marksman, but I am a gamesman. And the game is afoot.
The picture frame? No. Too obvious. The ceiling. The light fixture. Possibility. Nothing. Oh, you think you are so clever, Commissar. So clever. The bed, then. Under the mattress.
The bed springs?
It might be.
Not the chair, though.
Still possible.
Where?
That would be telling. Go ahead and eat, Boris, before it gets cold. He's busy with the hunt for now. What did you bring?
Sandwiches. Have one, Commissar.
I never eat while I'm working. I'm like an athlete, Boris. Food is a distraction.
Food is good.
It makes one sluggish, affects the concentration. The morning will come soon enough. Over here, Kuchenko, just across the alley. Don't you see?
He sees nothing.
But surely a fragment of light, a stray reflection. Perhaps he has seen us. Yes, he must know, but he refuses to acknowledge. He is too proud. He knows he must do this on his own and will not give me the satisfaction.
The bookshelf. Or the books themselves. Which one? An atlas? A novel? The Bible, of course. It's already been moved an inch, 2 inches. But the wire? Where? One way to find out. The bookcase itself, then. Behind the books. In the wood, the nails. Or under the floorboards. Wait, think. Where would I put it? You want a real battle of wits, Vasilov? You've got it. Think. 4 walls. Ceiling. Light fixture. Floor. A picture. Bed with frame. Box springs. Mattress. Headboard. A night table. Bookshelf. Dresser. Window. Desk. First the drawers. The top one. Slowly.
What is he doing now?
The desk. He's down on his hands and knees removing the 2 bottom drawers so he can see what's under the top one. Bravo, Major. Good thinking.
Is that where you put it?
The possibility exists. Look at him, glistening like a mackerel. He stops to wipe the sweat from his eyes.
And
now he looks under the top drawer, crawling on his back. Yes! I think he's got it.
Let me kill him.
Don't be a fool. There are rules. Now he sees a length of wire. He grasps it between his fingertips very, very carefully, and he has removed it.
Something is wrong with the bomb?
I doubt it.
Then it was not in the drawer?
Oh, there is a piece of coat hanger I placed there. A decoy. A drawer would be common, uninspired. And I'm not, you'll forgive the immodesty, a common executioner.
Where is it, Commissar?
In a most ingenious place. Really, quite an ingenious place.
Not in the books, the desk, the mattress.
Think of another common object in that room, Boris.
I have it.
Yes?
The doorknob.
Interesting idea.
Then where?
I'd rather not tell you at the moment, Boris. I think you'll enjoy the next few minutes more if you share the Major's ignorance.
You seem very sure.
Sure?
That he'll find the trap. You take a risk.
Not at all. That's not what I'm sure of. That is to say, I'm reasonably sure he'll find it, given his mental capacity, but he'll find it too late.
He's looking toward us.
But he can't see us. It's quite dark in here, and it wouldn't matter if he did see us.
Now he's returning to the table.
You're getting warm, my young friend.
The ashtray.
Extremely warm, but not hot.
Where then? Please, Commissar, please tell me.
Take the glasses. What do you see?
He stands over the telephone. He is reaching out.
Hot now, Boris. Extremely hot.
Oh, he has picked it up. I thought for a minute there...
You thought what?
The telephone.
Precisely. The telephone.
But he just lifted the receiver.
Indeed. He lifted the receiver to call out. If, on the other hand, the Major's telephone were to ring and he were to answer it...
That's it, isn't it? If he picks up the phone after it rings...
You have it now, my friend. When the Major's phone rings and he answers it, I have placed a tiny bottle of nitroglycerin inside the mechanism. The explosion will only occur after the ring and the lifting of the receiver, at which point the electrical contact will be made, and Major Kuchenko will not even have time to say hello.
But what if no one calls?
Oh, someone will. I promise you, someone will.
Front desk.
This is the party in 963. I was wondering...
Yes, sir?
I was wondering if you might have the number of another hotel.
Another hotel?
The one next door, across the alley.
That would be the Grand. You can find it in the directory, in the table by your bed. Dial 9 first, then the number.
I see. Thank you. Vasilov? I know you're there, Vasilov. The game is not over yet.
Do you have the time, Boris?
What?
The time.
10 minutes to 5. Almost done, Commissar.
He's tried almost everything. He has 10 more minutes.
Hadn't I best go over there now and finish it?
No, my young friend. That would be impetuous. It would also be a bit embarrassing if someone were to see you.
At this hour, the streets are empty.
Quite apart from the fact that I wanted this to be imaginative, I also wanted subtlety. I should like our quarry to die in his room without our being there.
Opportunity is running out.
Then I do believe that it's time to, shall we say, accelerate the process? Hotel Mont Blanc? Would you dial room 963, please? Thank you. I'll wait.
There it goes. He's walking toward it.
What's the fool doing? Why doesn't he answer it?
I can't tell. He has his back to the window.
Turn around so I can see.
Now, Commissar?
No. Would you dial 963 one more time, please? Yes, I know it didn't answer. Ring it again. What's he doing, Boris?
His back is still to me.
It can't be busy.
I don't know.
What's he doing? Use the glasses.
He's turning around, lighting a cigarette.
He's mocking me.
Now, he suddenly dropped from sight.
Kill him.
I can only see the top of his head. He's moving across the room.
Do it! You missed, you fool.
He's at the door.
Again.
He's gone out of the room.
And you missed him. You missed, you idiot.
Flight 17 to Rome, Paris, and New York, now pre-boarding.
Ticket, sir.
Ticket? Oh, yes.
Mr. Andreev. Passport?
Right here.
I see.
Is anything wrong?
No, sir. Everything seems to be in order. How many bags?
No luggage.
Not even a carry-on?
I'm traveling light.
Then here's your seat assignment. Please go to gate 17.
How much time do I have?
Boarding for coach class begins in 5 minutes.
Good.
Sir?
I mean, thank you. I'll be there.
What a mess he left behind.
Like a pigsty.
He tore the bed apart. And the furniture. Oh, just look. Oh, even my poor little tape recorder.
Commissar?
Yes, Boris?
It would have been better, wouldn't it?
What would?
If I had taken his head off in the first place.
You mean if we had slaughtered him like an animal? I love your style, Boris. You should have been a pig farmer.
Our man would have been dead by now.
He would have been dead if we had beaten him to death with mallets too. But anyone can die that way. And any stupid, insensitive fool can kill that way. No, this is a man of quality, with a resourceful mind, similar, you might say, to his executioner. He deserves a better ending, as do I. But that's all right. I have time. I'll get him in the next city, now that I know my adversary.
We will be able to track him?
Most certainly. The old network still functions, though in a much different way. I have the same contacts, no matter what they now call themselves. Importers, exporters, businessmen of various stripes, here and abroad. It's marvelous, you know. Really marvelous. Think of the possibilities. Other, even more ingenious methods of doing away with Kuchenko and his kind.
I still think we should have chased him.
Not at all. He would have gotten away. And even if he hadn't, it would mean that a thick-headed clod like you is more efficient than I. And this I reject, Boris. This I reject in toto.
Look at this. A bottle of wine. I can only find one glass.
Throw it away.
One drink, Commissar.
I said no.
But there is more than half left.
This is not for you.
But why?
Do you know much about Amontillado?
I know about vodka.
Of course, you and all the other potato growers. Give me the glass.
Here.
Believe me, it wouldn't agree with you. It's an acquired taste.
Yes, Commissar. If you say so.
I say so. There are some secrets that you're not ready to learn. But in time, Boris. In time. For now, I need you awake and alert.
That's right. I do what you say, as always. But so far, your methods are not very effective. The men who pay us, they will not be impressed.
And you will make a report? Only I can do that. I am the one they listen to.
I can request another assignment.
You're free to do so.
Until then, I take no further orders from you.
As you wish. You might want to reconsider, though. The resort in Siberia may be closed, but there are others. We have allies. All it would take is a single phone call. Comrade Boris, uncooperative, recalcitrant, unwilling to follow instructions. In this new order, there are not many positions for the uneducated, the blockheads with families. Yes?
Well,
You want to say something?
I withdraw my complaint.
What's that? I didn't hear you.
I am tired, Commissar. I say many things when I am tired.
You wish to apologize?
Yes.
Very well. I will take it under advisement. In the meanwhile, see if Major Kuchenko left anything behind. Check the closet, the drawers.
Yes, Commissar.
And life goes on. The sun comes up and we arise to meet another day, to prevail by our wits and our wits alone.
I'll get it, Commissar.
No, Boris!
I don't want...
You fool, no!
I'm sorry, sir. Your party doesn't answer.
No?
It doesn't ring at all now.
You're sure? Mont Blanc Hotel, room 963.
Strange. The line is suddenly dead.
Thank you, operator. That means my message got through.
Flight 17 Transocean Airways now departing for New York City via Belgrade, Paris, Rome, London, final call.
Major Ivan Kuchenko on his way west, on his way to freedom. A freedom bought and paid for by a most stunning ingenuity. Exit a gunman named Boris and one Commissar Vasilov, who forgot that there are two sides to an argument and two parties on every line. This has been a collect call, placed direct to you from a phone booth located somewhere in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
What's the matter, Elwyn? Don't you like to dance?
I need a breath of fresh air is all. Well, don't stay out here too long. The dance is just getting started. Billy Ben, that you?
Who were you expecting?
You're late.
Sure, I'm late, pretty thing. I've been to town today.
Why didn't you take me with you?
I did the next best thing. Thought of you every step of the way.
You got a sweet and lying tongue.
And you are a fair young thing.
What did you do in town? Stop trying to kiss me. What will folks say?
There's nobody here. Just you and me and the man in the moon.
You're a right high-spirited man to have walked to town and back.
I was there for a right high-spirited reason.
Looking at all the pretty girls, I'll bet, in their fancy clothes and high-heeled shoes.
None as pretty as you. Close your eyes.
What are you putting on my finger?
You can open them now.
Why, that's the prettiest ring I ever did see. It sparkles even in the light of the moon.
It's a genuine zircon.
Oh, Billy, I'm proud enough to cry. I love you with all my enduring life.
And I the same for you.
Can I show it to everybody?
If that would pleasure you.
Oh, how the girls will envy me. Come on, let's go in the barn.
The Twilight Zone has existed in many lands and many times. It has its roots in history, in things that happened long ago and got handed down from one generation to another. And in the telling, the story gets added to and embroidered on until what might have happened in the time of the Druids sounds as if it took place yesterday in, say, the Blue Ridge Mountains. Like the story you're about to hear. Even though such tales are best told by an elderly grandfather on a cold winter's night by the fireside, if possible, in the southern hills of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Jess-belle, starring Stephanie Weir, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Friends, now that everybody's here, I am proud to bid you welcome. I want everybody to dance till you wear out the fiddler and eat till you let your belt out to the last notch. My land was good to me this year. The good Lord blessed it with rain when rain was needed and a kindly sun to follow. And this barn is heavy with the yield of it. But that's just one reason to celebrate here tonight. A decent, good, and true man came to me and asked for the hand of my daughter, Elwyn. She has my enduring love. And now I've given her my blessing to marry Billy Ben Turner.
Oh, Elwyn, I'm so glad for you.
Thank you.
You must be so proud.
I am. Excuse me for a minute. Billy?
Yes, honey?
What's wrong with Jess-belle?
Huh?
Well, look at her. She's walking out.
Going home early, I reckon.
See if you can talk her into staying.
She'll come back if she's of a mind to.
Night's young yet. Ruin my party if folks start leaving early. Go on.
Okay, I'll do what I can. Jess-belle?
Don't you come near me.
I was hoping you'd wish us well.
You'll have nothing from me but my curses.
No need for you to take on so, Jess-belle.
Do you want me to go in there and throw my arms around her? Tell her I'm glad?
Jess, I'm sorry.
You weren't sorry the first night you came whistling up Eagle Rock Trail. I was washing supper dishes and heard you call my name, remember? And I ran like the wind to meet you.
Jess, don't.
All those things you told me, I believed. Remember when we clung together in the sweet night grass on Eagle Rock Mountain and the moonlight made the sea of silver mist on the fog below?
I remember.
And the day we ran together through the Scotch broom field and the sun was blazing down and we fell together and you touched me and the fire in me burned as hot as the white sun.
The fire has gone to ashes now, Jess-belle.
It still burns inside.
It's different with Elwyn and me.
Her pretty clothes and her daddy's land. Is that the difference, Billy Ben?
No, that's not the difference. I love her in a quiet way.
I don't want to know. You tell your love a thing for me, will you, Billy Ben?
What's that?
Tell her not to start making her wedding dress right away.
Why tell her a thing like that?
Because she ain't married you yet, Billy. Maybe she never will.
Fair was Ellie Glover, fair was Jess-belle. Both they loved the same man, and both they loved him well.
Go away.
I've got to see you.
If you come to my house, just walk right in. I don't ask nobody here.
Granny Hart?
What do you bother an old woman for this time of night?
Folks say you got power.
Folks say a lot of things.
They say that all of Moses Crowley's cows sickened and died after he shot that hawk you used to keep.
That hawk was my pet. He used to roost at the black pine tree outside the door.
And when Molly Unger's baby was dying of fever, Molly went somewhere and got a potion for him. Folks said she came here.
She did. And that baby lived, too, didn't he?
Lived, but he's cursed with fits. His mama don't let him out of the house.
What else do they say of me?
They say you're a witch.
Sugar, if I was a witch, I'd be flying around on my broom instead of sitting here at home minding my own business.
Whatever you are, will you help me?
Depends, sugar.
I want to win a man's love.
Womankind's got her own kind of witchcraft for that.
He was mine for a while. Came sneaking off at night and kept it quiet what went on between him and me. Never took me any place for the world to know. He made me promises. Made them when his face was hot as blood and forgot them just as soon as he was 10 feet from my door.
Don't know much about men, do you, sugar?
Only him.
What man?
Billy Ben Turner.
Oh, a pretty one he is, with strong, round arms to hold a girl.
And a fickle heart like the whole race of men.
How you want him to love you, gal? There's lots of ways of loving.
Tell me some kinds.
As many as there are people.
Could you make him love me like he did? When he couldn't let a night pass without seeing me. When he'd fight if any other man so much as looked at me.
How much money did you bring me?
I don't have any money.
Then how do you expect to pay me?
I'll give you my pearl hairpin. The pearl is real, brought back from across the seas by my daddy in one of the wars. And the stick is made of silver.
Ah, silver! Put it out of my sight. That all you got to offer me?
That's everything on earth I own, save the clothes on my back.
You better go home, gal. Live your life without Billy Ben Turner.
I won't have any life without him. You've got to help me.
There's something I can give you, but the price is high.
I told you I didn't have any money.
Tain't money.
If it's in my power, I'll pay it.
Oh, it's in your power.
What is the price?
You'll know in the midnight hour of time.
Whatever it is, I'll pay.
Take this little bottle. Drink.
All right. What was that?
The first sign of your new self.
Does he love me now?
After his eyes fall next on your face, they'll never look at another woman as long as they can look on you.
Billy?
Honey, what's wrong?
I feel faint.
Well, let's go in the corner. You're trembling.
The night's turned cold.
Seemed cold to me.
I felt a cold wind, and something on the wind, like my own voice crying far, far away. I wish our wedding were already done.
And me. Give me a kiss.
Is kissing all you think about?
Everybody, choose your partners.
I'm a fool for dancing, too.
Then let's not keep the fiddler waiting.
Hey, there's Jess-belle. She come back.
Come on, Jess-belle. Be my partner.
Why, thank you, John.
Now change partners and circle round. First man in the circle, choose your girl.
Go on round, Billy. I'll be waiting.
Hello, Billy Ben.
Jess, you look different.
Dance with me. Just us two.
Well, all of a sudden I don't feel much like dancing.
Let's go someplace.
Billy, are you going to dance with me or not?
In a little while, Elwyn. I gotta go outside. Come on, Jess-belle.
Where's he going?
Come along, Elwyn. You sit with Mother for a while. Maddie?
Oh, Daddy. I never in my life. What come over the boy?
Whatever it was, he better get over it, or he'll answer to me.
It's a shame and a disgrace. If Billy Ben expects you to marry him after this, he'll have to think again.
He won't be marrying me.
I'm glad you got spirit, child.
I'd still have him if I could. If this very minute he would come back in that door and call my name, I'd go running to him.
I'd not let you shame yourself so.
But he'll not be back. I won't even get the chance. Jess-belle bewitched him. Just before she took him away, he turned and looked at me. It was like he'd never seen my face before.
scent of your hair is enough to drive a man crazy.
You're a master hand with sweet words, Billy Ben Turner.
When we're married, it'll be hateful to leave you of a morning.
I won't let you leave. I'll lock the door and keep you home all day.
And how will we live if I don't work my land?
When you go into the fields, I'll hide behind a juniper tree and sing songs to tease you home again.
And where will the money come from for the pretties I'll buy you?
What will you buy me?
Dresses of silk and combs for your hair, rings for your fingers, and...
There's only one ring I want.
If it's in my power, I'll get it for you.
Oh, you can get it all right, Billy Ben. All you gotta do is ask Elwyn to give it back.
I reckon she's gonna hate me now.
She can't hate any more than she can love. What'd you ever see in that girl, anyhow?
I forget.
You're a right fickle man, Billy Ben. Maybe you'll forget me, too, one day.
Hang me for a fool if I ever leave your side.
Looks like the moon is going down. I better go.
I won't let you. I'm gonna keep you here all night.
I can't.
Why not?
Mama's home by herself. She'll worry about me.
You never worried about your mama before.
Let me go.
I don't want you away from me.
Billy Ben, let go of my arm.
What'd you do that for?
I told you, it's late. I can't be here anymore.
All right, then. It don't matter, Jess-belle. Can nothing change the love I hold for you?
I have to go home.
Hold up.
Just leave me be.
I'll walk you, sure enough.
I said good night.
Just one more kiss.
No!
Who was that brought you home?
Nobody, Mother. Go back to bed.
Honey, don't go right to bed. Come sit a spell and tell me about the dance.
In the morning. Good night.
Jess-belle, what you locking yourself in your room for?
Because I don't want you to see what I am now.
By day she knew a woman's form, by night a witch's spell. For love of Billy Turner, accursed was Jess-belle.
Honey?
Oh, Billy Ben.
I didn't mean to scare you, Jess. What are you sitting out here in the woods for?
I was just thinking.
I got something for you. Hold out your hand.
Ellie's ring.
Jess's ring now. It belongs to the one I love, and the one I love is you. Every minute I'm away from you is a suffering and a torment.
What do you know about suffering and torment?
I know it's finding a girl who is your heart's craving and having her keep putting the wedding day off.
There's all kinds of torment in the world. Like the one that comes from buying something and finding out that the price is dear.
What did you buy that cost so dear, Jess?
Something I love.
Do you love it still?
Better than life.
Better than me?
Nothing I love better than you.
I've been to see the preacher today, Jess.
What did you want with him?
You've been taking so long to set the day. I said it myself. He's gonna marry us next Sunday.
I can't be ready by then.
I spoke to your mama. Your wedding dress will be all sewed. My house is clean. Everything new and waiting for you.
Oh, Billy.
Jess, have you changed your mind?
No.
Then why keep putting the wedding day off?
I just can't tell you, Billy.
There's no room for secrets between you and me. Wait, where are you going?
I have to be gone from you for a while.
Stay now, Jess. I got a craving to be with you every minute.
Let me go, Billy.
Never knew a man could have such love as I hold for you. There's no peace from it, Jess. It burns in my brain night and day. I tell you...
Let me go.
Ow! What'd you scratch me for? Billy Ben Turner, have you gone and fallen in love with a hellcat?
Womb of frog and heart of bat, tongue of sparrow, blood of cat, grasshopper's eyes and lizard skin, yolk of egg from a strangled hen, cud of cow and poppy seed, snout of swine and adder's weed, graveyard dust and breast of dove, bubble, bubble, wine of love.
Didn't you hear me knocking?
Never let trouble in the door if I can help it.
How do you know I'm in trouble?
Child, there's little I don't know.
Then maybe you can help me.
You change your mind and now you got what you want?
I haven't got what I want.
Don't tell me, child, that you haven't got the love of Billy Ben Turner.
Oh, I've got his love, all right. But I can't take it, for fear he'd find out the price I paid. It's the same as if my heart's been cut out and a stone put where the heart was.
It ain't your heart, gal.
What then?
Oh, everybody's got a different name for it. Some call it a soul.
That was in the bargain, too?
That's always in the bargain when you barter with witches.
You said you weren't a witch, that you just had power.
Well, you might as well know the truth, because you're one, too. I changed you, sugar.
Then change me back.
Gal, you can't ever change. What you are is what you're going to be till you die.
Then I hope I die soon.
You're looking at it all wrong. Be a witch and take a witch's pleasure. Take the man you bargained for.
Don't you think I want to? But how long do you think I'd keep him if he found out what happens when the clock strikes 12? That's the worst of all. Waking up when it's over and not knowing what I've done. Please, I promise I'll pay.
Your promises don't mean a thing. You're already trying to get out of paying for the first favor I did you.
I can't live this way.
Take what you bargained for, gal.
It's not fair to Billy Ben.
Then go away from here, witch. I've got no time for you.
I tell you, I can't do that to Billy Ben. Billy Ben?
Jess, I've been out of my mind. I've searched the county over for you, cursing myself every step of the way. Jess, where you been?
I went off by myself.
Did you think about me?
You were all I thought about.
And did you think about me with love?
Yes, Billy.
I won't try to talk you into a quick wedding anymore. Whatever it is that's on your mind, you don't even have to tell me. You set your own day for the wedding.
There will be no wedding, Billy Ben.
Oh, don't say a thing like that.
Not between you and me.
I'd as soon hear my death bell is what you're saying.
I'd as soon hear my own death bell as say it.
To forget it was said. I love you, Jess-belle. I want you for my wife.
You wouldn't want me long. One night and you'd turn away from me.
Curse me for a fool if ever that day should come.
Your flesh would crawl and you would hide your face from me. I set you free, Billy. Take this ring back.
It belongs here, on your finger.
Hear that?
A night bird calling his mate.
But his mate won't come. I saw her on the trail tonight, winging up against the sky, but then a nighthawk swooped up out of the pines and tore her breast open. She fell at my feet and ran off into the bushes to die. A night bird calling to a mate that's dead is the lonesomest sound in the world. It would grieve me too much to do that to you.
Jess, it wasn't an omen. It don't mean you're gonna die.
Billy Ben, if I saw Old Man Death come walking down Eagle Rock Trail, I'd run to meet him and I'd beg him on my knees to take me with him.
Jess, what is it that's cursing you? I got a right to know.
It's late. I've got to go.
Not yet.
Billy Ben, if you love me, stand aside. It's my time.
Jess! Jess-belle!
An awful night was spent by all. On Eagle Rock did dwell. Strange things were seen by moonlight's fall, but none saw Jess-belle.
This is Billy Ben's place. But how?
Take the man you bargained for. Give him a witch's love.
No.
Nothing can change your sugar. Witch you are and witch you'll always be.
No.
You've paid the price. Take what you've paid for. Take what you've paid for. Take what you've paid for.
Billy Ben!
What? Jess-belle.
Morning.
You all right?
Of course I am. Sorry about last night.
Me too. I never saw such a night. Fell asleep at the kitchen table. The animals in the barn kept crying out. The cow got fractious and nearly kicked the stall down. Sheep bleating like they were seeing wolves. I had to go out 2 or 3 times to quiet them.
Let me fix you some breakfast.
Now there's my girl. I'll start the fire.
I'll fix it for you every morning, and your dinner and your supper too. Then go up on the hill and pick wildflowers to make the place nice.
Honey, ain't I been begging you to do just that?
I made up my mind. Next Sunday, come what may, I'll be your wife.
Oh, Jess.
You're a long way from home, Ellie Glover.
Oh, hello, Jess.
What are you doing up here on Eagle Rock?
I came to pick some flowers.
Same as me. Lots of wild ones around. There's a patch of old maid's fern farther up the mountain.
I notice a lot of vixenwort around myself.
I just come from seeing Billy Ben. Fixed his breakfast for him.
I reckon that's no concern of mine.
He's going to marry me when the circuit preacher comes next Sunday.
I wish you happiness for his sake.
You still love him, Ellie? Still dream about his strong arms and his sweet talk?
I'll love no other man.
How come you never tried to get him back?
The last time I saw his face, he was under a magic spell. Even the love I hold for him couldn't break it. Oh, there's ways, but such ways end bad.
What ways you talking about?
I think you know.
Jealous, ain't you?
No. Heartsick. To see wrong done to a good man.
I hear there's a wildcat loose in the county. Ain't you scared to be out here?
I'll be home by dark. It won't venture out till nightfall.
No telling what a wildcat'll do.
I reckon we don't have much to fear. My daddy says that killer cat will be dead by morning.
Since when can your daddy look in the future and tell what's gonna be?
He's going hunting for that cat tonight. Him and Obed Miller and Billy Ben. All the men in the county.
Billy Ben didn't say nothing to me.
My daddy's gone over to ask him right now. If that cat's smart, it'll stay home tonight.
Maybe.
Stand still, Jess. You're as nervous as a fox in a forest fire.
Mama, is it going to take you all night to fix that helm?
You never would have had such a fine wedding dress without Billy Ben hadn't give me the money, you know that?
I saw Ellie Glover today, up on the mountain picking wildflowers.
How did she look?
Sickly, like she might die soon.
Why, I didn't even know the poor thing was ailing. I ought to fix some of that tonic I used to make and take it to her.
You and your tonics. You're worse than Granny Hart.
Granny Hart?
Everybody knows she sells old potions and things.
She ain't sold any to you, has she?
Don't talk crazy.
It always struck me peculiar how Billy Ben turned from Elwyn on the very night their betrothal was announced. Turned from Elwyn and gave his love to you.
Loved me long before he ever loved her.
Loved her enough to want to marry, then turned away from her. Why, Jess?
Don't ask me. Men are strange people.
Sometimes they do strange things because of potions and powders. Is that what made him blind to every other woman?
Oh, where would I get the money for potions and powders?
That old woman don't always ask for money. Jess, how did you pay her? Oh, God, Jess, how did you pay her?
With my flesh, my blood, and my soul, and my heart, and my head, I paid dear for Billy Ben.
Kneel down with me. Let us pray.
It's too late, Mama. My prayers aren't heard in heaven anymore.
Then I'll find a way to help you.
If you want to see me alive again, bolt my door tonight. And no matter what happens, don't open it till morning comes.
Okay, man, you know what to do. Kind of late in the year for a big cat to be roaming these parts. By this time, they're usually ranging farther south.
Luther?
Billy Ben?
I brought my shotgun. Howdy, fellas.
Howdy.
Got a full moon. That cat'll be out tonight for sure, hungry or not.
This ain't a hungry cat. Kills for the pleasure of it.
Hunger or pleasure, a full moon will fetch him out.
Howdy, Obed.
Howdy, Luther. Howdy, man. Brought my gun and my hound dog. Nothing gets past old Daisy.
Good, good. Well, I reckon everybody's here that's coming. Let's pull out.
You okay in here, Jess-belle?
It's late, Mama. Go to sleep and let me be.
But it's almost 12 o'clock. Jess! How'd you break the window? Where have you run off to?
Hold on, man. I think old Daisy found something.
Which way?
Over there, through the trees. She struck a trail.
That's my land. We come full circle.
Quiet, Blue. What's the matter with you? What's the matter, Blue? Having a bad dream? Nothing's gonna hurt you. What are you looking at? Something up in the loft? What is it? An owl? Why are you scared of it?
Ellie! Ellie!
Up there! Look out, Daddy!
Daisy, come here.
Raise the lantern.
Never seen no cat like that.
Black as night, it is. Shoot, men!
I think we got it.
Where'd he go? Hold your lanterns high.
It's gone.
Can't just disappear.
The cat was a witch.
Witch? Never seen nothing like
Daddy?
That thing hurt you, Ellie?
No, Daddy. I fainted is all.
You see it, Billy?
I sure did. Nothing here now.
Well, our work is done for the night. Go on home, men. Whatever it was ain't here no more. Can you stand up, Ellie?
I think so.
I'll help her, sir.
You do that while I tell her mother she's all right.
I'm fine, Daddy. I'll just be a minute.
Here, take my arm.
Did it hurt you, Billy Ben?
No, I'm all right. I'm enduring glad to see Ellie. Pretty as always.
It's good to see you, Billy.
It's been a long spell.
Yes, it has. What's that shiny thing in your hand?
It was right next to you where you fell, like it dropped down from the loft.
Looks like the ring.
It sure is. The same one I gave to you once. Only how did it get here?
Maybe it's an omen.
Elwyn, I'd appreciate it if I could come and sit up with you again some night.
That would pleasure me right fine, Billy. Come whenever you feel like it, and make it soon.
Warm was Ellie Glover, cold dead was Jess-belle, and husband would be Billy Ben of the one he loved so well.
Come on in.
Hello, Billy.
Miss Ossie, what are you doing here?
I won't stay but a minute, Billy Ben. Just wanted to wish you all the happiness in the world on your wedding day.
I appreciate it, Miss Ossie, but won't you be at the wedding?
I wouldn't spoil the day for Elwyn. She'd see me and think of Jess-belle.
There's no shadow of Jess-belle between Ellie and me.
God grant there never will be.
A full year now Jess-belle's been dead.
How do you know she's dead, Billy?
I saw her die.
Billy, I brought you something. This pearl and silver stick pin. It used to belong to Jess-belle.
Poor Jess. I appreciate it, Miss Ossie.
It's made of silver, and silver is one thing a witch is scared of.
What witch could want to harm Ellie?
There's a terrible thing I've got to tell you. A secret about Jess-belle.
What secret?
That same night she disappeared, she mentioned Granny Hart. Jess-belle was witched. It's a bitter thing for a mother to know that her only child's a witch. Billy, she ain't dead.
I was there. Fired some shots myself.
Billy, some months back, I went into Jess-belle's room. Sitting on her pillow was a wart toad. I grabbed a broom and brought it down with all my might. That toad disappeared in a puff of smoke.
It could have been a cloud of dust.
It was the spirit of Jess-belle. Another night, a bat flew in the house. I tried to kill it, but it turned to smoke too.
Miss Ossie, I saw her die.
Don't you know you can't kill a witch? They just change into something else.
If a person is good and strong, then a witch can't harm them. Ellie will have nothing to fear from Jess-belle. And now, Miss Ossie, I'm going to be late for my wedding if I don't hurry.
I hope and pray, Billy, there'll be no one there who wasn't invited.
To love and to cherish till death do us part.
To love and to cherish till death do us part.
According to God's holy ordinance, and thereto I plight thee my troth.
According to God's holy ordinance, and thereto I plight thee my troth.
Those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. I now pronounce you man and wife.
Come on, honey, let's get on home.
Yes. Billy Ben looked a mite nervous, like he was going to pass out.
Well, I remember feeling the same way when I married you.
Oh, you get along now.
Here we are, sweet thing.
Billy Ben, are you going to let your bride walk across your threshold?
Never.
Now put me down if I'm going to get changed out of this pretty dress. Billy!
What's the matter?
Something has hold of my arm.
It ain't me.
But I can feel it.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
What'd you do that for?
It wasn't me.
It sure was your hand.
Oh, Billy, I drew blood. I never did that of my own will. Something took hold of me and moved my hand.
I didn't see nothing, Ellie.
There's something in this room. Something we can't see nor hear. Something evil. Can't you feel it?
Not sure.
Look, a mouse on your grandfather clock.
Ellie, careful!
Oh, Billy, it could have killed me.
I've got you, honey.
It was a mouse, as black as night. Take me home.
This is your home now.
But something doesn't want me here.
I know what it is that's trying to chase you out. Sit down. Hold on to this Bible. I gotta be gone from you a short time. Do you trust in the Lord?
Yes.
Then His word will keep you safe. If the devil himself comes in this room, don't leave that chair.
Doors open.
Granny Hart, I'm short on time.
You need a new sweetheart.
I got one, and I just made her my wife.
Ellie Glover with the golden hair. Ah, she's a beauty.
I'll not have her beauty long unless you tell me how to rid myself of a witch.
Jess-belle don't like you being married. I'm the one who witched that gal, so she could win your love, Billy Ben.
I never wanted no witch's love.
Witch's love is wild and sweet. Humans don't know nothing about it.
I know enough that if anything happens to Ellie, I couldn't live without her.
Jess-belle won't hurt your little wife. She's just pleasuring herself a little, teasing and having a good time.
Granny, my wife's alone. I gotta get back to her.
Then go, boy. Nothing holding you here.
How can I rid myself of Jess-belle?
You could kill her.
There's nothing to kill. She just turns to smoke and then comes back again.
There's ways. What you gonna pay me?
I brought money.
Not enough to kill a witch.
This is all I got. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Now go home. Get a dress that Jess-belle has worn. Hang it up so it looks like she's standing there. And then, if you're man enough, stab it through the heart with silver.
I'll do it. It's got to be one she wore.
This was to be her wedding dress. She put it on once when I was making it.
Thank you, Ossie. For me and my bride.
And Billy, if your hand fails you, remember there was a good part to Jess-belle too, and that part of her would bless you for ending her torment.
I told you not to leave the house.
I wanted to wait for you out here. What's that package?
Stay outside a minute longer. That thing you felt was the spirit of Jess-belle. She was a witch, Ellie, but I know how to get rid of witches.
All right, but...
You'll never be rid of me.
Jess-belle.
Come on, Billy Ben. Dance with me in the moonlight.
No, get away!
Let me in.
Take the dress. Hang it up like she's standing here. Okay. Now, the stick pin.
Oh, Billy. Oh, what have you done?
Stabbed you through the heart, just like Granny Hart said.
Oh.
Now I'm giving you your eternal rest.
Oh, Billy.
Goodbye, Jess-belle.
I loved you, Billy Ben. Billy Ben.
Nothing left but the dress. Ellie! Ellie, let hell swallow me if I've killed you too.
Billy, I remember a wedding. Did I dream that?
No, you are my pretty little wife.
Then I should be cooking you some supper. Help me up.
Not too fast.
Look up there, Billy Ben. That star just danced in the sky, then went shooting down behind Eagle Rock Mountain. My mama says when you see a fallen star, it means a witch has died.
So I've heard tell. Come on inside. It's our wedding night.
Fair was Ellie Glover, dark was Jess-belle. Both they loved the same man, and both they loved him well.
A tale told in one form or another, as long as there have been people to tell it. And if you're thinking it's just a fairy story, here's a piece of advice. The next time the moon is up, put another stick on the campfire. And if you see a falling star, be sure to make a wish. It just might keep you safe from the great darkness out there. A darkness that extends all the way from the Blue Ridge Mountains to the Twilight Zone.
Jess-belle, starring Stephanie Weir, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Earl Hamner Jr. Heard in the cast were Jeff Lupetin, Michelle Graff, Linda Ryder, Roderick Peoples, Meg Falcon, Peggy Roter, Doug James, Craig Harris, Jennifer Laterio, Chobi Cerny, Carl Amari, and Roy Melanzi. Musical bridges for this Twilight Zone radio drama sung by Doug James with guitarist Roy Melanzi and harmonica by Jeff Lupetin. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
What is this place? The time. It must be late. Very late.
Light in the salon. Let's black out down there.
Who?
Forgive me, sir.
Yes? Are you addressing me?
Begging your pardon, but they'll be finished serving dinner soon.
They?
The galley crew, sir.
Why do you tell me this?
Well, I only meant...
What? What did you mean?
Well, all I mean to say is, you'd best go in now, sir, if you want your evening meal.
My meal?
The salon will be closing in a few more minutes.
Oh, yes, of course. In the salon. Is that what you call it?
Yes, sir. It's very dark out here. Would you like to follow me?
Follow?
The lights, you see. From now on, I'll have to switch them off when we open the door to the deck, and then on again. You understand, sir? Because of the blackout.
The blackout? Yes.
This way, sir. Are you all right?
Why wouldn't I be? Is something wrong with my appearance?
Why, no, sir. It's only that... Is this your first time?
My what?
Your first passage. It can take a bit of getting used to. Sea legs and all that.
I'm quite used to being at sea. Thank you. I was just...
Yes, sir?
Listening.
To the engines? Don't worry, sir. The diesels were checked thoroughly before we left port, and Captain Willoughby's top drawer. He'll get us there safe and sound, you can be sure of that.
No, not the engines.
What then?
I was listening to the water. The cold ocean water out there. And the night.
This is the deck of a small freighter, the SS Queen of Glasgow, located somewhere in the North Atlantic. Her registry, British. Gross tonnage, 5,000. Age, indeterminate. At this moment, she is 1 day out of Liverpool. Her destination, New York. Duly recorded in this ship's log is the sailing time, course to destination, weather conditions, temperature, longitude, and latitude. But what is never recorded in such a log is the fear that washes over a deck like fog and ocean spray. Fear like the throbbing strokes of pistons from the engine's diesels, each one a heartbeat, parceling out every hour into breathless minutes of watching, waiting, and dreading. For the year is 1942, and this particular ship has lost her convoy. Now she must travel alone like an aged, blind thing groping through the unfriendly dark, stalked by the unseen periscopes of steel killers, enemy U-boats that also watch and wait. The Queen of Glasgow is therefore a frightened ship, and she carries with her a premonition of death. In a moment, her crew and passengers will find out just how real that premonition may be, when a course is set that leads them all into an area known as the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Judgement Night, starring Chelsea Ross, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Why does he keep playing with the lights?
Thought I'd gone blind for a second.
My apologies for the momentary darkness. Wartime regulations, you know.
Think nothing of it. Perfectly understandable. Wasn't it a lovely meal?
Yes, indeed.
Glad you enjoyed it, ladies and gentlemen. Something more, perhaps?
Not for us, thank you, steward. We were just leaving.
Come along, dear.
Wait, Mommy, where's my doll?
Why, here you are, little girl. You dropped it by your chair.
Can you thank the nice man?
Thank you.
You wouldn't want to leave your dolly behind now, would you?
Come along, Joanna. It's well past your bedtime.
Yes, Daddy.
Who's this?
Mr... Oh, I'm afraid I didn't get the gentleman's name. You are...
Forgive me, I'm...
Lancer.
What's that?
Aren't you Lancer?
Oh, yes.
I'm Jerry Potter. We looked for you at dinner.
I was detained. I
saw your name on the purser's list. We were wondering where you were.
You were?
Will you join us?
Oh, no, that's not necessary. There are 3 other tables.
3 empty tables?
I'm really not very hungry.
Well, the captain wasn't able to join us tonight, so there's plenty of room. Come on over, I insist.
Very well.
Coffee, sir?
Yes. Thank you. I believe I would like some coffee.
Here's your seat, Mr. Lancer. The more the merrier, I always say.
The coiner of phrases.
We could do with a bit of merriment.
Let me help you, sir. I'll get the coffee.
Wait. Do I know you from somewhere?
I don't think so, sir.
But your face, I'm sure.
It might well be. I've travelled this line for a number of years. Perhaps it was on another ship before the war.
Before the war?
Seems like a long time ago, doesn't it, sir? Are you quite certain about the food?
What?
The cook can still prepare something.
No, I don't have much of an appetite.
Not even with all this salt air? Makes me hungry enough to eat a horse.
Jerry.
Would that be a seahorse, Mr. Potter?
How about it, Lancer? Have some chow.
Not tonight.
Something happened tonight? Nothing unpleasant, I trust?
Why, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Mr. Lancer, are you ill?
As a matter of fact...
You do look pale. A bit of the old mal de mer, perhaps. You might do well to take the meal in your cabin.
My cabin?
Your quarters, Mr. Lancer. This is all rather disorienting, isn't it? But a good night's sleep can do wonders.
I could prepare a tray, sir.
No.
I'd recommend a cup of hot broth at the very least.
I'm fine, I tell you. It was just a temporary dizziness. You're all very kind. I shouldn't intrude.
Nonsense.
Then let me do the honors. This is my wife.
Madame.
Hello.
And across the table are our dinner companions, Major Devereaux.
How do you do?
And his secretary, Miss Stanley.
Are you going home, Mr. Lancer?
Home?
Or away from home?
Why, I'm heading away from home.
We are as well, I'm afraid. The Major is heading up a military mission in Washington.
No, Barbara, loose lips.
Oh, sorry.
I was just telling them that I took this trip once before, when my wife was alive. Spring of 38. How different it was. The Queen Mary, most elegant.
Where do you suppose they dredged up this one? She looks to be 300 years old. The Queen of Glasgow. Long live the Queen.
Oh, hear.
What do you do, Lancer?
Me?
When I saw your name on the list, I tried to figure out what you'd look like. It's a game I play. Try to connect a face with a name. I thought you were probably an old language professor from Oxford or something.
A regular barrel of laughs.
Well, I'm...
There goes the light again.
Well, good evening, Captain Willoughby.
No, please. Remain seated. I don't have much time. I thought I'd just stop for a cup of tea and say hello to those who are still here.
Don't worry on our account.
I'll get you tea, sir.
Thank you, steward.
We did miss you, though, Captain.
I must apologize. We have a miserable fog out there.
No kidding.
And I thought I'd best take my meal on the bridge.
And the rest of the convoy, Captain, are they in sight?
They'd have to be 3 feet off the bow to be in sight, Major. That fog is quite thick.
Oh, dear.
However, we do hope to have some sort of contact by tomorrow. But I wouldn't worry. She's a good stout ship, and this isn't her maiden voyage. She's made this passage often.
I suppose misery loves company, though, doesn't it? I'd feel a lot safer if we were in a convoy. I can almost see those wolf packs converging on us.
There would be no wolf pack converging on a single ship, Major Devereaux.
Sorry?
The principle of the submarine pack is based on the convoy attack.
The gentleman is quite correct. Our primary danger would lie in a single submarine.
Well, that's reassuring. I guess we stand a better chance against 1 than against 20, don't we?
Just ask Admiral Potter here. He fought with Dewey at Manila. He knows everything.
Still, it only takes 1 torpedo. They can do such dreadful damage. And I must tell you, I've had a miserably uncomfortable feeling ever since we've left.
What kind of feeling?
Of being followed.
Isn't that something? I've had the same feeling. I'll tell you, I'd rather they go after us with a pocket battleship. That you can see, not a skulking, crummy tin fish a couple of miles underwater.
If we're being followed, you will see the sub, Mr. Potter. It will surface. They won't waste all their torpedoes on us. Not when they can sit back 1,000 yards and shell us with impunity and sink us at will. You forgive me.
This is Mr. Lancer, Captain.
Mr. Lancer? But you sound like a U-boat commander.
My apologies. That was clumsy of me.
Oh, please, sit down.
Let me clean it up, sir.
I hope I didn't spill any coffee on you, Miss Stanley.
No, but you did quite a job on yourself.
That's quite all right.
I'll get you a towel.
I said it was all right.
Yes, of course.
Sit down, Mr. Lancer, please.
Another cup of coffee, sir?
No. Thank you. That won't be necessary.
I think we might start by getting better acquainted. First of all, I trust everyone's comfortable.
Oh, yes, quite.
This ship, you know, wasn't designed to carry passengers. I hope you'll bear with some of the inconveniences. I suppose they're worth living with to get to the States, aren't they?
You can say that again.
Mr. Potter, I understand you're with the American government.
War Production Board.
And where is your home, Mrs. Potter?
Good old Chicago. Windy City.
Oh, how interesting. I do hope to travel farther west one day.
I tell you, I'll be mighty glad to see it again, wind or no wind.
And you, Mr. Lancer?
Yes?
Where's home for you?
Home? I was born in Frankfurt.
Frankfurt? Like in Germany?
Yes, Germany.
Well, how long had you been in England, Mr. Lancer?
How long? Not very long, not long at all. Please accept my apologies. I think I'll go to my quarters now.
Too bad. I was hoping we'd get a poker game going.
Whoop-de-doo.
Perhaps another time. Good night.
Now, there goes an odd one, huh? I had him pegged as a German the minute he came in. And what do you suppose he's traveling on this ship for? You don't think he's a spy, do you?
I rather doubt it, Mr. Potter. All the passengers are well screened. I am a bit concerned about him, however. He doesn't look at all well.
Actually, I'm feeling a bit tired myself. I think I'll be off to bed. Good night, everyone. Sleep well.
Watch your step, Barbara.
I will.
It's very dark out there. Would you like a torch?
Oh, don't worry about me.
I can have the steward escort you.
I wouldn't think of it. See you all at breakfast.
I'll get the light switch.
Thank you, Captain. Good night. Hello? Is someone there? I say, is anyone... Who's there?
Watch your step, Miss Stanley.
Oh, Mr. Lancer.
The stairs are quite slippery from the fog.
So I see.
I was afraid you'd lose your footing.
Thank you for your help.
The fog can be treacherous at sea.
And it carries quite a chill, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes, it does. It's best to stay off the deck at night.
Why are you here, Mr. Lancer?
What?
I thought you'd be in your cabin.
I'm still a bit unsettled. Not quite ready to sleep yet. Miss Stanley?
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Please.
Have we met before?
I don't think so. Why?
You'll forgive me, but you look so familiar. They all did, for that matter.
Are you sure you're well, Mr. Lancer?
Yes, I seem to be. It's just this feeling.
What sort of feeling?
Oh, it will sound crazy to you.
Go on, please.
Just that I'm doing things, saying things.
That you've done before.
How do you know that?
I know the feeling. I've had it occasionally.
Have you?
Walking into a room and being able to swear that you've been there before. Even the conversations. They seem identical to ones you've had at some other time.
Yes, but what other time and where?
That's always the question, isn't it?
And the people?
Yes, and the people, too.
Yes. That's extraordinary.
What is?
I don't recall. I don't seem to recall boarding this ship.
Don't you?
Or anything else, for that matter. How I got here, or why I'm here.
There was a film about that.
Pardon?
In the cinema, a few years ago. With Leslie Howard. Or was it that American? What's his name? Garfield. John Garfield. I believe the title was Outward Bound, something like that.
I don't have time to see many films.
I don't either. But in this one, the people all found themselves on an ocean liner. Of course, it was a cruise ship, not a freighter. But none of them could remember anything. There was a man and a woman, and they met and began talking, much as we are right now, I suppose. And it turned out they were...
Go on.
Well, they were all dead, you see, and on their way to the other side. Isn't that absolute rubbish?
It is indeed.
You don't suppose we're dead, do you? And about to cross the River Styx or some such?
No, that's ridiculous.
I, for one, remember everything. A cab to the docks, and carrying my bags, my passport, the security clearance.
My passport? Of course. It must be in my cabin.
If we were dead, I'm sure the meal would have been followed by a lovely dessert. Mr. Lancer, may I make a suggestion? Why don't you see the ship's doctor? I'm sure they must have one, even on a freighter.
For what purpose? It has to be some form of temporary disorientation. I was standing on deck, and it was as if I suddenly woke from a deep sleep. I heard your voices from the salon.
Amnesia?
Not really. I know who I am. I'm Karl Lancer. I was born in Frankfurt, Germany. I'm in the...
In the what?
In the...
You were going to tell me. You were in the something or other.
Was I? I don't remember now.
Mr. Lancer, perhaps if you got some sleep, that might be all it takes.
It wouldn't help. I don't think I could get to sleep. I feel as if this were a nightmare. I feel strange. I feel as if there were a disaster waiting out there, some doom that's about to happen. As if we were being stalked. I know we are. It's stalking us. Yes, there's a sub out there, a U-boat. I know it. I know it's out there. I know. Who's there?
Mr. Lancer?
Yes, I'm Lancer.
Would you come with me, please?
Where?
The captain's compliments, sir. He wonders if you could join him in his quarters.
For what purpose?
He'd like a few words with you.
Go on, Mr. Lancer. I'll see myself to my cabin.
Sir, this way. Mr. Lancer, sir.
You wish to see me, Captain?
Thank you for coming, Mr. Lancer. You've met my first officer, Mr. Danbury.
Yes. What is this about?
I wonder if you'd mind answering a few questions.
No, not at all.
First, would you mind showing us your passport?
My passport?
If you don't mind.
Just routine, Mr. Lancer. On our passenger manifest, it seems that your passport number was somehow not included.
Yes, of course. Oh, I'm afraid I don't have my wallet in my pocket. It must be down in my cabin.
That's perfectly all right. Sometime during the next few days, if you think of it, say tomorrow, you can show it to me whenever it's convenient.
Are you feeling better, Mr. Lancer?
Yes, much better.
Is there anything I can get you?
No.
Then, is there anything you'd care to talk about?
How do you mean?
Anything on your mind? Something you'd care to tell us, perhaps?
There's very little I can tell you.
And why is that?
Because I don't remember very much.
No?
Actually, to tell the truth, I don't know how I got here. I don't recall anything about it.
Is that right?
I seem to remember only a few odd, disjointed things. I know, for example, that my name is Karl Lancer. I know I was born in Frankfurt.
So you said. Please continue.
Continue where? That's it. At this moment, that's all I know.
Mr. Lancer.
Yes?
At the table, you exhibited a rather unusual working knowledge of German submarines. Could that, perhaps, stir your memory?
I wish it could, but it doesn't.
I see. In that case, why don't you go on to bed for now? Have a good night's rest. We'll talk tomorrow, you and I.
Very well.
That will be all for now, Mr. Lancer. Good night.
Good night.
Most peculiar.
I'd agree, sir. I'd say he bears watching.
Then watching is what he'll get. I told you what he said at the table. What do you make of it?
That's hard to say. But as I was going to get him on deck, he was talking to one of the passengers, Miss Stanley.
And?
He was speaking quite excitedly, in a very loud voice. I couldn't help but overhear. He was saying something about how he knew there was a U-boat out there. It's stalking us. That's what he said.
You heard him say that?
Those were his exact words.
Thank you, Danbury.
I thought you'd want to know, sir.
Danbury.
Sir?
Let's keep this between ourselves for the time being, shall we?
Yes, sir.
And see that a steward is sent down to his room. I want to have a look at that passport as soon as possible.
Right away, sir.
There you are, sir. All your clothing hung up, I believe that's it. Anything else I can help you with?
No, that will be all.
Ah, your shoes. I'll just put them in the closet. Hold on, what's this?
Where?
In your bag. Looks like an officer's cap, but not one of ours. War souvenir.
What are you talking about?
This, sir. I was wondering if it was a war souvenir.
Let me see that.
Yes, sir. It's a naval officer's cap. Foreign by the style of it.
Don't touch things that don't concern you.
I only thought I'd put it away for you.
That won't be necessary. I'll put it away myself.
Yes, sir.
That will be all. It is a German officer's hat. A submarine commander's. What does it say inside? It must have an identifying label. Yes, here. But this can't be. It says, Karl Lancer, Kapitan, Kriegsmarine.
Mr. Danbury?
Yes, sir?
We've slowed down again. See if you can impress upon that very temperamental engineer the rather dire necessity for speed.
Engine room.
Engine room.
McLeod, can we get any more revs? We're losing speed badly.
Begging your pardon, sir, but I've got these blooming engines trained to the limit now. Kindly tell the captain that if I keep them going at this rate, there'll be a breakdown before morning. In that case, we'll be going a precious lot slower in a drift than under power.
McLeod, we simply have no more revs. If you can give me maximum speed for another 12 hours...
Captain, these engines needed to be overhauled a month ago, and instead of an overhaul, they're getting worked to death.
Well, do what you can, man.
Aye, aye, sir.
What do you think, number one?
Sir?
Cheery predicament we have here. If we reduce speed and give those engines a break, we don't stand a chance. And if we keep them going at maximum, they'll break down inside of 2 hours.
I don't know what to say, Captain. It's a dangerous call either way. If we could only see through this bloody fog.
If they're out there, it won't make any difference. And they're out there, let me tell you. God knows they're out there, waiting like vultures.
Another drink, please.
Begging your pardon, sir, but it's very late.
Don't beg my pardon. Just put the bottle on the bar. Go to bed if you're tired, but leave the bottle. That doesn't sound right.
Sir?
The bearings.
Bearings, sir?
Yes, on the engines.
They always sound like that, sir. You get used to it. You should hear McLeod on the subject. He's the engineer. Says the engines on this tab were originally designed for Lord Nelson.
Is that clock accurate?
Why, yes, sir. She's a real antique, that one. Captain Willoughby had her on the old Harcourt Bay. Keeps perfect time, she does.
It says 5 minutes past 12 at 1:15.
Not for a while yet.
No, but at 1:15, something will happen at 1:15.
Something, sir? What might that be?
I don't know. I really don't know, except the hour and the minute, 1:15. It sticks in my mind.
The tray for the bridge, please.
Just being made up, sir. The cook will be done in a minute. Have a seat at the end of the bar.
Been here long, has he?
Sitting like that for 3 hours. One drink after another. Just sitting there drinking, wiping the sweat off his face and asking for more. And not getting drunk, mind you. That's 3/4 of a bottle gone. I'd swear it was lemonade. I've never seen the like.
Why have the engines stopped?
Probably just routine maintenance, sir.
Don't give me that. They've broken down.
I don't think it's serious, sir.
You don't think it's serious? Adrift in waters like these without any power, you don't think that's serious? We're defenseless here. Now we are absolutely defenseless.
They'll be repaired, Mr. Lancer. We'll be underway again soon.
No, we won't be underway soon. We'll drift until 1:15.
That's what he's been saying all night long.
You know, of course, how easy it would be for a submarine to...
You're a nervous man, Mr. Lancer. I'd suggest you call it a night.
Oh, I'm a nervous man. I can assure you that I am suffering from something a little more serious than nerves. I'm suffering from knowledge. I'm suffering from knowing what's going to happen.
Really? Now?
My affliction comes from waiting and knowing that inside of an hour, a U-boat will surface off our bow with searchlights and a deck gun. We'll be attacked and we won't be able to run away.
Here, sir.
Sit down, man.
How does it feel to you people just standing still and waiting for a shell or a torpedo to smash into you, waiting for the ship to blow apart so that you can find yourself in the water, closing in on you, filling your lungs so you can't scream?
I said sit down, man. Mr. Lancer, this kind of talk won't do you or anyone else any good.
Here's the captain's tray, sir.
Leave it.
Is something wrong?
The gentleman is ill. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Carry on.
Yes, sir.
Go on, cook. Back to the kitchen with you.
The U-boat's coming. We must get the engine started or abandon ship. That's what we must do. Yes, we must abandon ship. Do you hear me? Why has the clock stopped? Where did you go? Where have you all gone? Why have you left me alone like this? Where? Where is everyone? What is that? The searchlight. It's here. That's the U-boat. The U-boat is here. We've got to get out. Off the ship, everybody. There you are. All you passengers, out of your rooms. Listen to me. There's a U-boat. I just saw it. She's going to sink us. Can't you hear me? Why don't you move? Are you all out of your minds? What do I have to do? Do I have to grab you and carry you up on deck? Do I have to throw you bodily into the lifeboats? Do I have to knock you unconscious? They're gone. But where? Is the entire ship empty? Or have I gone mad? A life preserver, yes. SS Queen of Glasgow. Wait. I remember that name. Queen of Glasgow. Queen of Glasgow. Potter? Major Devereaux! Miss Stanley, where are you? Captain, steward, we must abandon ship. Feuer frei! Ja, Kapitän. Feuer! They are shelling us. We're hit, I tell you. Miss Stanley, we must get out. The lifeboat.
I can, Mr. Lancer. The roof's collapsed. The door won't open.
Climb through the porthole, quickly.
I'll try.
Where are the lifeboats? Over here, Mr. Devereaux.
We'll have to climb down. Help us, please, my wife.
I'm coming, Mr. Potter. Watch out! The rail is collapsing! Family, the little girl. Where? The doll. Here, I have it. Who could do such a thing? Who? Who? Yeah?
Not much to show, Captain Lancer.
That's all.
Very little wreckage floated to the surface. Only this life preserver. There were no survivors.
Then I'd say that's a good catch tonight, wouldn't you? Very good catch.
It says SS Queen of Glasgow.
Ah, a 5,000-tonner. Isn't that what the registry reads?
Yes, sir.
Cheer up, Lieutenant. Hand me the coffee. Well, pour it.
If you wish, sir.
You have nerves, Mueller.
Not really, sir. A little shaky, perhaps.
Oh, why?
Nothing, sir.
I asked you a question. Why?
There were women and children on that ship.
So?
We gave them no warning.
You'd have us give them warning, eh? So their radio man can send out their position, which quite incidentally is our position. You have sentiment, but no brains. You're an old woman, Mueller. You know that?
I just find it difficult.
To do what?
To reconcile killing those people. Without warning. It makes me It makes me wonder if we're not damned now.
In the eyes of the British Admiralty, we most certainly are.
I mean in the eyes of God.
You're not just a fool, Lieutenant. You're also a religious fool. Perhaps a mystic, too. And if we are damned, what will happen?
I've had dreams about it. Maybe people like us have a special kind of hell waiting. Maybe to be damned is to have a fate like the people on that ship. To have to suffer as they suffered and die as they died.
You are a mystic, Lieutenant.
We'd ride the ghost of that ship every night for eternity. Every night, Herr Capitan. For eternity.
What are you talking about?
They could die only once. Just once. But we can die 100 million times. Every night. Ride the ghost of that ship. Every night. Every night.
What is this place? The time. It must be late. Very late.
Light in the salon. Let's black out down there.
Who?
Forgive me, sir.
Yes? Are you addressing me?
Begging your pardon, but they'll be finished serving dinner soon.
They?
The galley crew, sir.
Why do you tell me this?
I only meant...
What? What did you mean?
All I mean to say is, you'd best go in now, sir, if you want your evening meal.
My meal?
The salon will be closing in a few more minutes.
Oh, yes, of course. In the salon. Is that what you call it?
Yes, sir. It's very dark out here. Would you like to follow me?
Follow?
The lights, you see. From now on, I'll have to switch them off when we open the door to the deck and then on again. You understand, sir? Because of the blackout.
The blackout? Yes.
This way, sir. Are you all right?
Why wouldn't I be? Is something wrong with my appearance?
Why, no, sir. It's only that... Is this your first time?
My what?
Your first passage. It can take a bit of getting used to. Sea legs and all that.
I'm quite used to being at sea. Thank you. I was just...
A special kind of hell waiting. Maybe to be damned is to have a fate like the people on that ship. To have to suffer as they suffered and die as they died. We'd ride the ghost of that ship every night for eternity. For eternity. For eternity. For eternity.
Yes, sir?
Just listening.
To the engines?
No, not the engines. I was listening to the water. The cold ocean water out there. And the night.
You've heard talk about paying the fiddler, the comeuppance awaiting every man when the ledger of his life is opened and examined. The credits and debits added up, a tally made, and then the reward or the penalty paid. In the case of Karl Lancer, former Capitan and U-boat commander, Navy of the Third Reich, this is the penalty. This is the justice meted out. This is Judgement Night in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
Judgement Night, starring Chelsea Ross with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Nick Sands, Damian Arnold, Richard Shavzin, James Houghton, Sarah Wellington, Christian Stolte, Fernette Lebo, Doug James, Martin Astrop, Anna Rose Benson, and David Darlow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Audio editing, sound design, Foley effects, and mix for the Twilight Zone radio dramas are by Cerny American creatives Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, Bob Benson, and Jason Rizzo. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.